Rimworlds, Book 3 of the Earthborn. Written by Adair Hart. Narrated by Michael Wolfe. Chapter 1. Blake just wanted to enjoy dinner instead of figuring out how to kick the shit out of someone. With him was his abductee brother, Seth Williams, and Ada, Seth's android girlfriend and fellow crew member. At least the meal was finished, and although the ambiance had been relaxing up to that point, it now required a change of mindset. These situations could be dangerous because when Blake was relaxed, he did not always expect something to go off. He only relaxed when there were no obvious signs of danger that he could detect through his vampiric senses. A quick check at his wrist console showed it was a bit past 7 o'clock p.m. Earth time. He sighed and motioned at Ada. "So you were contacted via Soft Connect that Johan is outside?"
"Yes, and he has 5 others with him."
Blake shook his head. Johan Krush was the leader of a Fedorian Defense Force, or FDF, enforcer unit, and had been responsible for beating Seth and Sarah Olson, another crew member, unconscious on the previous mission, which was 2 months ago. The hypnotic bite Blake had used on the unit made them have a burning desire to smear shit on their faces for a month. With the effect having worn off, Blake was sure Johan had figured out what happened and was now out for revenge. "Damn. The curse of me in bars has extended to restaurants," said Seth, smirking. Ada touched Seth's arm.
"I will not let them hurt you."
Seth smiled. "I was kidding. Besides, I got 2 bodyguards with me. What do I have to worry about?" "Damn right," said Blake. He glanced at Ada. "Who was it that contacted you?"
"I was asked not to say the name until we're in a less public place."
All right. Does this friend have any others with him?" Ada nodded.
"He does."
"Have them meet us in the back alley, a bit away from the restaurant. We can meet with Johan and the other enforcers there. And if there's trouble, maybe your friends can help. I assume they're friendly if they're giving us a heads up."
"They are friendly,"
said Ada. Blake studied her. "Then I think I have an idea of who our friends might be." He looked around. "All right. Let's leave like there's nothing wrong and give Johan enough time to see us headed out the back way. I'm sure they got someone monitoring us if they're out front." "Not looking forward to seeing that asshole again," said Seth. "I know. This time, though, the deck will be stacked against him." Blake stood and exhaled from his mouth, and with a nod at the others began to move toward the back door. Once they had left the building, he surveyed the dimly lit alleyway. On Earth, he was used to seeing garbage bins or docking bays behind businesses, but on Fredoria, all of that was handled underground. Movement ahead caught his eye. Johan and 5 enforcers came into view and stopped in front of Blake and the others. Blake scrutinized Johan. He looked the same from their last encounter, being burly and tall with a tough-looking, fair-skinned face. Johan's group wore black tactical armor, and Blake suspected they expected a fight. "Do I know you?" he asked. Johan sneered. "Blake Brown." He raised a finger. "Although I can't seem to remember meeting you. I have heard you were present when we lost our memory for a very short period of time. Lay off the drinking would be my suggestion." Johan nodded. "I also think you used your hypnotic suggestion ability on me and my unit." He arced a hand out. "For some very strange reason. We smeared shit on our faces for a month. Wrote an apology communication to Sarah and," he said, pointing at Seth, "that bitch. We also knocked ourselves out to see who was the biggest bitch, apparently. Now, why would we do that?" Blake laughed. "I don't know. But it sounds like you and your crew have some issues to work out." Johan stepped forward. "You think this is a laughing matter? We lost our enforcer status, and now we're regular FDF. Maybe that's for the best." "I don't seem to recall meeting you," said Blake, grinning and baring his fangs. "And I don't think you want to do whatever this is." "You're going to explain everything, not just to me, but to the enforcer's leadership." "I don't think so." You don't think I know you're recording the audio of this conversation to be used later? That's intelligence gathering 101, said Blake. He raised his voice as he surveyed the alley. For the official record, I know nothing of what happened to you. He focused back on Johann. There. That was easy. Why don't you and your crew find out who's the biggest bitch or something? Johann's lips drew down as his eyes lit up. He glanced at his unit, who followed Johann's movement of tapping at a device in one of their pockets. Audio's off. It's time to beat the truth out of you. Several men and women appeared behind Johann's unit. Johann faced them. Who the fuck are you supposed to be? A slim man in a form-fitting light blue suit with lightly padded armor stepped forward into the dim lighting. His black hair was slicked back over his tan-skinned head. My born-again name is Q Reese, a name I chose. Johann's eyes narrowed. Android resistance. We have no fight with you. Q Reese pointed at Ada. One of our sisters is with Blake, and you are going to assault them. Take her then. Leave Blake and his bitch to us. Q Reese smiled as he glanced at Blake. I'd like to curry favor with Blake. He nodded at Ada. And also talk with our sister and, he said, gesturing at Seth, meet one who has embraced one of our own. Blake knew he and Q Reese would get along fine. Q Reese was not unknown, and Blake had seen the name pop up in missions that involved androids. Usually it was an android who was kidnapped, although he suspected it was more the android resistance freeing an android. Blake knew from most of the reports that Q Reese did not harm innocents, despite what the official Fedorian media portrayed. Why he chose this moment to introduce himself was a mystery. Johann growled as he peered back at his unit. Fine. Then it seems we're going to teach everyone a lesson. Get them! He rushed toward Blake with another member as the other four went off to fight the androids. Blake zipped up to Johann and threw him against the wall. Johann kicked Blake back and then ran toward Seth. Ada stepped in front of Seth and marched forward with her hand out. When she reached Johann, she grabbed him by the neck and raised him off the ground.
You hurt my boyfriend.
Johann clawed at Ada's hand around his neck as he struggled to breathe. Blake grabbed the other unit member who had rushed in to help Johann. With a quick hit to the neck, the unit member went down. Q Reese and his androids had all but incapacitated Johann's remaining four members. Ada, we want him alive. Ada tilted her head as she stared at Johann.
Would Johann's death prevent him from ever hurting Seth?
Blake laid a hand on Ada's arm. Technically, yes, and normally I'd kill him. However, I have something else in mind. Please lower him. Ada's eyes flicked toward Blake. She tossed Johann to the ground. Damn, said Seth, laughing. He walked up and slid an arm around Ada's waist. I think I'm in love. Johann massaged his neck as he tried to regain normal breathing. Q Reese approached Blake. I hope this can be the beginning of a friendship. Blake extended a hand. I like the way you think. They shook hands. Blake knelt next to Johann. Johann cried out when Blake sank his fangs into Johann's neck. His eyes went blank. Blake stood. For the next month, you're going to have a strong urge to dance when around your fellow FDF. It won't be just any dance, though. It'll be a sexy dance that will be completely inappropriate around others. You'll remember this moment now as having come to this alley to see who was the best dancer. No one won, and you wore yourself out and fell asleep. Do you understand? Johann nodded. Good. Now go to sleep. Johann complied. Seth burst out laughing. Smearing shit, and now dancing. That's hilarious. Blake nodded at Seth and then motioned at the rest of Johann's crew. I'll need to do that with the others. Q Reese stepped to the side and bowed slightly with a flourish of his arm. Of course. Be my guest. The other androids brought Johann's crew forward. Blake applied the same hypnotic bite on all of them. When he finished, he nodded at Q Reese. I suspect we have a lot to talk about. We do. But not here. Let's go someplace a bit more private. Lead on. Seth studied the bright room. Q. Reese had led them to a safe house, which apparently was a secure underground storage bay. The trip only took about 20 minutes. There was not much in the way of furniture in the room, with only a few tables, several consoles, and what looked like a cabinet with glass sliding doors. His gaze focused on the slab a bit farther back in the room. It seemed more like a quick pit stop in case an android needed repair or to access information. "Welcome to one of our safe houses," said Q. Reese, waving his arm out in an arc. "You're putting a lot of trust in us to bring us to one of these, especially given my past," said Blake. Q. Reese shrugged. "I think we have more in common than you might think." He glanced at Ada. "Besides working with one of our sisters, your closest friend has an intimate bond with her. If you really were out for us, you wouldn't allow any of that to happen. Fair point. I don't have any animosity toward the AR. I know of your record, and most of it reads like a justice hunter's wet dream." Q. Reese and the other two androids in the room laughed. Ada tilted her head.
Your ease of communication is commendable. Is that due to being Generation 4?
5, actually, said Q. Reese. He gestured at the other two androids. They're G5 as well.
I see. I'm a few models behind.
Seth always wondered if Ada being a Generation 2 model bothered her, and if she would ever upgrade if given the chance. Maybe he would find out. Q. Reese smiled at Ada. Doesn't matter. You're still incredibly special and should recognize that.
Thank you,
said Ada. I have a motive for helping out back there and bringing everyone here. But after this, you want some upgrades. We'll be more than happy to give them to you, said Q. Reese. Illegal ones? Said Seth. Illegal according to the Fredorian government. Not so much outside of it. Ada smiled.
I wouldn't mind perusing them afterward.
Q. Reese clasped his hands together. Excellent, excellent. Now to why we're here. One of the androids brought forth a medium-sized cylindrical container. The sides went transparent after he tapped at the side. Seth grimaced at seeing the orange slime swirling around in a clear liquid. Q. Reese motioned at the container. We've run into this organic thing that seems to have the unique ability to take over an android. All it needs is to get close, and then it slithers its way in and causes havoc. He focused on Blake. From what we've read, you seem to be one of the foremost experts on these slimes, despite the Fredorian government trying to silence the topic. Not only that, we've seen other colored slimes doing unusual things. We've seen them before, said Blake. His eyes narrowed. I wasn't aware that the AR was a target of these slimes. We weren't either. They came out of nowhere. We had infiltrated several organizations, and it seems even androids were not immune to the slimes. So you want information? Q. Reese nodded. We do. There is a counter to the orange slimes that we've developed. However, with organics, that is an unknown quantity. They get slimed, and then we lose a brother or sister who was working with them. It's a pattern that is beginning to show itself more and more.
What is the orange slime counter? Asked
Ada. Specialized microbots. They can detect the chemical composition and then seek it out and bind to it. Every android in the Resistance now has it. Unfortunately, we lost a lot before we developed it. Ada glanced at Blake.
Perhaps I should take these.
Q. Reese raised a finger. They only work on G4s and G5s for now, but we could probably get it to work with G2s. Ada nodded. Blake looked at her. It would be good for you to have them. If Q. Reese is willing to send you the specs, and you review it, then we're better off.
That is acceptable if Q. Reese will make the specs available,
said Ada. Q. Reese smiled. I'll forward you them. You can tweak it as needed, and you should be able to replicate the microbots at any level 3 or higher replicator.
Thank you.
So back to our request. We don't know what we're dealing with. Any information you could give would be very helpful. I know that's a lot to ask, especially given the secrecy of the work that the Presidential Guard does. Blake nodded at Ada. Give Q. Reese everything we have on the Saskarins. I'll leave it up to you to coordinate it.
It will be done,
said Ada. Seth found it interesting that Blake would trust the AR, but they could prove to be a valuable ally. like the Covendrin. Q. Reese's eyebrows rose. "You'll truly do this for us?" "Of course," said Blake. He raised a finger in front of him. "And here's why. I know you're not a terrorist organization like the FDF portrays you to be. You just wanted to help androids after they got reclassified. Also, the Fedorian government is moving slow on this threat. I suspect the FDF has been compromised, and they seem hell-bent on shutting down any discussion on the topic, so spreading the knowledge around is a good counter to that." "You're very wise," said Q. Reese. "The Covendrin also have a mirror of our information. Any new developments we get, we can share with you. We'd appreciate that. The Covendrin are powerful allies to have," said Q. Reese. He grinned. "I think you'll find that we can be just as valuable." Blake nodded. "Given the current climate, I think we'll need all the help we can get." "Anything else you wanted to cover?" "We're good for now. If we wanted to contact you, how should we do so?" asked Q. Reese. "Use a broker drop. They'll notify me if you want to meet or do anything. Although I'm sure our secured channels are secure, it may be better to work through an intermediary for optic reasons." "Not a problem." Blake glanced at the others. "All right. We'll be in touch." He shook hands with Q. Reese and the two other androids, and then exited the building. The group headed back to the ambassadorial compound. "We're racking up allies left and right," said Seth. "I figured something like this might occur," said Blake. "You did?" Blake grinned. "Of course. I'm Blake Brown." "All right, man, cut the shit. How'd you know?" "Well, based on the Fedorian government stonewalling everything, those groups who are impacted by the Saskarins will search out the one unit with authority in the Fedorian government that actually knows what the hell is going on. That happens to be us. I suspect before it's all said and done, we'll have more groups or individuals approach us."
Is it wise to share knowledge like we just did?
asked Ada. Blake nodded. "Think of it as information backups. The more widespread it is, the harder it is to destroy. As a unit, we may get disbanded or destroyed, but the knowledge will live on. In the end, that's what's important."
I don't want our group to be destroyed.
Seth squeezed Ada's hand. He understood her concern and suspected she was enjoying her new lease on life. Whatever made her happy, he would strive to provide it. "Don't worry," said Blake. "I think we're strong enough to handle anything that comes at us." Seth chuckled, recalling their previous mission. "Unless it's Rogundans on a jungle planet." "We would have still won, but maybe minus a few," said Blake. "Nonetheless, let's enjoy the rest of the night. I have to meet with Ricard tomorrow, and I think we'll have a new mission. Let's plan on meeting around 1:00 p.m. tomorrow." "About time," said Seth. "I hate just sitting around, watching one political faction after another attack us for some bullshit reasons." Ada tilted her head.
The Hadrassus research facility's destruction is linked to us. Is that what you're referring to?
"Yeah."
I've been monitoring all communication in that regard. Public sentiment is against us.
Blake laughed. "Of course it is. And that makes our job harder. It's easier for them to hate Earthborn. All right. Enough doomsday talk. Ada, you said you've never done karaoke?"
That is correct.
Blake swatted Seth's arm. "The night's still young, so let's check it out. Seth here is a natural at it." "Aw, man. You know I hate karaoke." Ada swiveled her head towards Seth.
If you hate it, we don't need to go.
Seth ran his thumb along her hand. "Nah, we're going. If you want to experience it live, then that's what we're doing." Her eyes lit up as she smiled. Chapter 2. Blake looked around the debriefing room that he had come to know intimately. It was 9:00 a.m., and after a good night's rest, he was ready for the day. He ran a finger over the cool metallic table and recalled having to update Andia and Ricard on the last 2 missions. Not everything had gone as planned, and new surprises and twists often were the norm, but he enjoyed that. Life was more fun when it was not as predictable. Ricard entered the room. He always looked like he was ready to fight at a moment's notice. Blake raised his head. "Look what the cat dragged in." Ricard grinned as he and Blake forearm shook. "I'm glad to see recent events have not dimmed your outlook." Blake tossed both hands out to the side. I'm Blake Brown. Of course you are, said Ricard, taking a seat next to Blake. So, what's our next mission? Ricard nodded. Right to business. All right. He tapped at the table console, causing a projection to appear on a large screen ahead of them. Blake studied the solar system maps along with the view of several cities from a bird's-eye perspective. Ricard pointed at the screen. These are cities from the Rimworld Generis, which, as you already know, exists on the outer fringes of Fredorian space and is a buffer between that and unmapped space. Yep, been to a few of those cities, and they're pretty lawless. Ricard chuckled. You spent a lot of time there. As I said. Lawless, said Blake, laughing. Ricard interacted with the table console, focusing the screen on one city. Blake's eyes narrowed. The city was devoid of any activity other than the automated services performed by service robots. Tuca. I haven't been there in a while, but that is where Seth and I did our first contract and ran into that dirtbag Alcaraz. Looks like it's empty. Ricard nodded and changed the screen. This is from an FDF drone that flew over Tuca last week. The screen showed a bustling city. That's how I remember it, said Blake, rubbing his chin. There are some powerful factions in that city. They wouldn't leave without a fight, I agree. The FDF sent a survey party to investigate. The report shows no activity in the city. None. Ricard shook his head. None at all. I know the Viserians didn't just up and leave. They're a powerful Saskarin vampire group. Maybe they didn't. Blake smiled. Our next mission is to figure out what happened and see if anyone is there or discover where they went. Yes. And I suspect the FDF report is not as thorough as it should be. The FDF still has teams on the ground, but they've already closed the matter. They have. That doesn't make sense. It's one of their colonies, and everyone goes missing, and they just don't care? Asked Blake. Ricard shrugged. I don't like it. Something's going on, and I feel it's a cover-up of some sort. I suspect the Saskarins are involved at some level. All right, said Blake. Any other cities get hit? Most of Generis was hit. There were also a few outposts there that the FDF controlled that were hidden, but their status is unknown. That would be a good place to start. I'll send you everything the Rangers collected from the FDF probes. Ricard eased back in his chair. So, had any contact with Yuldaris? Blake grinned. I have. Actually. We have new detectors that can tell the difference between slimes and also a chemical concoction that will de-slime someone. He said the process was painful for a few days as the slime is disintegrated. I'm still amazed you work with Yuldaris of all people, said Ricard, snorting. Yeah, especially since you, him, and Andia were all involved in some epic-level shit that I'm not allowed to know about. Ricard cleared his throat. As I've said before, the less is known, the better. Still, it seems he's taken advantage of the second chance he was given. That could be useful. Yeah, and speaking of new friends, the android resistance is now in the picture. I updated them with what was known about the Saskarins. I see. That's your call, but I hope you know what you're doing with them. They don't want to make an enemy of me, and I think they could be a valuable asset, said Blake. He chuckled. Curice himself met up with me. Really? Yeah. We had an encounter with Johann and his enforcer, well, ex-enforcer buddies, and Curice not only gave me a heads up, but he and his crew helped resolve the situation, said Blake. Is Johann still alive? Asked Ricard. He is, but he has a new mission to do, said Blake, grinning. Ricard laughed. You need to be careful with that. It might backfire at some point, of course. Anyways, I'll stay in contact with the AR the same way as the Coventrin. Broker drops. You're building up quite an alliance. Blake shrugged. I think we may need all the help we can get before this is all said and done. I agree, said Ricard. Andia has her hands full trying to steer the Fredorian government to act, but it's slow going. In the time it took for her to even bring up something to discuss in the Senate, the Coventrin have provided you with a detector and a de-slimer. In this ongoing situation with the Saskarins, being able to respond quickly is important, and I think the setup you have going is agile enough to do that. You know, most Fedorians would balk at the alliances I'm forming. But not you. I'm Cregan, and understand that on a personal note, sometimes help can come in surprising packages, said Rakar, shifting in his seat. I'm with you there. I'll send over everything I have on this mission. On another note, how is everyone? Blake smiled. Seth and Ada have been spending a lot of time together. Their relationship has moved to the next level. Interesting. Blake cleared his throat. As for Zane, he's been spending a lot of time with Tillian. She's integrated well, and he seems a lot happier in general. That's good to hear, said Rakar. Cal and Kane have been hitting the club scene a lot and also are working on some new tech. Cal's taken an active role on that, and based on what we've faced up to this point, that's a good thing. Luke took some time to visit his son, Jimmy, but Luke's back now and working on the Excelsior. Busy crew. What about Sarah? Asked Rakar. She's been training nonstop. Firearms, close-quarter combat, you name it. Have you been helping her? Blake laughed. Not in that way. But I have been at several of her training sessions. She's serious about being able to defend herself and survive. I admire her fire. I bet you do. Blake grinned, and then they laughed. You haven't? Asked Rakar. No. Not at all, said Blake, although I'll admit, she does look good in a tight suit. Rakar smiled. I'm sure she does. How is Doc doing? He's actually been upgrading at a rapid pace with Kane and Ada's help. They created a new defense robot form for him, and I like having Doc around. He's been quite a surprise. He is one of the more advanced AIs, said Rakar. Yeah, and I don't begrudge him for not wanting to be shackled on the Excelsior. This new body will support moving him off completely if he needs to. It'll take him some time to learn. Just be careful with that. Blake nodded. I will. Blake went over the morning's discussion in his head as he headed over to an information broker booth. Breakfast had come and gone with Rakar, and Blake had a lot of questions on his mind. The information broker charged per question, and Blake suspected it would get expensive if he asked all his questions, so he had to be precise. Still, he had to give credit to the Fedorian government for allowing the booths to exist in all major cities. He wondered what deal the broker had struck to get that accomplished. It was probably not difficult, given how much the broker knew. As Blake approached the booth, he grinned at its simplistic design. It was different, depending on the culture it was built in, and this one looked like a run-down building with a dirty front door. A robot stood out front and scanned him.
The chamber is available for use. Please secure your weapons and stand at least 2 feet away from the walls at all times.
All right, said Blake. He knew the robot was a virtual intelligence. They were usually used as a go-between, and once inside, the broker or a proxy responded if interested. The door slid open. Blake stepped through the door and into a room with 8 even sides. A waist-high octagonal platform sat in the center. The door closed, sealing him in. After a moment, the center platform shimmered briefly, and a holographic male human appeared. It rotated its head slowly from left to right as it scanned him. State your business. I'd like to know any information on the missing inhabitants of Generis. Your payment method. I can offer credits or maybe correction. No payment needed. Please head to Killikin at the following coordinates. Blake drew his head back. This was the first time he had ever heard of this occurring. Okay. He copied the coordinates. It was to a weapon dealer named Corton, someone who Blake knew very well. Huh. That's Corton's shop. I always knew he was an informant. The hologram tilted its head. No, he isn't, but his shop is a low-key place to meet. Blake grinned. So there is someone listening. Yes, and you will meet an informant there who has information to give you. What will they look like? They'll contact you. Also make sure your comms are off when you come, as well as any device that can be pinged. Use camouflage shielding to get there. Blake laughed. Of course. All right. To Killikin it is, then. The hologram faded, and the door opened. Blake exited the booth and took a moment to gather his thoughts. Going to Killikin seemed like a very unusual choice for a meeting. He would go, but a part of him knew that the meeting was probably not going to be as simple as it sounded. Regardless, Killikin was a dangerous place, so he needed to be careful. The crew meeting was in an hour, and it would take him about that long to reach the Excelsior and get everything ready. There was not a lot of information on the new mission, and like the other missions, he would need to go digging. An hour later, the crew met in the Excelsior briefing room. Everyone looked refreshed. A holographic emitter had been installed where one of the chairs would be, and Doc was projected sitting there now. As for everyone else, they probably knew that with a mission briefing, they would be leaving the next day. Blake grinned. "It's been a while." "Yep. I'm ready to stir shit up," said Zane. "Same," said Cal. Blake nodded at them both. "We'll have our chance, I'm sure." Ada glanced at Doc.
It's good to see you joining our briefings.
"I could just listen in the old way, but this feels right," said Doc, raising a finger. "And we're glad to have your input," said Blake. He tapped at the table console and pulled up a projection of Generis. "Now to the mission. It's to find out what the fuck happened to this Rimworld. Generis, as you know, was one of the more boisterous Rimborn colonies out there. For everyone to disappear is quite odd, especially considering they have an FDF fleet near there." "You mean people? Or whole cities?" asked Sarah. Blake changed the projection to show Tuca. "People. Although I'm sure some other things are gone too." He motioned at the projection. "This is Tuca. Seth, you might remember this from our first freelancing contract. Yeah, place was packed when we were there, and now no one is there." "That's really odd," said Seth. "Yes, it is," said Blake. "We're going to head out there, but we need to make a pit stop at Killikin." Seth laughed. "Tuca? And now Killikin? All we need is Tansa Guild involvement and we can call it a wrap." Zane smirked. "Killikin. What a shithole." "Yeah," said Blake. "However, I have a broker appointment there. For that, I'll go alone. My comms will be silenced during that time, per the broker's requirement." Luke raised his hand. "It would be a good opportunity to pick up some enhancements or modifications from the black market that only a level 4 or higher matter replicator could produce." "Whatever you think is reasonable," said Blake. Kane swatted Luke's arm. "You just want those sweet wall turrets installed in the cargo bay." I do, actually," said Luke, chuckling. "It might be a good opportunity to also see what's the latest and greatest on the market." "Good idea. I'll go with you," said Kane. Ada tilted her head.
Seth and I could accompany you.
"We're coming too, then," said Cal, waving a finger between him and Zane. "If Killikin is as bad as I've heard it is, having a group might not be too bad." Sarah smiled. "Doc and I will hold down the ship." "We can do that," said Doc. Kane looked at Doc. "To help you out, I've replicated new defense robots. They're tougher with heavier shielding, and we now have 8 of them. Based on the last mission's fight, these should do remarkably better." "Hopefully we will not need to use them," said Doc. "I also appreciate you making a custom body for me. I'll use it well." "It's all good, man," said Kane, tapping his forehead with a finger, then pointing at Doc. Blake nodded. "All right. We leave tomorrow morning. Take the rest of the day to do whatever you need to do. The trip to Killikin won't take too long, and we should be there by midday tomorrow, I'm hoping. Oh, before I forget." He reached under the table and pulled up a small tray with oblong, plastic-like pills. "Make sure to grab a few of these before you go. Kane has made these pill beacons emit a frequency once digested, a frequency the Excelsior can use to find you if you get separated." "Any side effects?" asked Zane. Kane grinned. "Don't get lost, and you'll never find out." Zane chuckled. The crew picked up their pills and began to disperse. Seth stayed behind. "We starting off right this time?" Blake nodded for Seth to follow him to his office. Once inside, Blake said, "Yeah, I think we are. Although, this broker meeting is odd." "How so?" "Usually it's a drop. In this case, I'm to actually meet an informant at Cordon's place." "He's an informant?" "That's what I thought," said Blake. "Turns out, he's not." Supposedly. It'll still be good to see him, but I'm curious now what his involvement is. Seth licked his lips. Man, you sure you should be going alone? He mimicked shooting 2 pistols. You might need my skills. I don't want to get my ass beat, said Blake, laughing. Aw, man, quit clowning. You know what I mean. I'll be all right, said Blake. He tossed his hands out to the side. I'm Blake Brown. Remember? Yeah. I remember. Also, just in case things go bad, you need to get out a message to Jarvis. Tell him, dust rocks. Go bad. Dust rocks? Blake grinned. Just trust me on this, and let's hope you never have to use it. If anything, something will go bad for me. That's par for the course. What does dust rocks mean? It usually means to meet up at the nearest safe house. If it comes from a messenger like you, then it's code for some serious shit is going down. I appreciate you trusting me. All right, no need to get all mushy. Back on topic. Make sure Luke gets whatever he needs. You know how bad Killikin can be at night, and if he goes out, it'll be night when he's coming back. Seth nodded. We got his back. With Zane, Cal, and Ada coming along with me, Luke and Kane won't have anything to worry about. I hope not. On another note, how is Ada handling meeting Curies? Asked Blake. Seth shrugged. She seems pretty casual about it. The new upgrades have piqued her interest, and yes, I'll make sure nothing wild happens. She's reviewing the specs for the anti-slime microbots. I trust her to do what's best for her. But I'm sure you'll have some input, if you're not already giving her some. Seth chuckled as he shook his head. Oh, man, come on. Go. Be with her, young one. Seth laughed as he exited the office. Chapter 3. Blake took in the Killikin air as he stood outside the Excelsior. The journey there was uneventful, and the crew had been ready to get going. It had been a day since the briefing, and he hoped this trip would be quick. Hopefully, Luke and Kane would find the modifications and enhancements they wanted. They would have a decent group to escort them, which was important on Killikin. Killikin had not changed much. In the distance, Blake saw a shakedown occurring, and 2 pilots seemed to be fighting behind him. A quick check verified that his comms were silent. He activated his camouflage shielding and headed out. Killikin had an unusual history. The Draka who inhabited the planet were technologically primitive until alien criminal organizations took over. The Kriegenstar Empire stepped in due to knowledge pollution. The result was that Killikin was now a black market power broker. It cracked Blake up since the Draka looked like jelly beans to him. One thing he understood, though, was that the Draka knew a good thing when they saw it. With the backing of the Kriegenstar Empire and extensive knowledge of the black market and criminal organizations, the Draka grew in power quickly. They were not a superstitious people and adapted quickly, something he had always admired about them. The path to Cordon's weapon shop was well known to him. As the 1-story building came into view 45 minutes later, he remembered approaching it at night during his first freelancing contract, and then killing several Dredalians. Although he had been to Cordon's place several times after that incident, it had been a while. Blake was curious to see what Cordon was up to. A pair of wall-mounted turrets tracked Blake as he moved toward the entrance. He stopped to inspect the turrets. There was a smaller one hidden behind a sign. He chuckled as he looked around the entrance. Although it was not visible, he could smell the chemicals that would most likely be wrapped up into a mine. Maybe it was a smoke mine or something else. It was obvious Cordon was not taking any chances. Blake entered Cordon's shop and then deactivated his camouflage shielding. It took him a moment, but he saw Cordon behind an advanced counter. Searching the rest of the shop showed no signs of anyone else. "Blake Brown," said Cordon, hopping off his stool and waddling around the counter. They shook hands. "It's been a while," said Blake. "It sure has," said Cordon. He looked Blake over. "You're looking good. Then again, you never age. I can bite you, and then you'll never age." Cordon burst out laughing. "Half the time I never know if you're serious." He went back to his stool behind the counter and hopped up on it. "You made some new friends, I hear. Yep, the Presidential Guard, Earthborn unit. I would have never guessed it. Legendary Ranger wasn't enough. Now you got an elite team and a fancy ship. The Excelsior, right? Yep, and it's worked so far. I bet. Blake licked his right fang. Do you know why I'm here? Well, I didn't expect this to be just a social call, although you're more than welcome to do that any time you want, said Corden. He chuckled. Yes, I know why you're here. There's a package for you to pick up. That's not actually why I'm here. I'm meeting an information broker informant. Corden gripped the counter. You're meeting one here? Oh, come on. You knew that. Actually, no. I got a package with a note on it a few days ago that said it was for you, and it had some instructions with it. I thought you were here to pick it up. Blake sniffed the air. Corden smelled as he normally did, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Even his 2 heartbeats seemed normal. Okay. What was the package? Corden smiled as he interacted with his counter console. 2 robots shimmered into view and stood near the counter. Impressive. Why would someone send me 2 robots? Asked Blake. Corden laughed. That's not the package. They'll take you over the store while I show you yours. Blake studied the robots. I see you really beefed up your defenses. I got a security AI. She's highly efficient. Blake nodded. They can be for sure. He followed Corden to a back room. Along the way, he peeked into a side room and saw a Draka-shaped robot. Looks like your AI can control several forms. Corden looked back. In my line of work, you get what you can. Don't worry, I wasn't judging you. That's not as uncommon as you might think. They arrived at the back room. If you're done analyzing my sex life, there's your package, said Corden, pointing at an object sitting on a table in the middle of the room. Blake sat on the couch near the table and examined the object. It looked like a black helmet shaped into a pyramid, except instead of a pointed top, it had a smooth, flat silver surface. Light blue horizontal bands ran around the side. He picked it up and examined the various wires with nodes that filled the inside. So what is this, exactly? He asked. Corden handed Blake a small card. Instructions are on there, but it says to just put it on. Blake moved the helmet around. Who delivered this to you? A generic merc for Gambunos. Contract paid 20,000 credits. All they had to do was retrieve it from a safe location and bring it here. Blake's eyes narrowed. It seemed like a lot of trouble to have something delivered. All right. I guess then I'll be communicating with the information broker informant via this. Unless, for the last time, I'm not an informant. Blake grinned. Just had to check. Seems interesting that the broker chose your shop. Maybe they knew you would be safe here. Blake drew his head back. That's actually a very good point. I'm sure your security AI would keep me safe. Corden glared at Blake. All right. If something goes bad, get me to my ship. Of course. Blake slipped the helmet on and adjusted the straps under his chin so it was held in place. The wires in the helmet activated and placed circular pads along his head. Needles jabbed him through the pads. Everything went black. Seth smiled as he took a good view of the group around him. Zane, Cal, and Ada all had their light armor on and were packing serious weaponry. Luke pushed a hovering slab, while Kane walked alongside it, talking animatedly with his hands. The place they were going was not too far, and it was daylight, so Seth expected this would be an easy run. It felt good to be out with the group, since the last mission had him cooped up for the most part. Kane pointed at an altercation nearby. Damn, S-man, look at that shit. Happens all the time here, said Seth. Zane smirked. No one better try that shit with us. It'd be ass-whooping time, said Cal, slapping hands with Zane. Seth enjoyed the bravado, and it made him feel safer that Zane and Cal had come. One of the new adjustments Kane had done for Seth was to provide a thin backpack that had heavier kinetic shielding. Although the suit could not camouflage shield, it could take a serious beating. It was still in trial mode, as Kane called it, but Seth hoped he would not have to use it. He also had forearm guards that could shoot powerful stun wires either forward or perpendicular to his forearm. Ada looked around.
This appears to be a very dirty place.
Yeah, in more than one way, said Zane, grinning.
What other ways? She asked.
Everyone chuckled. Seth grabbed her hand. He means that there are a lot of, as you would put it, procreation activities that go on here.
I see. I would suspect, then, that there would be some G1s here,
said Ada. Seth nodded. Yeah, they have a few. Any you recommend? Asked Cal, smiling and pointing a finger from each hand at Seth. Oh, man, said Seth. Ada glanced at Cal, and then Seth. I was kidding, said Cal. Ada nodded. The group continued through the various side streets. Passerby scattered out of the way as the crew approached. Seth smiled when he saw 3 robed unheralds move away from them. Unheralds were a thin, humanoid race with buggy eyes, green skin, and chitin-like armor on their bodies. Back in the freelancing days when it was just him and Blake, they had tried to hold Blake up. It did not go well for them. They probably sensed this group was too tough to try that. As the group passed through a side street that had a perpendicular alley, Ada paused. She scanned the alleyway.
We aren't alone.
She pulled her weapon and charged down the street. Seth's heartbeat shot up as he drew his weapon and tried to see what Ada meant. The rest of the crew pulled their weapons out. A net materialized from farther down the street and wrapped around Ada. It lit up with electrical arcs. Ada froze, then tilted over. Ada, said Seth. He realized that if Ada had not done that, the whole group would have been caught in the net. She had sacrificed herself and had probably calculated that by the time everyone reacted, it would have been too late. He gnashed his teeth. The crew fired down the street, highlighting the shielding of something hidden. A beam of concentric circles fired out and hit Zane, slamming him back into a wall. Another hit Cal, who crashed into Luke and Kane. Seth rolled out of the way behind a building. He peeked out and saw that although the others were down, they had burst down the kinetic shielding of whoever had been firing at them. Rage filled him as he looked at Ada's body. He took a pot shot at the heavily armored alien advancing toward them. Give it up, Seth, said the alien. You won't penetrate my armor, and I have much more firepower. Seth did not want to run, but he knew trying to take the alien out would not end well. He tapped his communication device. Sarah, I'm here, said Sarah over group comms. We were just attacked, and I'm about to be flushed. Bring some defense robots to our location. Got it. Seth sighed. Now all he had to do was stall. He lowered his helmet. Okay, you got me. I'm coming out. Good. Put your hands up when you do. Seth walked out with his hands raised. He got a good look at the alien. It was a reptilian humanoid, but he could not pin down what species it was. The alien grinned. You've just been caught by Gorgas Det, one of the most feared bounty hunters out there. Seth knew of the Det clan. They were numerous and specialized in high-value bounties. Considering the bounty on the Excelsior crew was low, something must have changed. He decided to play off Gorgas's ego. I've heard of your clan. You guys are pretty tough. Gorgas studied Seth. That's right. And you just saw how easily I took down your whole group. Yeah, you sure got us. You're awfully friendly. Too friendly. Not at all, said Seth. I do know when we've been beaten, though. We both know I wouldn't be able to get through your armor before you took me down. Gorgas hissed and growled. Yes. You know strength when you see it. Good. I left you conscious so you can load up the others on the hover slab. Then you want me to push the slab? You're quick, said Gorgas. He motioned his weapon at the others. Get to it. Seth sighed as he loaded everyone onto the slab. Zane had been hit hard enough to knock him out. That must be some specialized beam Gorgas had. It probably went right through kinetic shielding. making armor the final deterrent. Even then, if it had a stun effect, it would dismantle any armor without protection against that. Carrying Ada to the hover slab made Seth's blood boil. He would deal with it after the situation was handled. After loading everyone onto the hover slab, he glanced down to where they had initially entered the street. Sarah had arrived with 4 defense robots, and they were out of Gorgis's line of sight since he was back farther in the perpendicular side street. All Seth had to do was keep Gorgis's attention. Seth extended his wrists to Gorgis. "I guess you're going to want to cuff me." Gorgis laughed. "Aren't you the model prisoner? I do have some shocking news, though." Gorgis reached behind him and pulled out some magnetic cuffs. He flipped them around in his hand as he studied Seth. "You do? Do you? And what would that be?" Seth activated the stun from his custom forearm guards. 2 lines shot out and attached to Gorgis's armor. Gorgis dropped the cuffs as he stood straight, while electrical arcs danced over his armor. "Now!" said Seth to Sarah over group comms. He dived toward the ground. Sarah appeared with the 4 defense robots, and together they bathed Gorgis in stun beams. Gorgis paused for a moment, and then collapsed. "Looks like we came just in time." "Who is this guy?" asked Sarah. "Gorgis Det, a bounty hunter." "We need to get him back to the Excelsior and wait on Blake," said Seth. He hustled over to Ada. "Damn." One of the defense robots scanned Ada.
"She is fine."
"Doc?" asked Seth.
"It is I. She will be okay. Her head unit has a surge protection mechanism. She just has no motor control for the moment."
Seth exhaled from his mouth. "All right." Several robots loaded Gorgis onto the hover slab, and then one got behind it. "Back to the Excelsior, then." Sarah smiled. "Seems you and I keep working together. And you know what? That works for me," said Seth. When they reached the Excelsior, Seth had Gorgis delivered to the training room. He was bound in magnetic restraints and set on a chair. Seth pulled up another chair with the back facing Gorgis. Seth took a seat. "I'll watch Gorgis." Sarah retrieved another chair and positioned it in the same way as Seth's. "Doc used the defense robots to move everyone to their living quarters. He said the stun will wear off soon. As for Ada, Doc said he can fix her and is doing so now." She sat and crossed her arms over the chair edge. "I'm just going to watch him," said Seth. "I know, but I thought I'd keep you company." Seth grinned. He extended a hand at a 45-degree angle. Sarah studied his hand and then slapped it. They shook. Seth liked how reliable Sarah was. He was not sure earlier how she would adapt to an Earthborn crew as a Fredorian, but she had proven herself over and over. He was glad to have her back him up. Seth's eyes narrowed as he studied Gorgis. Blake would want to interrogate Gorgis, but Seth wanted to do nothing more than kick the crap out of Gorgis. Seth smiled as he thought about Gorgis waking up and then seeing himself surrounded by everyone with Blake front and center. Seth wanted to go to the medical lab, but he knew he would just be in the way. He was sure she would be okay in Doc's hands. Seth glanced over at Sarah and nodded, then relaxed in his chair. Chapter 4. Blake surveyed the new environment that had popped up around him. If this was a simulation of some type, it was hard to tell the difference from the real world. He was in a forest clearing. The dirt ground was unusually clear of obstacles, except for a round table with some chairs that sat in the center. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and the earthy smells were consistent with what he knew of forests. He was not aware technology like this existed at this level. A lanky, fair-skinned man appeared in a white formal suit. His hair was slicked back, and he stood with a cane that had a bright bulb at the top. He had a trimmed white beard and a prominent mustache. The style reminded Blake of someone from the South in the 1850s, a period he was seldom reminded of. He was not sure what to expect. "Hello? Hello, hello," said the man in a fast-paced, high-pitched voice. "Welcome to what I call a virtual environment." He flashed his hands out to the side. "I'm the information broker." He motioned at the table and chairs. "Please take a seat." "All right," said Blake. sitting while eyeing the broker. I was expecting an informant. Misdirection can be quite useful, don't you think? I take it then this isn't your real form, said Blake. Of course not, said the broker, taking his seat. He rested his cane against the table. I find it's a lot easier to meet like this than in person. Bounty hunters like to hunt me. Yes, hunt. Blake chuckled. You're quite a character. I am. But I suspect you didn't come all this way just to see my unique personality. I came because the broker booth said to meet an informant here, or, well, at Corton's shop. The broker smiled. I know. Blake looked around. This environment is unlike anything I've seen out here, or will ever see for a while anyway, said the broker. You'd never believe where I got the idea for the implementation, but enough about that. You're here about the missing inhabitants on Generis, Blake nodded. Yeah, I just wanted to know if there was anything going on before I headed out. I see. Humans are so curious, especially Earthborn ones, said the broker, raising a finger. I like that. You're Earthborn too, and you're a Daedrold. His head swayed as he shook both hands out in front, otherwise known as a vampire. Blake laughed. I bet you're wondering why you're meeting with me directly and not an informant, yes? Actually, yeah, said Blake. One, you're worthy of my attention, mainly because you had the attention of something that is much more powerful than either of us can imagine. Blake furrowed his eyebrows. He kept hearing about something powerful from places he did not expect. Two, the information I'm giving you is for you only. No go-betweens. Blake wondered what the broker had on the Saskarins. And finally, I just wanted to meet you, said the broker, grinning. It's good to meet you too, said Blake. Now, on to the information. There's two parts. The first one is simple. You're investigating Generis and in particular Tuca. That's not the only place that's been hit. The Shulan Empire has been affected. Blake's eyes narrowed. He had not heard the Shulan name mentioned in a long time. They were an unusual alien species that had integrated with armored suits. Although they were small relative to a human, their armored shells stood about 7 feet tall, and their helmet looked like an elongated steel dome with a visor on front. How are they handling it? He asked. Unusually, said the broker, shaking his hands out in front of him. Blake laughed. All right. What does that mean? They seem to be aware of it, but their government is doing nothing about it. Yeah, that is odd. The Shulans are very xenophobic. I don't think they would take something like that sitting down, unless... The broker smiled and leaned in. Unless... Their upper levels have been compromised. The broker wagged a finger at Blake. Very good. Blake exhaled from his mouth. If the Shulans were compromised, that would be disruptive to local galactic politics. Almost sounds like a test run for taking over a civilization. All right. And the second piece of information? This one is personal. You have an additional mission. A long-term one. Blake chuckled. I think I may have my hands full with my current one. The broker placed a hand on his chest. Oh, it's not for me. I don't understand. Then maybe he can explain, said the broker, snapping his fingers. Blake stumbled out of his chair when a frozen projection of his master, Lord Noskov, appeared. He looked just like Blake remembered. Pale skin, black eyes, black suit, and slicked back hair. A black cape with a red interior fluttered behind Lord Noskov. How is this possible? Asked Blake with wide eyes. I smuggled a hollow message out from Earth. Do you know how difficult that is? Even for someone like me, I had to negotiate with slavers. Never a fun thing. Now, are you ready to hear it? Blake's pulse quickened. Sure. The projection began to play. Blake, if you're seeing this, that means you're still alive, said Lord Noskov in his usual deep voice with a thick Eastern European accent. I've read about your accomplishments in the Fredorian Rangers, and it seems you've made a name for yourself. That's Good to hear. Blake glanced at the smiling broker. Although the ancient vampires have a seat in the Earthworld that represents Earth, we have no presence outside of that. This means you are the sole representative of the ancient vampires outside of Earth. That needs to change. You'll be a lord at some point, and you'll need a group around you that you trust. One you personally have converted, as I did to you so long ago. It will take time, but over the coming centuries, Earth will be integrated into the Kriegenstar Empire as a full member. We can then reunite. Lords Vigon, Scar, and Cyrus have agreed to this, and you will be the fifth lord should this come to pass. Blake wrinkled his eyebrows. He still had several thousand years and practice of containing full bloodlust before becoming an ancient vampire lord. I know you're wondering now about full bloodlust and being controlled by the dead-old Prince Drulkon the Destroyer. When we reunite, we will help you with that. How you go about building your group is up to you, and the broker has offered his help with whatever you need in terms of resources. The broker is the only one we can trust, and you should too. We share a common friend. The broker cocked his hand like a gun at Lord Noskov. Is true. Perhaps we can communicate in person someday, but for now, this will have to do. Be well, my disciple, said Lord Noskov. The projection faded. That's all of it? Asked Blake. The broker nodded. Blake sighed. Thank you. It was good to see my master, even if it's just a projection. The broker smiled. So my master wants me to form a group over the coming centuries. At least I have time. You could just bite your current crew, mission accomplished, said the broker. Yeah, I don't think they want that. Still, that's a tall order, said Blake. He raised an eyebrow. And he said you'll help me. The broker nodded. I would suggest starting small. Maybe an isolated base outfitted to your particular needs. Obviously, this would need to be kept quiet. The conversion process takes a while and requires a lot of attention, said Blake. An isolated base would be a good start. Yes, it would be. I'm quite aware of Daedrold rituals and culture, said the broker. You are? Asked Blake. Of course, Blake. I'm the information broker. Ha ha! He said, laughing and slapping his knee. Blake shook his head. You're one strange character. And an Earthborn Daedrold traipsing around galactic space isn't? Good point. We'll stay in contact. Blake raised a finger. Oh, before you go, what's with denying Hildaris information initially? The broker's eyes narrowed. Some consequences take longer to apply than others. And what action caused those consequences? The broker grinned. Maybe someday you'll know. Perhaps when you reunite with the other ancient vampire lords. Blake sighed. I should call you the Riddler. Ha! I like that, said the broker, clapping. His face turned serious. If you need me, just pop on the helmet. It's designed only for you, but use it sparingly. He puffed out his chest. I'm a busy man. Until next time. The environment went black. Zane scrunched his face as he opened his eyes. His muscles were sore, and every movement screamed at him. After a moment, sensation returned to his body. It all came roaring back to him as he sat up. Some halo-shaped energy beam had sent him flying into a wall, then knocked him out. His suit should have protected him, but it was overpowered. He needed to get his hands on that weapon. Whoever shot the beam at him had failed, as Zane was in his room. Doc must have put him there. No need to take up a medical slab unless there was someone in more need of one. Zane checked that he was decent, and then rushed to the med bay. Doc looked up when Zane entered.
How are you feeling?
Zane exhaled from his mouth. I'm doing all right. Ada lay on a slab with half her head open. How's she doing?
She'll be up and running here shortly. Her surge protection is quite remarkable. The neural matrix has a cage that closed up before anything could get to it.
Zane studied Ada's head. I forget she's an android sometimes.
Is that important?
Nah, said Zane, smiling. She's unique, and a person to me. Doc nodded. As are you, just to be clear.
It's appreciated.
Zane looked around. Where's everyone else?
Seth and Sarah are in the training room. They have someone called Gorgas Det tied to a chair. Blake is on his way back from wherever he went. Luke, Cal, and Kane are still in their rooms.
Gorgas Det, huh? Asked Zane. That must be the asshole who attacked us. Okay, I'm off to the training room then. He nodded at Doc and exited the med bay. When he reached the training room, he saw Seth and Sarah sitting on chairs with the back sides facing Gorgas. Hey, Zane, said Seth, turning his head to the side. Zane approached Gorgas. Hey, guys. He glanced at Sarah. And girls. Seth and Sarah laughed. Hey, guy, said Sarah, smiling. Zane chuckled. This the piece of shit who attacked us? Yep, said Seth. Zane studied Gorgas. The Det name was well known in bounty hunter circles. Zane had run into various Dets in the past. They were from a reptilian race known as the Lazarams, and unlike the short-snouted Drodalians, the Lazarams had a long nose. Their skin consisted of green scales, and they had small ridges along their backs. Although they had a tail, it was short. Gorgas was still out, and Zane wanted to hurt him. Zane sighed. I guess we're waiting on Blake? Yeah, said Seth. He'll be here shortly. We informed him when his comms went online. Zane eyed Gorgas. I'd like to kick the crap out of this piece of shit. Gorgas was quite effective from what Seth showed me, said Sarah. How do we get out of this one? Seth grinned. He didn't stun me because he wanted me to load everyone up and then push the slab. That was his mistake. I called Sarah, and she came with some defense robots. I shocked him with that forearm stun thing Kane whipped up after our beating last mission. Between Sarah, the robots, and my forearm wrap, Gorgas took a stun shower. You guys did good, said Zane. I'll need to look into how to prevent that from occurring. I'm sure Kane will have some motivation now. Sarah laughed. I'm sure he will. Ada must have sensed that net was coming and sacrificed herself to give us some time, said Zane. Seth looked down. Yeah. Blake entered the room. Gorgas dead, said Blake, strutting around and examining Gorgas. He looked around. Everyone all right? I just saw Ada and she looks to be okay. I heard the others are in their rooms. He motioned at Zane. I guess you got up early. Yeah, said Zane. I got taken down like a little bitch. It was Seth, Sarah, and Doc who saved our asses. Blake eyed Seth and Sarah. Good job. Seems the ass-kicking curse doesn't extend to bounty hunters. Yeah, let's be thankful for that, said Seth. He wrinkled his eyebrows. You take care of whatever you needed to? Blake grinned. Yeah. And then some. I'll update everyone at a briefing later. He pointed at Gorgas Det. All right. Let's see what this asshole has to say. Blake stood behind Gorgas, then bit his neck. Gorgas's eyes opened. He sat still. You're under my command. Do you understand? Asked Blake. I do, said Gorgas. Good. Why'd you attack my crew? The bounty has been raised on each crew member. Blake nodded. And that attracted the likes of you? Yes. Blake glanced around at the others. Seems we will likely have more bounty hunters in our future. He faced Gorgas. Who upped the bounty? I don't know. It's anonymous. Where'd you get yours? Gambunos. Blake sighed. How many other sleazeball bounty hunters do you know who picked it up? 17. Zane shook his head. Damn. Blake raised a finger. And of those 17, how many are from your clan? 3. Blake gestured at the others while still looking at Gorgas. You will answer their questions. I will. Zane stepped forward. What was that stun beam you hit me with? A modified Saskarin stun beam. How do I get one of them? They are available at any black market weapons dealer. Zane ran a hand over his mouth. With the mods? Gorgas nodded. How do you protect against it? Rapidly modulating kinetic shielding. Damn, said Zane. That's some high-end equipment. Requires some stored energy that can't be replicated. Seth's eyes narrowed. It seems risky to come after us. Was the increased bounty the only motivation? No. Cal Modan is wanted by several bounty hunter groups. The others are wanted by anonymous groups. So in addition to the high bounty, it'd be a payday if we were all captured. Yes. Why would someone have a contract on me? Asked Sarah. You're considered a traitor by the FDF. So the FDF placed the contract? No, it's anonymous. But the FDF is known to pay discreetly for the killing of traitors. Sarah gulped. Oh. Blake shook his head. Anyone else have any questions? They shook their heads. Blake knelt next to Gorgas and looked him in the eye. Here's what's going to happen. You won't remember what happened when you encountered us. This desire to do this contract will vanish. Instead, you'll actively seek out the other bounty hunters, learn their plans, and send any information to this CID, said Blake, showing his CID to Gorgas. This will wear off in a month. Before it does, you'll destroy any evidence that you sent me information. Is that understood? Yes, said Gorgas. Blake freed Gorgas. Good. Now get the fuck off my ship. Gorgas stood and then exited the training room. Zane, see to it that he actually does get off the ship. Zane nodded. No problem. As Zane followed Gorgas, he realized with so many bounty hunters after them, they'd be a walking target wherever they went, at least until the bounties disappeared. He would need to be more aware and get better equipment. It bothered him that he went down so easily. If he had his juggernaut suit, he probably would have fared better in the attack, but it was not always efficient to wear due to its size. Plus, it was a little claustrophobic at times. He marveled at Blake's hypnotic bite. No threats were needed. Just bite the person, get information, and then tell them what to do. If Zane had that skill, it would be difficult to not go wild with it. How Blake was able to keep it under control eluded Zane. He sighed. Hopefully none of this splashed on Tillian. Chapter 5. Kane's pulse quickened as he looked around the black market hub. Shopping for illicit goods was always a good time. It was 9:00 p.m., and he and Luke had been escorted by Blake and Zane in his juggernaut suit. The rest of the crew was back at the ship. This time, there were no interruptions on the way. Between Blake being able to sense anything before it got close, and Zane in his death-dealing suit, Kane did not think much would mess with them. Now he had time to peruse the various terminals around the smoke-filled den. Interesting place, said Zane. Oh yeah, said Kane, checking out a terminal. They got a lot of good stuff here. Blake nodded toward Luke, who was at another terminal. Zane, cover him. I'll stay with Kane. You got it, said Zane. He took off toward Luke. A Draka with a black outfit and a gold hat approached them. Like what you're seeing? Kane faced the Draka. Yeah. Who are you? Call me Gridio. I'm a fulfillment provider. Blake laughed. You mean you retrieve and then provide illegal stuff? Gridio shrugged. It's what keeps this place flowing. The terminal you're looking at is operated by me. A lot of good stuff on it, said Kane. What are you looking for? Kane glanced at Blake, then back at Gridio. Some specific parts that can't be replicated. Stored energy and high element materials. Kane nodded. Just looking for some small quantities. Usually those are used for weapons or armor, said Gritio, eyeing Kane. That's the idea? I've got quite a few stored energy containers there. The deposit number is there too. Whatever you get, just come to me when you're done, and I'll fulfill the order. Zane approached the group and tapped Blake's arm. Luke wanted you and Kane. Gritio studied Zane's suit. Custom armor. He glanced at Kane. Your design? Kane nodded. Zane raised his head. Don't get any ideas. Gritio laughed. I'm not, don't worry. But now I see why your friend is looking for what he's looking for. Zane snorted. I'll be back, said Kane. I see some things I'd like to pick up. Gritio nodded. The group headed over to Luke, who was busy running his finger along a terminal. Find anything interesting? Asked Blake. Yeah, said Luke. He pulled up an image of a mounted wall turret. We could use about 6 of these in the docking bay. That all? Asked Kane, laughing. It'd be a potent defense, said Luke. Also, there's a modification we can do on 2 of them that can lower them when the landing platform is lowered. We could definitely use that. All right, consider it purchased. What else you find? Asked Blake. Luke pulled up an image of a missile-shaped object. These are short-range shrapnel missiles. They can be shot out, exploded, and spray the area in front. If our flak turrets go down, these are the backup. Also, if our drone launchers are down, we can still fire these short range. This would have been helpful on the moon with the Rogundans. Yeah, if we had the turrets, we could have lured those bug bastards close and then wasted them. These shrapnel missiles also have their own power, which would have been useful in that scenario. Plus, they're small and can be carried and fired from a hover slab. I like it, said Zane. Gives us more tactical options, both offensively and defensively. Aye, said Luke. Assuming Blake is okay with it? Blake grinned. By all means, get it. You find what you're looking for? Asked Luke, glancing at Kane. Yeah, I did. I tested out a new type of kinetic shielding with Seth. I need to get some more items to allow the shielding to rapidly modulate, which requires more power, said Kane. He looked around. We shouldn't get hit by a modified Satarkan weapon and get knocked out again. Zane tapped his chest. That shit won't work on this suit, but it would be great for my other suit. That's the idea, man, said Kane, slapping hands with Zane. Anything else need my attention? Asked Blake. Luke nodded and pulled up an image of several large cylinders with slanted ends. The Excelsior was not built for long-term missions. With these Kriegin gas vacuums, similar in concept to a Busser ramjet, we can pick up interstellar gases and convert them to fuel for our fusion drives. They can also be used to help insulate us from radiation. Tack on some additional solar cells and energy storage, and we'll be better able to handle those type of missions. That looks like a lot of work to install all this, said Blake. I don't mind, but the Excelsior can never be in a state where it can't function due to some modification. No worries there, said Luke. I can work on these things when we have downtime. Like I do with the suits and weapons, said Kane. Fair enough then, said Blake. Over the next hour, Kane studied the terminal with Luke. There was so much available, and although Blake was okay with most, some items were too expensive. He seemed more focused on picking up some enhancements for a hover bike. Having a custom hover bike suited him. Kane would have a lot of projects to work on. When he got back, he would sort them out by priority. After getting a list of items, they went back to Gritio. Gritio's eyes scanned a small tablet device. He laughed. Who you planning on fighting? Hopefully no one, said Blake with a grin. It's always good to be prepared, though. Gritio nodded. Your deposit went through. Where am I delivering this to? Blake gave him the Excelsion's spaceport coordinates. It'll take about 7 hours to get all this, said Gritio. He cocked his head. You gonna be around then? Of course. Why wouldn't we be? Asked Blake. The bounties. You know you and your crew are high-value bounties? Then this place is usually crawling with hunters. Blake shrugged. Already handled one. If they come to the Excelsior looking for a fight, it will be their last. Damn right, said Zane, smirking. Gritio shook his head. Earthborn, I can't decide if you're naturally crazy or if it's an acquired thing. Kane grinned. We just keep it real, man. Real what? Asked Gritio, tilting his body. The crew laughed. Don't worry about it. It's all good, said Kane. He loved using slang with aliens and seeing their reactions. All right, said Blake. We'll expect delivery then in 7 hours. You have our CID, so make sure you contact us before approaching the ship. The last thing we want is to paint the ground with your delivery person's blood. Gritio gulped. Right. Okay then. It'll be on time. Blake raised a finger. Also, if you try to use the delivery as an opportunity to collect on the bounties, I'll personally be back for you. You don't need to worry about that, said Gritio, shaking his hands in front of him. This is a neutral city. For the most part. Yeah, it's the part that wasn't neutral that attacked us earlier. You'll get your stuff. Gritio seemed nervous. At least, what passed as nervous for a Draka. Kane had interacted with Drakas in the past, but still had a hard time reading them, although when they gulped, it was easy to see. Maybe Gritio saw an opportunity to collect on the bounties, which would be more profitable than what was being purchased. Blake's warning about coming after Gritio personally probably caught him off guard. Kane grinned. It felt good to be around people with power like Blake and Zane. Kane knew if it was just him and Luke, Gritio might have been a bit tougher. At least now they would have supplies that would make the Excelsior more powerful, and its crew as well. Sarah took a deep breath and slowly opened her eyes. Her muscles were relaxed, and the urge to stretch consumed her. Her heartbeat shot up when she realized she was sitting in a chair and not in her bed. She stared at the console in front of her. 4:20 a.m. She must have fallen asleep in her chair. To the chair's credit, it was soft and comfortable and could recline as needed. I was wondering when you would wake up, said Blake. She jumped. Blake sat in a chair to her left and smiled at her. She wrinkled her eyebrows. How long have you been sitting there? A few hours. I was listening to the city's broadcasts. Oh. Blake gestured at the chair. You were sleeping so peacefully. I didn't want to disturb you. It looks like you slept well. Sarah sighed as she began to relax again. Yeah, I guess so. Were you watching me? Not at all. But you do look peaceful when you sleep, he said with a grin. He got up and handed her a water bottle. You're probably thirsty. I am. Actually, she said. Her heartbeat ratcheted up as he neared her. Waking up and seeing Blake next to her was something she had sometimes thought about, but she also knew that might be an after effect of the blood bond they had shared. She accepted the water bottle and closed her eyes as the cool water went down her throat. After taking another swig, she set it down. I was going to wake you in 10 minutes, as I was Luke, Cal, and Zane. The delivery is in 40 minutes. She nodded. I should get washed up. I'll meet you in the docking bay. If you want to sleep more, you can. She grinned. It's okay. I can nap later. Your call, said Blake. He squeezed her shoulder and exited the command center. She squinted hard. Although sleeping in a chair was not new to her, it was something she only did when she was comfortable in her surroundings. Looking around, she realized the Excelsior was her new home. She hopped up and took another swig of her water, then went to her living quarters. A quick shower and change of clothes was all she needed to wake up. A part of her wanted to exercise, but she could do that later. After verifying she had her sidearm and donning her light tactical suit, she headed to the docking bay. Once there, she surveyed the situation. The delivery was to arrive in less than 10 minutes. Zane wore his juggernaut suit, while Blake, Kane, and Cal looked like they were ready to go to war. Ada talked to Doc's beefy, defensive robot form. Although his form was defensive in nature with heavy armor, it also had several weapon systems on it. There you are, said Blake. I'm here, said Sarah, smiling. Good, said Blake. He looked around the group. I'm not expecting any issues. Delivery is usually pretty safe, only because they deliver with an armed escort. If anything happens, get behind Zane. The armed escort don't want none of this. Zane reared his head back and howled and barked. Blake laughed. Let's hope not. He tapped 2 hover slabs. Doc is controlling the robots that will load these up. The rest of you, be alert." Sarah exhaled from her mouth. Life with a small crew was so different than serving as an operations officer on a large FDF cruiser. From sleeping in her chair to fighting for her life, she felt like this was a second life, one she enjoyed more than she thought she would. She had never felt so alive. It was also the crew. She found it difficult to believe her earlier preconceptions about Earthborn. After 10 minutes, Blake glanced at his forearm device. "They're here. Lowering the platform now." As the platform descended, Sarah saw the large hover slab used to transport the delivery. On the slab were 2 mercs with 4 others around it. A small Draka stood in front. The platform reached the ground. "Impressive." "You're right on time," said Blake. The Draka nodded and handed Blake a tablet. "Please confirm delivery after it's loaded." "Of course," said Blake. He nodded at Doc. The robots moved the cargo from the delivery slab to the Excelsior slabs. Blake studied the Draka. "I take it you had no issues getting here?" "None," said the Draka. One of the mercs stepped forward. "Someone would have to be absolutely crazy to mess with a Gridio delivery. They may as well sign their death warrant." Blake shrugged. Given who it's being delivered to, might override common sense. "I've seen it before. No one would want to be on your bad side on top of that." "That's true," said Zane, crooking a thumb at Blake. Blake laughed. He pointed in several directions. "I see you have 4 others hidden away." "Standard procedure," said the merc. He cocked his head. "You think you could have taken us?" Here we go," said another merc. Blake grinned. "Of course. I swept the area prior to your arrival. Those 4 would have been dead. Once you opened fire, everyone would get behind Zane while I slipped out and stealthed. Then I would burst around, slicing off everyone's head in 12 seconds. The merc licked his lips. "You're pretty confident." Blake tossed his hands out to the side. "Of course. I'm Blake Brown." The other mercs laughed. "Besides, Zane's flamethrower would just roast you while everyone else took shots. That's the backup." The merc gulped. "I didn't mean anything by it." "I'm surprised you're not trying to collect our bounties." The merc shrugged. "And then what? Even if we did, we'd have others gunning for us in retaliation. It's good to know your limits." "I agree," said Blake. Sarah was fascinated by the exchange. Although she figured the mercs were messing around, she had no doubt Blake would kill them all if necessary. She found it intriguing that one moment he would be giving her a water bottle, and the next he could be knee-deep in the blood of others. A part of her liked that primal side of Blake. Once the cargo was loaded onto the slabs, Blake tapped at the tablet and handed it back to the Draka. He nodded at the mercs, who reciprocated. After the platform ascended, Zane laughed. "You scared them shitless." "They weren't serious," said Blake. Ada tilted her head.
Why did that man provoke you?
"Sometimes people just can't help themselves," said Blake. "At least this guy knew who he was dealing with."
I see.
Kane chuckled. Yeah, they were nervous. But now I got my stuff." He motioned to a door. "Let's get it situated." One of the robots pushed a slab after Kane as he left. "Same here," said Luke. Another robot pushed the second slab after him. Blake slapped Zane's chest. "Looks like we didn't need this. Better safe than sorry," said Zane. Blake nodded. He glanced at Sarah. "We have to check in with the Galantis before hitting Generis. The Galantis' coordinates should already be in the system. It's about a day's trip through condensed space." "I'll get us going," she said. As she headed to the command center, her mind went over the delivery. On the Arcturus, deliveries were standard and often with a lot of protocols, but they were not potentially dangerous. Seeing how others did deliveries intrigued her. Sarah wondered if the delivery team would take out a lesser crew or ship if they thought they could. They probably could, but maybe they avoided doing that so as not to ruin their reputation. She chuckled that she would even think about such things. How her life had changed. Chapter 6. Cal sighed as he looked around the sterile room on board the Galantis. He hated that they had to check in with the FDF for any region that was under their protection. The process this time was a little different in that everyone went to their respective check-in officer at the same time instead of having it staggered, probably since the Galantis was a bigger ship and had more personnel. The check-in was also a bit later, at 9 o'clock a.m. instead of 7:20 a.m. At least they would be out quicker. The room was almost always featureless, but that was not unusual given Fredoria's aesthetic choices in general. The door opened, and a thin, pale man walked to the other side of the table in front of Cal. Cal's eyes narrowed. The slime detector on his wrist showed this person was green slimed. At least the Covendrin gear was working. "Hello, I'm Inspector Lorenz Kanda. To keep things informal, you may refer to me as Lorenz. How are you today?" I'm okay, I guess," said Cal. He was not sure what to expect. Lorenz ran his finger along the tablet-like device he carried. After a moment of interacting with it, he put it down and walked around the table to stand in front of Cal. Cal sat up straight. "What's up?" Lorenz smiled and bent over. With a quick movement, he grabbed Cal's crotch. "I think this is up." Cal shoved Lorenz back and then jumped out of his chair. "Bitch! What the fuck are you doing?" "I just wanted to touch it," said Lorenz. He rushed forward and grabbed Cal's crotch again. Cal shoved Lorenz back. "I'm warning you. Try that shit again, and I'm gonna whoop that ass." Lorenz grinned and rushed in again. Cal swung and hit Lorenz in the jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. Lorenz was slow to get up. He hobbled to the door and opened it. Once outside, he tapped at a device on his wrist. "The Earthborn attacked me. Hurry!" "What?" asked Cal as it dawned on him that this must be some type of setup. He could not contact the others because they would be in meetings too. With a quick tap at his forearm device, he contacted Doc. "Doc, I'm being framed for an assault I didn't do. Security will be here shortly. Let Blake know. I don't think anyone will be able to contact me if I go to the brig."
"Okay,"
said Doc.
"Is there anything I can do to help you now?"
"I don't think so. I can hear security coming now," said Cal with a sigh.
Blake said he was going to check in with everyone after his meeting. I'll let him know.
"All right," said Cal. "I'm taking a pill beacon so he can find me. Out." He pulled out a small pill from inside his suit and swallowed it. It was large and rough going down and would only last for a few days, but at least it did what it was supposed to do. The side effect was that anyone searching for the frequency would see it too. Thankfully, that was not a common thing. 2 guards entered the room with raised weapons. "On the ground, Earthborn scum," said one of the guards. Yeah, said Cal, kneeling and then going prone. Magnetic restraints were slapped on his wrists, and he was pulled up by the other guard. As they escorted Cal out of the room, Lorenz smiled. "I'll see you later." "In your dreams, bitch," said Cal. He was not sure why he was being set up, but he had seen this play before. It usually worked in places with a lot of bureaucracy, which the FDF was not short on. After 20 minutes, he arrived at the in-ship brig. It had a shielded door, along with a physical component for the entrance. Once inside, he saw the familiar cells with semi-transparent shielding. The guards deactivated the shielding on a cell and tossed Cal in. They stripped him of his utility belt and weapons and patted him down, removing some of his more hidden weapons in the process. After that, one guard removed the constraint while the other kept his weapon trained on Cal. "Don't worry. I'm not going to fight," said Cal. "Like you did to one of our inspectors?" asked the guard. He kicked Cal in the side. Cal grunted as the guards stepped out with his equipment and activated the shielding. He glared as they took off. Looking around, all he had was a bed that jutted out from the wall, a sink, and a toilet. He sighed as he took a seat on the edge of the bed. Being in a cell was nothing new for him, and he still had his slime detector. A woman appeared in front of Cal's cell. "So, fighting an inspector?" Cal squinted at her. "Yeah, one who tried to grab my crotch multiple times." He checked the slime detector and noted that the woman was not slimed. "I see," said the woman. "I find that to be highly unusual. Lorenz is the last inspector I would ever expect to do that." "Well, he did. And what do you think someone like me is going to do when that happens? I busted his shit up," said Cal. He studied the woman. "Who are you?" "I'm Lieutenant Maven Jazrael." The complaint was a bit slim, and Lorenz has already given his statement. I wanted to get yours, and I suppose there's some long, drawn-out process for that, right? Of course, said Lieutenant Jazriel. The FDF and its red tape. Lieutenant Jazriel scrunched her face up. What does red tape have to do with this? Cal swatted in the air toward her. Not important. Anyways, that's my side of the story. Lorenz tried grabbing my junk, so I whooped him. Anything else you would like to add? Yeah. This is bullshit, and you know it. Lieutenant Jazriel tapped at the tablet-like device in her hands. Okay. I'll enter it into the system. Great, you do that, said Cal, stretching out. He was not sure what the endgame for Lorenz was, but if the Saskarins wanted to create a delay or a situation, this would be easy to do at this point. Hopefully no one else had to go through this. He sighed as he stared at the ceiling. All he had was time now. Blake studied the pristine office of Captain Connor Kieran. Like most Fedorian offices, it had a sickly, sterile smell. With just a large wraparound table, 2 seats in front of it and 1 behind it, the office did not leave much to the imagination. The chair he sat in was comfortable, but he suspected it had some defensive measures to incapacitate if needed. It took Captain Kieran half an hour to arrive, so the meeting was already late. Blake suspected that was on purpose, although for what reason, he was not sure. Captain Kieran had beady eyes and was bald, with scars on his face that suggested he was not a typical captain. More importantly, Blake sensed that Captain Kieran was slimed, and the slime detector pinpointed it to blue. This must be getting routine for you, said Captain Kieran, easing back into his chair. Blake shrugged. I liked Captain Joshua Rush's office better. Joshua. Yes. The Zolodak system. It's too bad what happened to him. Blake sat up. What happened? After losing a research facility under his protection, said Captain Kieran, raising a finger, and not to mention several squads of highly trained investigators and all the support personnel, he was removed from his position. He is now in command of a moon supply base. That's not right. He's as loyal as they come to Fredoria. Hadrassus blowing up was most likely out of his hands. Really? Asked Captain Kieran, eyeing Blake. Do you know something? Your group was one of the last to leave. Or maybe it was the Covendrin. Blake shook his head. I'm pretty sure it wasn't either. My guess is that a rogue element in the FDF did it. That seems to be the general consensus. Captain Kieran leaned forward and slammed his hand on the table. You make wild allegations. Do you have any proof of that? Or do you usually go around tossing out lies? Now you know how it feels from my side, said Blake, grinning. Although we had nothing to do with that situation, somehow we got painted as suspects, and now there are those who are against us for something we didn't do. The truth will be known in time. Let's hope you're on the right side. Joshua's problem was that he should have sent someone with your group to observe what you're doing. Then there would be no concern about what you did or didn't do. Blake snorted. The Presidential Guard doesn't answer to the FDF? Maybe not. But when they're in FDF-protected areas, that's not an unreasonable request. Blake sighed. Let me guess. You want to send someone along with us? You're going to Tuca. And I assume other places on Generis. A part of me thinks you'll try to blow that up too. Blake's eyes narrowed. Or maybe that rogue FDF element already has that set up, just waiting for us to arrive to pin the blame. Tell me, have you already searched for a weapon that could produce that type of power? They're easily detectable. Since our ship is scanned prior to going there and most likely monitored, that makes it look more like an inside job. Captain Kieran shifted in his seat. You have all the answers. Not all, but I can see through the bullshit. Captain Kieran shook his head. I'd like Lieutenant Grigor Brodolenstein to go with you. He's an accomplished investigator, and thankfully for us, he was with our fleet and not Joshua's. I can send you his profile to your CID. Blake tapped at his forearm device and showed it to Captain Kieran. He flicked his finger across the surface of his desk. If you don't like him, then we can go through the process to find another suitable person, otherwise known as a stalling tactic," said Blake. "I'll look at it and talk to the crew. It might be beneficial to have someone set things straight." "I'm surprised at your quick acceptance," Blake grinned. "If he's someone who's honorable and loyal to the FDF, I have no issues. If he's not, and he's something else, well, it can be rough out there. Are you implying a threat?" "Not at all," said Blake. "However, we face off against shit that would make most people curl up into the fetal position. It's teamwork that keeps us safe. If Grigor is not someone deserving of it, he may not have the cooperation of the team since, as you put it, he's just an observer. I'd assume you'd protect him in that case." "Like I said, that depends on him." Captain Kieran eased back into his chair and clasped his hands in front of him. "I'll await your response, then." Blake jumped out of his chair and stared at Captain Kieran. Captain Kieran's eyes widened. "All right," said Blake, smirking. Captain Kieran huffed while adjusting his suit. As Blake walked out of the office, he turned his head. "I'll be seeing you again. Count on it." Captain Kieran probably did not know he was blue-slimed. That could potentially be a point of misinformation. Whether or not he was being controlled at the moment was unknown. Blake did not like what he heard about Captain Joshua Rush. After the mission, Blake would make a point to visit him. He tapped at his forearm device. "Doc, I'm done with my meeting."
"Cal has been placed in the brig. He said he took a pill, Beacon,"
said Doc. Blake stopped. "In the brig? What for?"
"He said he's being framed by the inspector."
Blake sighed. "All right, get everyone back to the ship when their meetings are done. But have Ada meet up with me."
"Of course. It will be done,"
said Doc. Blake shut off the communication. It seemed Captain Kieran was using Cal as bait to force Blake's hand. Not taking this Grigor guy meant Cal stayed locked up. Blake was not sure what game the Saskarins were playing. He would find out. After 20 minutes, he met up with Ada in a cafeteria. "You get the update on what's going on?"
I did.
said Ada.
I have tracked his location on my internal sensors.
"Good, because I think we're going to do a breakout."
Is that wise on this ship?
Blake shrugged. Given why he was locked up? "Yeah. I'll need you to wipe any auditing systems that showed we were there. I'll do the same to the organic systems."
A joke. I like it,
said Ada, tilting her head. Blake chuckled. "I love talking to you." After 15 minutes, they arrived at the brig. 2 guards stood out front to the sides of a shielded door. Blake activated his forearm device and showed his Presidential Guard credentials. "I'm here to see Cal Modan." "He's not allowed visitors," said one of the guards. Ada focused on the guard.
That's not correct. He's a member of the Presidential Guard and also a member of the Excelsior crew, of which Blake is the captain. Per FDF Protocol 17, subsection 4A, captains of detained crew members are allowed to visit. In addition to that, the Presidential Guard has high enough clearance to visit as well.
The guard cleared his throat as he checked his forearm device. "You're right. Of course she is," said Blake. "Whoever told you he can't be visited doesn't know their policies." The guards looked at each other, then tapped at his forearm device. "Lieutenant Maven Jazrael is on her way. She will escort you." "Fine," said Blake. After 5 minutes, the door's shielding dissipated, and Lieutenant Jazrael arrived. She had tan skin and a medium build, and wore a standard form-fitting white FDF suit. "Follow me," she said. As they walked, Blake turned his head toward Lieutenant Jazrael. "Are you who told the guards Cal could have no visitors?" "No." "Why?" "Your guards are woefully unaware of FDF policies, especially when it comes to clearance exceptions." Lieutenant Jazrael shrugged. "They're junior rank." Blake got the feeling Lieutenant Jazrael ran a sloppy brig. That would be an advantage. When they arrived at Cal's cell, Lieutenant Jazrael interacted with a console to the side. The cell's shielding dissipated. "Cal, wake up," said Blake. Cal opened his eyes. He jumped up. "Blake! Ada! Damn, I'm glad to see you two. I got thrown in here over some bullshit." "I know," said Blake. He took a deep breath, then faced Lieutenant Jazrael. "Looks like it's just you here and the 2 guards outside." "And?" asked Lieutenant Jazrael. Blake nodded at Ada. Go clear our visit from the auditing system. Cal, let's get your stuff, and then we're out of here. Lieutenant Jazrill scrunched her face. What do you think you're doing? Oh, I almost forgot. I need to clear the organic systems, said Blake. He flashed behind Lieutenant Jazrill and reached around to cover her mouth. Yanking her head to the side, Blake sank his fangs into her neck. She stood with blank eyes after a moment. There we go. Now, where is Cal's equipment? Asked Blake. Section 5G. Is that in the brig? Yes. Good, said Blake. Take us to it. And then you're going to call in each guard individually for me. After that, you'll go back to your post and not remember any of this. Understood? Of course, said Lieutenant Jazrill. Cal exited the cell and laughed. Damn, man. I wish I had that skill. Blake grinned. I can give you the gift. Oh, I meant like, without the being a vampire thing. They shared a laugh. Blake slapped Lieutenant Jazrill on the back. Let's get a move on, Lieutenant. Chapter 7. Blake glanced around the briefing room. Despite the inspector meetings, everyone seemed to be in a good mood. It was around noon Earth time, and everyone had an early lunch. He was not sure if breaking out Cal went completely unnoticed, but he would find out in time. Although the Excelsian's inventory scan was almost complete and they would be able to leave soon, the topic on his mind was Grigor. Blake exhaled from his nose. We had a situation this time. Everyone perked up. Cal was locked up due to an incident, said Blake, gesturing at Cal. Cal laughed. Incident my ass. That inspector dude kept grabbing my crotch, then ran out like a bitch when I pimp slapped him. The group chuckled. Nonetheless, they took Inspector Lorenz's word over yours, said Blake. I'm sure in time it would have been cleared up, and that's the operative word. Time. I think this was a stalling tactic, a chip to be used for something else. Zane's eyes narrowed. Like what? Captain Connor Kieran wants to have an FDF observer with us on this mission. The crew groaned and sneered. An FDF loyalist? Here? That wouldn't work, said Kane. You can't trust FDF, said Luke. Sarah looked around the group. He probably thinks we're tied to Hadrassus blowing up and believes that with an observer that would have cleared our name. It sounds like he's being cautious. Everyone focused on Sarah. He's just being FDF, said Sarah, shrugging. Blake wagged a finger at her. She's right. And I think that maybe we could work this to our advantage. Even if Captain Kieran is blue-slimed, I don't think he was being controlled by a Saskarin during our talk. Zane shook his head. You know he's going to sell us out. Ada smiled and glanced at Blake.
Could you not overwrite his mind with your hypnotic bite?
You got it, sister, said Blake, pointing at her. If we don't like what his report says, he'll change it. However, if it paints the truth, it'd be harder for the FDF to ignore. Okay? But what if he reports daily or something? Asked Luke. Then I rely on you to jam that communication. I can make no reports until end of mission a requirement. Cal shook his head. I don't like it. Who is this person anyways? Blake interacted with the table console. A projection shot up of a bald, fair-skinned male with an athletic build and a thick neck. This is Lieutenant Grigor Berdolenstein. He's an investigator, and from what I've read, he's a truth hound. He's 3 generations removed from being Earthborn and came from Russia. Although he has an impeccable record, I did notice he had 2 marks against him. The projection changed to show 2 screens, each with a headline from a news site. Apparently, he uncovered corruption. He didn't come away unscathed from that, but to me, that's a good sign. Luke rubbed his chin. So he was the one who uncovered the human trafficking operation out of Jagrel? Yeah, said Blake. Oddly enough, he was just there to investigate some shady financial activity by an FDF admiral. Luke looked around. If we had to take anyone, he could work, although we'd be on our toes all the time around him. I'm thinking more just be yourself. As I said, if we don't like the final report, I'll bite him.
An excellent plan,
said Doc.
I could monitor him and also disable the controls to his room.
Zane bobbed his head. This could actually work. All right, what have we got to lose? Anyone have any concerns? Asked Blake. He looked around the room. Speak now. If we don't take this guy, then we may have to prolong the mission to get it overridden from higher up. Let's do it, said Cal. To be clear, though, he grabs my crotch, I'm busting him up. The group laughed. Yeah, you better not try that shit with me, said Zane. I don't think you need to worry about that, said Blake. He looked at Sarah. I know you're not with the FDF anymore. Is his presence going to be an issue? She shrugged. Inspectors vary wildly in their behavior. I think that he'll probably have a bad view of me, but I have no objections. All right then, said Blake. I'll contact Captain Kieran and have Grigor report to the Excelsior. We'll have a brief meeting to introduce him and, like I said, be yourself. The group nodded. I'll shoot out a meeting request when he's on board and after I have a chat with him. The crew dispersed. Blake went to his office and sat behind his desk. He interacted with his console and contacted Captain Kieran. After a moment, a holographic screen appeared perpendicular to the desk with an image of Captain Kieran. We'll take on Grigor on the condition that his report be done after the mission, not during, said Blake. That's acceptable. I'm glad to see you came to your senses, said Captain Kieran. We discussed it, and some just wanted to leave, which would be in our right since we completed the inspections with no issues. Captain Kieran raised an eyebrow. No issues, you say? Yep. None. Captain Kieran glanced down. His eyes widened. Oh, well, that's good to hear. He looked back up at Blake. Blake grinned. So we're clear. You will see me again. Count on it. He figured Captain Kieran had checked the brig to see if Cal was there. Of course, said Captain Kieran, shifting in his seat. On to another matter. You have ground units on Generis now. In order to avoid any issues, I'd like for you to make sure they know we're coming. The last thing we need is an incident because you failed to inform them that we're cleared. I'll take care of it. Blake touched the console. Also, any information you have on what the FDF found can be sent to this CID. Hopefully we'll be in and out quickly. Captain Kieran nodded. All right. Out, said Blake. He tapped at the console. The screen faded away. He eased back into his chair. Now he had to get Grigor situated and then move on to introducing him to the crew. How this would all work out was a mystery, but Blake suspected it could work in their favor. They had not even gone to Generis yet, and there were already complications. He sighed. Everything had to be hard. Blake stood in the docking bay, along with 2 defense robots controlled by Doc. It had been about 3 hours since the crew meeting, and Grigor was on his way. Blake was anxious to get to Generis. All the FDF inspection did was slow things down. That seemed to be how they handled everything in general. He sighed as he checked his forearm device. It would be another day before they got to Tuca, so at least Grigor would have some time to settle in.
Is everything all right?
Asked Doc through one of the robots. I'm fine, Doc. Just want to get this show on the road.
Earthborn slang. Ada and I have had quite the effort to understand it. It's not documented well.
Blake laughed. Stick around and you'll learn more than you can shake a stick at.
Another one.
Blake slapped the robot on the back. Yep. It's intentionally vague, although one of the things messing it up is that with each new Earthborn who arrives on Fredoria, more of it enters the vocabulary. However, most Earthborn can figure it out. Shared experiences and all that.
A constantly updated pseudo-language. That would be difficult to assess.
Yeah, something like that, said Blake. He gestured toward Grigor, who approached them. Looks like that's our boy. Grigor wore a silver form-fitting suit split into 2 parts. The pants were darker in color, and the boots reached his calves. A slim folding screen wrapped around part of his upper left thigh, and a standard FDF forearm device used for scanning and popping up screens resided on his right forearm. His belt caught Blake's attention. It had a FLP-40 on one side and a FLP-10 on the other. There were also other smaller devices on it. Grigor was ready for either combat or analysis. Doc's robots froze as they tracked Grigor. Blake knew Doc scanned Grigor for any anomalies. They would probably need to check his equipment as well to make sure there were no surprises. Grigor extended his hand when he was within range.
Lieutenant Grigor Berdolenstein, Senior Investigator,
he said in a slight Russian accent. Blake returned the shake. You shook hands, respecting Earthborn custom. A good start. I'm surprised to hear your accent.
My grandma was Russian, and we spoke both Kriegan and Russian at home. We still do.
Interesting, said Blake. He gestured at the FDF member who pushed a slab with Grigor's baggage. Doc'll get those. The robot slightly bowed and then went to take the slab. Doc, asked Grigor. Blake gestured at the robots. The Excelsion's medical AI. He's a bit more involved with the day-to-day operations on the ship.
It's good to meet you,
said Doc through the robots. Grigor drew his head back a bit as he watched the robots approach the landing platform.
He's adapted.
Given the situations we've been in, I'm glad he has, said Blake. He gestured toward the platform. While your stuff is being scanned for anything potentially dangerous, why don't we sit down in my office first?
It's your ship, and you are the captain. I'm just here as an observer, said Grigor.
Even so, I have some ground rules, and I want to manage expectations with you. Grigor nodded. Lead on. They joined the robots on the landing platform. After 5 minutes, Blake and Grigor were seated in Blake's office. Blake raised a finger. First off, welcome to the Excelsion. I'm curious. What do you know of us so far? It'll help me fill in the gaps. Grigor nodded.
Mostly Earthborn crew. 1 android, 1 AI that I have already met, and 1 former FDF crew member. The Excelsion is a powerful light ship geared for reconnaissance and skirmishing as needed.
That's a decent high-level summary. Now, what do you know of our role?
You're the Presidential Guard, Earthborn unit. Your first mission retrieved Delkis from Zakara Prime, and your second was to investigate Hadrassus. I've reviewed both mission files.
Blake eased back into his chair. And what do you think of them? Grigor raised his head.
There were some inconsistencies and claims that so far don't have a lot of evidence. I can see you're building a case, so that's not unexpected.
And what do you think of the Fedorian government response?
A bit unusual, said Grigor. If this came from someone like me, it would be acted on very quickly. I suspect your status has something to do with the perception of the validity of the data.
Blake grinned. Very good. You're aware I'm a Daedrold, yes?
I am. It's not an issue for me, and obviously I have no issues with Earthborn.
I'm surprised they treat you like a normal Fedorian. That usually takes 4 to 5 generations to get that type of cred. Grigor half smiled.
It shouldn't matter. We're all human.
Blake shook a finger at Grigor. Exactly what I say. Now what do you think of the Saskarins? It sounded like you weren't convinced they're real.
I haven't personally seen any sign of them, and it seems there's no way to detect them. From an objective perspective, it would seem to be a way to accuse anyone of anything without requiring proof. That's dangerous.
Blake nodded. And what if I told you we could detect them and we have video feeds showing them in action?
That would have been in the official report.
Oh, it was there. Just redacted by the FDF. Why would they want to do that?
To cover it up, of course, said Grigor. Would I have access to this information and detection ability?
Blake reached into one of his desk drawers and tossed a slime detector to Grigor. Pop that bad boy on your wrist, and it'll tell you who's slimed and what color the slime is. Grigor looked over the slime detector.
Where do you get these?
The Covendrin. They know the Saskarins are real and a threat. Unlike the FDF, the Covendrin are dealing with it the right way.
You have contact with them?
Yes, along with a few other groups and individuals, said Blake. He leaned forward. I want to be clear here. The FDF is not our friend. They've tried to stall or misdirect us every chance they got.
Gregor eyed Blake. You think my placement is just another attempt? Blake shrugged. Maybe. It might be good to have someone of your loyalty seeing things firsthand. It'll be harder for them to deny evidence. He licked his right fang, although I suspect if they don't like your report, they'll kill you. Why do you think that? Asked Gregor, sitting up. Captor Connor Kieran is blue-slimed, meaning the Saskarins can control him when a black-slimed person is nearby. Inspector Lorenz was green-slimed, meaning his sensory information was being relayed to the Saskarins. You probably don't know this, but Lorenz tried to grab my crew member's crotch several times, and my crew member responded. For that, he was put in the brig. Is he still there now? Blake shook his head. I've taken care of that situation. I see. So, according to you, Lorenz wasn't being controlled. Not directly. But all it takes is an order from old Kieran to do what needed to be done. Even though Kieran probably wasn't being controlled at the time, he's still an asshole. Gregor scrunched his face. This sounds a bit like a conspiracy. And that's why we have video. You will most likely see the Saskarins on this mission, and you can judge for yourself. All right, said Gregor. What if I was slimed? Oh, that's easy. You would have been de-slimed before coming on board. Being conscious as it was being removed would not be an option. Gregor's eyes widened. Oh, I see. Did you use your detector on me when I approached the ship? No, I'm a Daedrold, and I can sense these things. I use the detector to mainly tell me what type of slime I'm dealing with. Gregor nodded. One final thing before I show you these videos. I run this ship. Period. What I say goes. Seth is second in command. We do not operate under FDF policies and protocols except during an inspection. Is that understood? Of course. As I mentioned earlier, I'm here in an observatory role. I won't get in your way. Blake eyed Gregor. I suspect you'll note every rule we break, though. No. There's no point if you're not operating under the same command. What's important is there is any truth to your claims. In the end, the truth comes out. Blake laughed. Well then, you're in for quite the ride. Now, let me show you some videos. Sarah had watched Blake bustling about for the last 4 hours since Gregor arrived. The whole ship acted like it was on alert. It was now 7:30 p.m., and she had already had dinner. She had taken the Excelsior to condensed space, and they were finally on their way to Generis. Gregor had nodded at her when he initially went to Blake's office, but after Gregor came back out, he seemed troubled. She guessed she would figure it out at tomorrow's meeting. With Seth watching the command area, she decided to introduce herself to Gregor. Careful, said Seth, eyeing her. You could have a heart attack. Huh? She asked. You want to talk to Gregor? I get it. He's FDF. You were former FDF. You believe your reputation is in tatters with them, and now you want to see his reaction to you. That's actually right. How'd you know? Seth shrugged. Ever since he came on board, you've been on edge. It doesn't take much to put two and two together. Plus, I remember Johan and how he reacted to you. I guess it would be a bit obvious, she said with a sigh. You going to be okay up here? I'm just watching the console. And by watching, I mean listening to any alerts. Other than that, it's smooth sailing. She nodded. Okay, I'm going to go introduce myself then. Good luck, said Seth. She drew her lips flat as she exited the command area. Her stomach churned. Although it should not matter what Gregor thought of her, it still bothered her that most of her career was being tossed out for not staying in the FDF. She had not been in contact with many at the FDF, and the ones she did contact, who she thought were still friends, did not want anything to do with her. It hurt her more than she thought it would. When she arrived at Gregor's living quarters, she knocked. After some rustling noises from behind Gregor's door, he appeared as it slid open. Sarah Olsen. I wondered when you would stop by. Sarah exhaled from her nose. I just wanted to welcome you to the ship. If you have a moment, I wanted to talk to you. Thank you, he said. What did you want to talk about? She swallowed hard. His eyes narrowed. About you no longer being FDF, and now I'm here. Yeah.
He stepped back and gestured for her to come in.
I have some questions about that myself. Please, come in.
Her muscles relaxed as she stepped in and leaned against the wall. Grigor took a seat at his desk.
You first.
Okay, said Sarah. You know why I left the FDF, right?
The official report says you transferred to this unit for personal reasons.
And most see that as a traitorous action. Grigor shrugged.
Fredorian duty is not to be taken lightly. Serving in the FDF is the ultimate honor that a Fredorian citizen can perform.
So is serving in the Presidential Guard, she said.
Maybe. But those who do generally start out there. Transitions are rare, especially when you give an oath upon joining the FDF. My life for the Fredorian Defense Force and the protection of Fredoria.
She shifted her stance. I'm still protecting Fredoria, just in another role.
Are you trying to convince me? Or yourself?
Asked Grigor, eyeing her. She sighed. Let me tell you my personal reason first, and see if you understand.
You want to see if it will work with other FDF?
He said with a grin. No, they've already judged me. However, I think it's important that you know since you're going to be serving on this ship, even in an observer capacity. He gestured for her to continue. She took a deep breath and then furrowed her eyebrows. On the Arcturus, I was sexually assaulted. When I went to the ethics department, it was ignored. It happened several times, and I was transferred to another division, where Gary Flenders tried to sexually assault me.
And you didn't report the last assault attempt, since I didn't see it in your record?
She shook her head. What would be the point? If they didn't listen to me the first time, what do you think would happen?
FDF policy dictates that
no. They wouldn't have given it a second thought. I would be demoted and then moved somewhere else or even kicked out. He studied her for a moment, then opened a screen on his forearm device.
Gary Flenders, you say?
Yeah.
I'll look into it after this. If your claim is true, then we lost someone with an impeccable background in ship operations.
You do that?
Of course. I'm an investigator. It's what I do.
She nodded. You can look into it. Around that time, Rakar Hojador wanted me to apply to this position. Grigor sat up.
Rakar asked you?
Yeah. Why?
He is highly respected among the investigator corps, recommended by the Kriegan Emperor himself, formed the Fredorian Rangers, and now is serving as presidential liaison. I was not aware he had contacted you.
Well, he did. Blake liked my resume, so he got the transfer in place. Grigor tapped at his forearm screen.
I'm just adding notes. No need to worry.
I'm not. Blake said to be ourselves around you, said Sarah.
Do you think he was being serious?
Of course. If Blake says something, he means it. Earthborn are so different from Fredorians, definitely not what I expected.
And what did you expect?
Sarah pulled her lips to the right. I thought they were lesser, but I only knew a few, and they seemed normal to me, well, maybe a bit more outspoken and a bit more fluid with their words. I worked with Luke on the Excelsior, actually.
I saw that,
said Grigor.
Luke is also highly respected for his work. You do know that I'm third-generation Earthborn, yes?
Yeah. That's not an issue for me, obviously. He raised his head a bit.
Let's make a deal. From here on out, forget our past. Let's just work together. I know I'm going to be viewed with suspicion, but if the Saskarins are real, and those videos Blake showed me were quite convincing that they were, and they're involved with what happened on Genaris and Hadrassus, then that truth needs discovered.
She half smiled. All right. She was not sure if his friendliness was part of a game plan or genuine. There would be time to figure that out. Her gut told her that he truly believed in what he was saying. Maybe this would be a chance to also clear some of her name. She slapped her fist to her chest, then stood. Okay, I'll see you at the meeting tomorrow. Have a good night. He extended a hand.
No need for formality here.
This seems to be the Earthborn custom. She shook his hand and then exited the room. As she went back to the command center, she pondered the conversation. She had some things to think about. Maybe this would all work out as Blake thought it would. Or maybe it would not. It felt good to talk with a current FDF member who was not trying to disparage her. A part of her missed the FDF, and she was cognizant of taking the oath and breaking it. She sighed as she took her seat in the command center. Where all this would go, she did not know. Chapter 8. Blake surveyed the briefing room. It felt like he had just been there. The Excelsior had arrived in orbit around Janaris, and it was 11 o'clock a.m. the next day. Everyone was seated in their usual spots, with Grigor filling a seat usually used by visitors. The crew had been eyeing Grigor since he sat, and for his part, he was checking everyone out. Blake noted Sarah seemed a bit more relaxed than usual. Maybe she talked to Grigor already. Blake raised his hand. All right. Listen up. We're finally here. And Lieutenant Grigor Berdolenstein, senior FDF investigator, will be traveling with us. This means, from my perspective, he's one of the crew. Although he's here to observe, he will be doing ship duties, just like any other member. Grigor nodded. Now I know there are some concerns with having an FDF member on board, but he has assured me that his goal is to verify that the Saskarins are a threat and that we are pursuing that investigation on Janaris. Zane cocked his head. I take it the no daily reporting thing is good? Blake gestured at Grigor. I'll file a report at the end of the mission, said Grigor. My goal is not to slow you down. Better not, said Zane. I know everyone here views me with suspicion. All I can do is earn your trust. Cal's eyes narrowed. We never discuss what happens if we find him working against us. Open season? I'll remove myself at that point. And yes, I know what open season refers to, said Grigor. All right. Blake cleared his throat. Okay, if we're done with the dick measuring, let's get to the plan. He tapped at the table console. A projection of Janaris with multiple red dots shot up from the center of the table. Blake pointed at one of the dots, causing the projection to zoom in. Blue dots appeared throughout the city. Tuca. That's where we're headed first. Seth and I have some experience there. The smaller blue dots are active FDF units on the ground. From what I understand, they're still investigating the city. Grigor raised a finger. As a side note, that's not the full investigative unit. Any particular reason why they didn't send a full unit? Asked Blake. This seems like it would be important. Grigor shook his head. I don't know. But if I was in charge of the investigation, I would have sent a full unit. Okay, so we have another mystery on our hands. But we won't worry about it, said Blake. He pointed at the downtown district. Seth, Ada, you two head here and try to connect to the city's central computer core. I doubt they have anything that can stop Ada, especially when there's access to the manual overrides. Seth and Ada nodded at Blake. Grigor glanced at Ada. You're going to hack their systems.
Yes. Although Tuca has AIs, they may not be active, and if they are, I am more than capable of handling them. I can also shut down some aspects via manual override.
Kane pointed at Ada. She ain't lying. She's badass. Blake ran his finger in a circle among the districts that were outside the downtown part. Zane, Cal, Grigor, and Kane. I want you four to sweep the districts, going clockwise. They nodded. As for me, said Blake, zooming out a bit, I'm going to take a hoverbike and hit the two outposts about 10 miles out from the city. Although there are FDF units there, I want to see what state they're in. You could just contact them, said Grigor. Blake raised his wrist and pointed at his slime detector. Not if you want to verify this. I see, said Grigor. Sarah, Luke, and Doc, you have the ship. Aye. This will give me some time to install some new modifications, said Luke. Sarah glanced at Doc and Luke. We'll keep the Excelsior safe. Good, said Blake. Also, Doc has replicated some de-slimers and put them into a device. He held up a thin, pen-like structure with a small metal rod on the end. Just jab someone with this bad boy, and it'll shoot the de-slimer into their system. Stop by the med bay to pick one up. It has about 7 injections, but I don't think we'll need to use it. "That's awesome, Doc," said Kane. Doc grinned.
Organic systems are my specialty.
The group chuckled. "Okay," said Blake. "Get geared up and be ready to go. Stay in contact with Sarah to report anything unusual that you find. The goal is to discover what happened and if there is any evidence left behind. I know the Saskarins are behind this, so we just need to prove it." "How do you know that?" asked Grigor. "I have an information source who would know. There's also a similar incident in the Shulan Empire, and we'll check that out after this." "Shulan?" Blake nodded. "My information source can be trusted." Grigor tapped at his forearm device. "I'd be interested to see the Shulan's involvement." "We all would. The last thing we need is a Saskarin-controlled Shulan Empire. That would be a major threat to Fredoria." Blake looked around the room. "You have your mission goals. Get to it." Everyone began to disperse. Grigor stayed behind. "You have the respect of your crew. I saw it in their faces. We work well as a team. Any dissent is hashed out, and we move forward." Grigor chuckled. "Your reputation precedes you. As for the group I'll be going with, I get the feeling Zane and Cal don't like me. I'm not sure about Kane yet." "Zane and Cal probably don't. Kane is most likely indifferent. Nonetheless, this is an opportunity for you to prove them wrong," said Blake. He raised a finger. "If you betray them down there, the consequences of that are on you. I'll also come after you, and you don't want that." "I see," said Grigor. He sighed. "Open hostility is not new to me. I face it a lot as an investigator. Hopefully they can see that I'm just here to report the truth." Blake nodded. "Any questions before you head out?" "Just one. This source you got about the Shulan Empire, where do you get it from? I understand if you want to keep it quiet, all right?" "I don't think it'll hurt for you to know. It was the information broker himself. He doesn't trust the FDF with that information because he believes they're compromised, and he's not wrong. He does trust me, though." Grigor rubbed his chin. "That's a very potent and credible source. I wish the broker would help the FDF. If Shulan bears out, that means the FDF is going to be caught unawares. Let's verify first, then do something about it if it exists." "Your intelligence training shows through." Blake tossed his hands out to the side. "Of course. I'm Blake Brown." Grigor chuckled. "I wish all your crew were more like you." "All right. I'll go get situated." Blake watched Grigor leave. So far, he had not been quite what was expected. Blake hoped Grigor worked out and that for once, the Saskarin's involvement with the FDF could be pinned down. Once that was out of the way, handling the Saskarin threat with the FDF, not hassling the group all the time, would be beneficial. Blake shut down the projection and grinned at the thought of riding a hover bike. It had been a while, and a ride always seemed to clear his head. With that thought, he headed off to gear up. Seth laughed as Blake pulled up in one of the Excelsion's hover bikes. It reminded Seth of a jet ski, except the base was thinner and the bike was much longer. It still had handlebars and advanced tech all over it. The rest of the crew who were going into Tuca had assembled a bit before Tuca's main gate, where a small group of FDF guards eyed them. Seth shook his head. "Always gotta have the big entrance." Blake revved up the bike.
Of course. He's Blake Brown,
said Ada with a smile. "She knows what's up," said Blake, flicking a finger out at Ada. He focused on the guards ahead. "There shouldn't be any issue here, but I'll go with you up to this point before splitting off." Seth gestured at Zane in his juggernaut suit. "They'll probably be wondering why we're all geared up for a fight." "That's not an unusual concern," said Grigor, looking around. "It does look like we're going into battle." "Given what we've been through? Yeah, we geared accordingly," said Seth. Blake motioned forward as he got off his bike. "Come on, let's roll." The group met up with the small detachment of guards. One of the guards walked forward. "This is a restricted area." Blake shook his head. "Check your clearance list. This is the Presidential Guard, Earthborn unit." The other guards laughed. "I'm serious. Check your list." The guard sighed as he tapped at his forearm device. "Okay, the Presidential Guard is cleared. But how do I know that's you? He gestured at Grigor, and dressing up as an FDF investigator doesn't help. Grigor stepped forward. I'm Lieutenant Grigor Berdolenstein, senior investigator from the Galantis. I can vouch that this is the Presidential Guard, Earthborn unit. Nice try, asshole, said the guard. Blake nodded at the crew, and they all showed their holographic credentials. The guard shook his head. You could have hacked that. He pointed at Ada. She's an android, so that's definitely possible. So what's it going to take? Asked Blake. Visual proof from the Galantis of who the Presidential Guard is. Grigor tapped his forearm device. You're going to receive a communication in a moment. Oh, I will, huh? You dirty Earthborn are all alike. I'm Fredorian. Uh-huh, said the guard. The guards checked their forearms. The lead guard looked at Grigor. My apologies. I didn't know. Now you do. Your actions have been noted. When you go back to the Galantis, my team will be waiting to talk to you. The guard sighed. He waved a hand at the others, who cleared a path. The massive doorway that barred Tuka's main ground entrance began to slide back. I hope you can look past this, said the guard. We'll see, said Grigor. He nodded at Blake. Blake grinned. Whatever works. All right, stay in contact, everyone. He got back on his bike and took off. The rest of the group entered the city. Seth looked around. It was a far cry from the last time he was there. The foul smell was one thing that stood out to him long ago, and it still did now, except this time it was more potent. As they came upon the transportation unit system that had above-ground entrances, he remembered going to District G and meeting with the Viserians, a Raskarian vampire group. Damn, this place smells like sweaty ass, said Zane. Cal laughed. You know you like that smell. Aw, man, fuck you, said Zane. Seth shook his head while chuckling. Grigor was going to be in for a quick lesson on modern-day Earthborn ways. Although he was 3 generations removed, it would still probably be interesting for him. Seth hoped Grigor was not going to betray them, and so far, he had made a good impression. All right, we're off to the districts, said Zane. Cool, said Seth. We're off to downtown. Zane and the others nodded at Seth and Ada, then headed down into one of the transportation system's entrances. As Seth and Ada walked toward an above-ground transportation unit, Seth tapped at his forearm device. Sarah, checking in? I'm sure the others have, but if they haven't, Blake's on his way to the outposts, Zane and the others are off to the districts, and Ada and I are about to take some transportation downtown. Got it, said Sarah. I watched the interaction with those guards. Grigor made them move. I guess he did, said Seth. Let's hope he continues to be an asset. Definitely. Keep in contact, said Sarah. Seth shut down the communications interface, then grabbed Ada's hand. She smiled. He enjoyed spending time with her, even if it was work-related. However, he also knew that if it came to fighting, she was much more lethal than he was. They approached a massive semi-transparent tube. Seth remembered reading that these were common in Rimworld cities. Although some Fredorian cities had them, most of their transportation systems were underground. While Tuka had them as well, they also had the above-ground system. It reminded him of a roller coaster with all the twists and turns. They arrived at a platform that jutted against the tube. Seth interacted with a console that sat off to the side. After a moment, a unit whooshed into view, and its doors slid open. He motioned with a flourish for Ada to enter. After you. She smiled at him and took a seat inside the spacious unit interior. He joined her, and once the doors closed, he punched in the downtown location on the wall console opposite them. The unit took off. He eased back into his chair. So far, so good. He slid his arm around Ada's waist. She leaned into him.
I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, me too, he said, laughing. He eyed her. You know, this is a new place for us. Ada looked up at him.
I have been in transportation units before.
No, I mean, a new place that we haven't, you know. She tilted her head.
You're excited.
Maybe a little, said Seth. He sighed. I just, it's been a long time since I had a girlfriend. I feel like every outing with you is new.
I'm glad to be with you too,
she said. She leaned in and kissed him. He reciprocated and then sat back in his seat. "We can revisit this topic later,"
I'd like that,
she said. He exhaled from his mouth. "What do you think we'll find downtown?"
A compromised central computer core. It seems as if the city is still operational, but I suspect monitoring systems are down. Otherwise, the FDF would know who did this or what happened.
He nodded. "A good point. At least there's FDF units on the ground here, although I think the Saskarins are involved in some manner. I don't think we'll run into them down here."
Unless they're slimed.
"The guards out front weren't," he said. He eyed her. "You think they might be downtown, though?"
Maybe. If so, we'll need to incapacitate them.
He sighed. "For once, I hope this is just an in and out, and we find Saskarin involvement, Grigor gets his proof, and we're one step closer to nailing those bastards."
I would like that,
she said. Her eyes glowed.
Once the Saskarin threat is over, what do you intend to do?
"Oh boy," said Seth. "I don't know. But it will involve you. You can count on that." Ada squeezed his arm and laid her head on his shoulder.
Another topic to discuss later.
He nodded. "Definitely." He had not given much thought to what would happen once the Saskarins were stopped. Maybe he would continue on with Blake and crew, or this could be a one-shot thing. Whatever the outcome, as long as he had Ada, everything would work out. Chapter 9. Blake savored the wind whipping around him as he cruised to the first outpost. The hoverbike was not the fastest way to get there, but it was the most stylish, even if it was kicking up clouds on the dirt plain. The bike had some shielding to work against the elements, but it was not meant for taking heavy damage. Riding reminded him of Earth when he would go out on enforcer missions. Hopping on a bike and cruising made him feel free. The area between the handlebars had several screens, and Sarah popped up on one of them. He tapped at his ear to turn on audio. "You have 2 hover slabs headed your way, sending you the tracking data," said Sarah. He glanced at the other screen, which had a high-level map of the area. In the center was a blue dot that represented him, while the 2 unknown hover slabs were red dots farther behind him. "What do you know about them?" he asked. "They're heavily armored and look to have about 3 people on each. Want me to hit them with a missile?" "No. If they're friendly, that would cause an issue." Sarah furrowed her eyebrows. "If they aren't friendly, they'll have the initiative. It's mostly flat terrain where you're at, so there isn't really any place to hide." Blake exhaled from his nose as he engaged the autopilot. He did not usually do that, but with flat terrain and a clear goal, he felt confident enough that the bike could handle it. "There's also a drone headed your way. It looks to be a standard FDF security drone," said Sarah. Blake sighed. "Ain't I just popular today? I don't think that's coincidence that I'm headed out to the outpost and all sorts of people want to meet me. Probably not. Your bike is faster, though. You could probably get to the outpost before either of them." "Yeah, at least then I have some cover," he said. Luke popped in to the side of Sarah. "There are some mines on the bike that can be dropped, but it might be better if you manually place them yourself once you're at the outpost." "Good thinking. I like that idea. If they're after me, then they'll come right to me. If they're just out and about, they won't." "We could also fly over and provide cover," said Sarah. Blake shook his head. "I think getting the Excelsior away from Tuca is exactly what the Saskarins would want. It would leave some of us stranded here. Stay where you are, but be alert." "Aye, I'll get those mounted wall turrets going in the cargo bay then. If any of those people pursuing you want to stop by, they can be beta testers," said Luke. Blake laughed. "I like your style. All right, just keep providing me details on their movement. I'll handle them at the outpost if they're after me." Sarah and Luke nodded at Blake. The screen went back to showing other data. Blake assumed manual control of the bike. He was not sure what the Saskarins' game plan was, assuming it was them. It could be another faction or even bounty hunters working together. That was not unheard of. And for the bounty prices he had seen, and given who the crew was, that might be something to group up for. One thing he did note from the Excelsian's data on the hover slabs was that they were not FDF. They both had custom looks, reminding him of an oblong pad with armored walls on the sides. They would not move fast as they were meant to take fire and return it. Even now, he outpaced them, although the drone would be on him soon. After 20 minutes of a hard ride, he reached the outpost. It reminded him of a watchtower, except it was made with sleek metal covered in dust. It had an igloo-like entrance with ladders on the outside of the building that stopped off at what appeared to be 5 levels. He parked his bike behind the tower and then sniffed the air. Blood. And lots of it. Focusing for a moment, he did not detect any abnormal presence, or any presence for that matter. The drone flew in toward the tower. Blake grabbed the mines from the bike and hustled to the entrance. On the way, he activated his camouflage shielding and surveyed the area before entering. The normally sealed doors were open, and although he sensed there was some power to the building, it was dim inside. With his free hand, he pulled out his FLP-40 and moved in. Peering back, he saw that the drone flew around the outpost. Maybe it was giving the hover slabs information on the situation. He focused on the foyer-like area he had entered. At the opposite end was an elevator unit, and to his left and right were 2 long desks, probably security checkpoints. He followed the smell of blood to behind the desk. Looking around, he did not see any bodies, but he sensed that whoever had tried to clean up the area did not get all of the blood out. The hover slabs arrived outside. Blake grabbed a portable surveillance device off his belt and put it on the desk. The thought crossed his mind that he might not get it back, but it was good for spying and could serve as two-way communication as needed. He configured it for communication and surveillance, then hustled up to the next floor. It was what he expected an FDF tower's second floor to have. Along the right wall were a row of workstations with a planning table in the middle of the room. On the side opposite, the workstations were sleek metallic cabinets of varying heights. He shot up to the 3rd floor, which was temporary living quarters, also not uncommon in an FDF outpost. There were usually 20 or so people stationed at any given time, and the layout suggested this floor could hold them. The footsteps and chatter of people entering the ground floor echoed throughout. Blake sniffed the air. The scents were masked, meaning these people wore suits. He hustled to the 4th floor and noted it had several offices in it. This was probably where command resided. The 5th floor, then, would be communications, and there was probably an underground component for storage and power generation. He leaned against the wall and interacted with his forearm device. It was time to meet whoever had come in. "Well, hello there," he said, speaking through the device on the ground floor. After a moment of silence, a voice said, "Come out, Blake Brown. You're trapped in here with us." "And you are?" "Just me and some friends looking to collect." "Then you picked a bad day for that," said Blake. He placed a mine on both ramps that led up to the 4th floor and then moved up to the 5th floor. "So bounty hunters? Or were you sent by someone else?" "We work for ourselves and appreciate you splitting off from your group. Then I guess your deaths will be even more embarrassing," said Blake. He switched his communication to the Excelsian. "Sarah, can you see the layout of the hover slabs outside?" "Yeah, they're out front," she said. "Good. I want you to set a missile and hit them on my command. Make sure it's low yield and doesn't take out the outpost." "It'll be close." "I trust you. Also, take out that damn drone." "Okay, just let me know when. It'll only take 10 seconds or so to reach that area." Blake grinned. "Okay, out." He pulled out his striker and aimed down the ramp. The bounty hunters were sloppy, and he heard every step they took as they searched each floor. Although they had on suits, he could hear their heartbeats. They were scared. When the first bounty hunter began to ascend the ramp to the 4th floor, Blake prepared to remote detonate the mines. He had a few more he could use as temporary grenades. They were easy to toss, but they had to be remote detonated unless in proximity mode. Another bounty hunter paused behind the first one. "Come out, Blake. There isn't much of anywhere left to hide." Blake listened and determined they were near a mine. He detonated it. A hole formed on the side of the outpost, spewing out chunks of the 2 bounty hunters. Blake now had 4 more to deal with. He contacted Sarah. "Fire now." "Got it. Firing," said Sarah. Blake focused and listened as 2 more bounty hunters ran up to the 3rd floor. He dashed over to the hole in the floor and wall and looked down. The 2 bounty hunters had their weapons drawn and were looking around. Blake grinned as he dropped a mine. It landed between the bounty hunters. They looked at the mine, then up. "See ya," said Blake. He jumped back and detonated the mine. The blast blew out even more of the wall and also the ramp to the 3rd floor. Blake dusted off the debris and ran to the edge of the blasted wall. He smiled as the Excelsian missile slammed into the drone, exploding it. The other missile hit the slabs where the remaining 2 bounty hunters had just boarded. Apparently, they wanted none of what he offered. He ducked back inside as debris flew everywhere. After everything calmed, he tapped at his communication device. Got him. Good job. 6 bounty hunters dead. And I still got my hover bike. Yeehaw, said Sarah. Blake grinned. Yeehaw? You? I'm learning, she said. All right, well, there isn't much for me to look at here. This place is messed up. I did notice some blood was spilled here, but that could be anything. I'm going to head to the 2nd outpost and hope for a better outcome. Got it. We're launching a drone to head that way so it can help. Works for me. Out, said Blake. He leaned against the wall. The high bounty price was probably driving bounty hunters wild. He did not even get their names. Not that it mattered. Any bounty hunters who came after him would be dead ones. He surveyed the open hole that spanned several levels and then jumped out of the tower. Once he landed, he took a quick peek at the slabs, which were nothing more than burning heaps of metal at this point. The horrid smell of burnt flesh permeated the air. With a final look around, he headed to his hoverbike parked out back. Maybe he would have a better outcome at the 2nd outpost. Zane surveyed the street in the 1st district that he, Cal, Kane, and Grigor entered. The street was empty, and the unusual quiet did not fit with the aesthetic. The buildings on each side were a mix of concrete and steel. Usually, prefabricated pieces were used or standard walls from Ciro's Corporation, but here it was chaos, like a jungle. He had his side-mounted hell thrower ready to spin up just in case. Going down like he did earlier left a mark on his ego, and it would not happen again. Place is like a ghost town, said Cal. Yeah, it is, said Zane. He glanced at Grigor. What do you make of this? Grigor looked around. The lack of structural damage or any sign of struggle makes me think the inhabitants went without a fight. Zane's eyes narrowed. He could see Grigor's analysis, and it made sense. Although Zane did not see that immediately, it was obvious Grigor was sharp. Could be. I think it'd be hard for a whole city to just get up and leave. I would agree, said Grigor. He raised a finger. However, if the attack vector was by something common, such as, say, water, air, or even gas, it could be possible to hit everywhere at once. Kane nodded. Yeah, that's right. Hell, it could even be done by hacking the replicators to emit something. We need more evidence to reach a conclusion. But at least it's good to have some working hypotheses. Cal sighed. With our luck, we'll get hit by whatever it is. Better not be while I'm in this suit, said Zane. He gestured at a nearby building. That's a hotel. Let's check it out. They moved toward the hotel. When they arrived, Zane studied the first major room inside the entrance. Like the street, it was empty. A counter sat near the back, and various replicators, pads, and doorways lined the sides. It was a typical hotel foyer. He glanced at Cal. You and Kane take the upper floors. Me and Grigor will check the bottom. Call out any shit that you find. Kane did a 2-finger salute while Cal slapped Zane on the back. They moved out. Zane switched to local comms with Grigor. All right, I'm going to run the heavy scanners and walk through. I assume you have your own equipment. I do, actually, said Grigor. He pulled off his backpack and set it down, then unsealed it and pulled out several drones. These are survey drones. No armament to speak of, but great for analysis. He activated them. The drones hovered for a moment and then flew forward, spreading out at each open door or hallway. Grigor accessed his forearm device, then slid his finger across it. You should have a display now of each drone and of what it's finding. Impressive, said Zane. Not cheap, though. Drones can be replicated, but not their energy source. Grigor nodded. The FDF handles all that. Must be nice, said Zane, eyeing him. It can be, said Grigor. He paused for a moment. I want to make sure that you know I'm here only for the truth. I don't dislike Earthborn.
Nor am I slimed or working for the Saskarins. I'm a human first, Fredorian investigator second, and FDF third." "I gotcha," said Zane, gesturing forward. "I'm just used to giving FDF the benefit of the doubt, and then they blow a fucking research and development facility up on us." Grigor chuckled. "I assure you, that is not my intent." "All right, let's move." They headed past the counter in the back and into a large hallway. Zane pointed at a doorway leading into one of the nearby offices. Might be something in there. They approached the doorway and entered the room. Zane's juggernaut suit scanned the room. Various details of the small area popped up in his helmet. One thing that stuck out was the plate with a sandwich on it. The sandwich had deteriorated, and he was sure the room smelled great. "Looks like whoever was in here didn't even finish their damn sandwich," he said. Grigor headed over to the desk and pulled out an object that looked like a magnifying glass. He studied the sandwich and then checked around the chair. He wrinkled his eyebrows. "Whoever ate this sandwich was in no hurry. The position of the chair indicates it was gently rolled back." Zane laughed. "So whoever was here just calmly and quietly rolled back in their chair and decided to get lost?" "Literally." "I guess you could say that," said Grigor. He continued around the room, inspecting everything within sight. Zane did not see anything out of the ordinary on his scans, other than the sandwich. He shook his head. "Wish Blake was here. He'd be able to sniff out anything, especially if there was blood, because he's a dead rolled, yes? Yeah. He's aware of everything. Ain't nobody getting the drop on him. Probably why he was such a great ranger. My grandparents from Earth used to talk about vampires living in Siberian forests in the old days. I always thought they were a myth because you didn't see one unless they wanted you to see them. Sorta like Blake. Speaking of, I've read some of Blake's cases. While I agree with his conclusions, I don't think I could have done it in even half the time." Zane laughed. "If you want that edge, I'm sure he'd bite you. You could be myth come true." Grigor raised a hand. "I think I'm okay with just being human, all right. Other than the sandwich, not seeing shit here. Of this, we are agreed. Let's check out some of the other rooms." Over the next 30 minutes, they checked out several rooms. While in one of them, Kane contacted them. "Sending you something interesting that we found." Zane and Grigor paused. Zane studied the image of a small drone that Cal had sent. It had a thin, long rod in the front, and its body was round. Zane rubbed his chin. "That's unusual." "What is it?" "I did an analysis of it, and it seems to be detected as being blue slimed, although there's no concentration of it, just residue. If I had to guess, I'd say this thing flew around and injected people with slimes," said Kane. Zane drew his head back. "Like damn mosquitoes. That would be an efficient way to clear a town." "Yeah, I'm bagging it for further analysis on the Excelsior." "We should update Sarah," said Zane. "Now that we know that these things exist, there might be more out there." "On it already," said Kane. Grigor's eyes narrowed. "So if I'm understanding this correctly, these drones are operated by the Saskarins. The drones would fly around and inject everyone with blue slime, which would allow someone who was black slime to control them." "Yep," said Zane. "With these drones, they would have accurate control and not have to deal with missing people. There may be some who avoided the drones." Zane glanced at Grigor. "If there are, then let's hope we run into them and they can verify this. Once again, we're in agreement." "All right. Let's finish our scan of this place, then head to the next district. The new goal is to see if we can find more evidence of these drones and how this was done." The group agreed. As they waited, Zane grinned at Grigor. "You starting to get an idea of what's going on now?" "I still haven't seen a slimed being yet. The videos are convincing, as are these detectors. However, I'm still missing evidence. It's going to take a damn Saskarin attacking you to believe it, isn't it? That'd be a good start. Maybe even talk to one." Zane laughed. "You might get your wish." Kane contacted them over group comms. "Sarah's having Doc look over the drone. She also said Blake was attacked at the first outpost by bounty hunters and an unknown drone. He's headed to the second outpost now.
Seth and Ada reached the downtown central computer core and are beginning to work with it. Sarah's relayed our findings to them.
Sounds like things are moving along then, said Zane.
He looked at the entrance.
Let's find us either a Saskarin or a survivor.
Chapter 10. Ada ran an external scan on the hallway. She and Seth had reached the downtown area and were now inside one of the main buildings. She had enjoyed spending time with Seth in the transportation unit, and it was something that just a year ago she would have deemed out of reach. Her sensors detected that Seth had an elevated heartbeat, and he seemed to have that when in range of her. She also noticed other subtle cues that indicated he was excited to be around her. Her algorithms reacted to that and made her physical body respond in kind. Seth looked at her. Thinking hard?
I'm scanning this hallway,
she said, refocusing on her scanning efforts. What'd you find?
A smell that Earthborn do not seem to like.
Yeah, that sterile thing is taken a bit too far with Fredorians. She tilted her head.
I am not detecting any life forms or residue in the hallway. I have tried to soft connect to various points, but have been shut down.
Seth rubbed his chin. Some of those would be manual shutdowns per Tuka's security protocol, right?
Yes. I am surprised you knew that. Based on them being shut down, I suspect the auditing data in the Central City Computer Core will probably have been deleted.
He chuckled. Yeah, probably. But that's part of why we're here.
I'm updating Sarah,
said Ada, as she continued to walk. Over group comms, she said,
Sarah, are you there?
I'm here, said Sarah.
Good. I'm sending you an analysis of everything I've scanned so far. We're close to the city's central computer core. I'll update you next after completing my analysis there. How are the others doing?
Blake was ambushed at the first outpost, but he dealt with it. He's on his way to the second outpost now. Zane and the others discovered some type of mini-drone that can inject slimes, said Sarah.
We will be on the lookout for the mini-drones. I'm glad to hear Blake is doing well, but I'm not surprised he dealt with it.
Sarah chuckled. He can definitely handle himself. Ada detected a slight change in Sarah's voice. She seemed to admire Blake, and when around him she exhibited characteristics that suggested she was interested in him. Ada glanced at Seth.
Okay, until the next update.
She shut off her group comms. Seth pointed ahead. We're here. They entered a large room. Ada ran a scan. The room had large workstations along the wall's edges, and in the center was a large cylinder with a waist-high ring and another at head height. Between the rings and just slightly off the cylinder were holographic screens. She had seen this type of setup before and knew the cylinder was actually a massive database. Underneath it would be the networking components. Soft connecting was not possible for security reasons. A dim blue light permeated the room, and the only sounds were that of the various workstations. Interesting place, said Seth as he walked up to the computer core. How do we get into this thing? Ada gestured at one of the workstations.
They are hardwired into the core. I can access it from there.
Can you soft connect to the workstations?
I can't. This room can only be accessed internally. There are access points outside that reach the workstations, but each request has to be approved by a security AI that resides here.
You think the security AI is present?
I will know here shortly,
said Ada, heading over to the workstation. She scanned it when she arrived and found an access port on the workstation. After placing her finger near it and attaching to it via her metallic tendrils, she began to root around the system internals. Seth squeezed her shoulder. While you're doing that, I'm going to check out the surrounding area. We should be okay here since there are no life signs and I'm not detecting slime anywhere near here.
Okay,
she said. A part of her watched as Seth walked away, while the other focused on the internal system. There had been a security AI, and it had been removed. The security AI did not go quietly. There were signs of a struggle, such as code fragments, busted protocols, and burned access points. Whatever was able to take down a security AI in its own domain must have been faster. Looking into the database, she ran a query to check the audit logs. Everything had been wiped out 2 weeks earlier. Checking the in-memory tables showed them to have been purged. Whatever did this had been thorough. She ran a scan on the external storage hookups. Maybe there was something in the backups. The system tables showed there had not been any done for 2 weeks. Inspecting the configuration, she noted the backup tasks had been altered to run from once a day to once a year. A subtle change, but one that would result in a problem should data need to be restored. The other surprising detail was that there were no external feeds being sent in and stored. She contacted Sarah over group comms.
Sarah, I'm sending you a high-level analysis of the situation. The central computer core is not connected to the rest of the city.
So the city is blind, essentially, at least from the core's perspective, said Sarah.
Yes, the security AI is also gone, and it appears to have fought against whatever attacked it.
Whoa, said Sarah. That's a Ceros Corporation security AI. Those are not easy to take out.
Although it is gone, it left a lot of signs there was a struggle. I'm going to track them down and see if I can formulate a scenario.
Okay, I'll be here, said Sarah. Ada shut off her group comms. Alarm shot through her as Seth cried out in pain in the distance. She disconnected from the workstation and burst out of the core room. It took her a moment to locate him. Then she followed his heavy breathing sounds in the distance. When she arrived at a small side room, Seth was on the ground, rubbing his forehead.
Are you okay?
She asked. Yeah. I was being clumsy. Tripped over my own 2 feet, said Seth. Ada helped him stand. He grabbed her hips and smiled. Well, hello there. She tilted her head.
Are you sure you're okay?
Oh yeah, he said, stepping in close. He placed his hands on her butt and squeezed. Much better now.
You're excited.
Of course I am. Who wouldn't be with you as a girlfriend, he said. He leaned in and kissed her. Ada savored the sensation that swept through her. Her pleasure programming kicked in and fired off pleasure receptors in her mind. Want to try something? Asked Seth, pulling back slightly.
Will it make you happy?
Seth grinned. Oh yeah. On Earth? We call it a quickie. She ran a query on her internal database and determined it must be Earth slang.
I'm not familiar with this.
He stepped back and guided her toward the wall. Once there, he said, Close your eyes and place both hands on the wall. She complied. He slid his hands around her waist and undid her pants. Once she was naked from the waist down, he said, Now, relax. Waves of pleasure shot through her system. Although she tried to focus on the situation, her pleasure programming had taken priority. The state of euphoria made it hard for her to concentrate on anything other than each wave. After a moment, a small pain shot up her spine. Seth pulled back. Another pain shot up her back as she spun around and fell to the ground. Her motor system had been suspended.
Seth, something's wrong.
He bent down and smiled. Seth's not here at the moment. He held up a mini drone. And you won't be either.
You've been slimed,
she said as her eyes focused on her detector. And so have you. But you're putting up a good fight, he said. He placed a hand under her quivering chin. Easiest way to get the orange slime into an android, and the most pleasurable. He pulled his hand back. I enjoyed that. When you're under control, I think I may try that again.
Please, help me.
Seth stood. I am helping you. We have a lot of work to do, you and I, although I envy your task. Ada ran security countermeasures as the slime advanced up her spine. Her head shook when the slime reached it. Looking down, she saw that her slime detector wavered between orange and black. Seth had been black slimed. She tried to contact Sarah, but her communication system had been shut down. As her system shut down, her final image was Seth smiling at her. Kane studied his forearm screen. He, along with Zane, Cal, and Gregor, were now in District B. After the scan of the mini-drone, he had calibrated his sensors to detect them. Looking around, he saw Gregor gazing at the nearby buildings. Kane was unsure what to think of him. So far, he had been unlike anything Kane had expected. Zane was his usual self, cracking jokes and walking with confidence, while Cal seemed more on edge. The silence of the district was not doing any favors for the mood. It's too quiet, said Cal. Zane nodded. Another thing, where are the service robots? I saw some when we came in, and also some FDF. There doesn't seem to be either in the districts." "I wouldn't expect them to be here," said Gregor. Everyone looked at him. "It's well known the districts are where Rimworlds hold more sway." Cal laughed. "You can say ghetto. I wouldn't refer to it as that, and yes, I know what that means." Kane gestured forward. "Ghetto or not, we should still be seeing some service robots." The group continued on and reached a square, open-air plaza. This was probably a marketplace at some point, based on some of the metallic shacks Kane saw standing haphazardly across the plaza. On the edges of the plaza were Tuca security booths, and several replicator kiosks were sprinkled throughout. It was what he would expect of any centralized trading area in a district, except for everyone being missing. He approached one of the replicator kiosks and attached an override device. Once attached, he read the results. Everyone assembled around Kane. "Seeing anything?" asked Cal. Kane wrinkled his eyebrows. "I'm not sure. It seems the last time this was used was 2 weeks ago. I'm guessing right around the time everyone decided to leave." "That would be expected," said Gregor. "Maybe, if they're going on a trip, you would think they would stock up by using city replicator rations before using their own." "No, I think when everyone left, they were under the Saskarin's control." "That's speculation." Zane shook his head. "Gregor just needs to be slimed, then show the video of him while slimed. That'll change his view real quick." Movement at a nearby shack caught everyone's attention. A 7-foot humanoid wearing gray light armor stepped into view. The humanoid had a dog-like snout, with yellow eyes capping off the scaled face, which was shrouded by a hood. In a gruff voice, it said, "Maybe I can help with that." Everyone drew their weapons. Zane aimed his hell thrower at the alien. "Now who the fuck are you supposed to be? All sneaking up on us and shit." "I'm a creation of the Saskarins." "Great, another damn experiment," said Zane. Gregor stepped forward. "You're not registering as any known alien. What is your origin?" The humanoid laughed. "I was created, just like I said." Kane checked his slime detector. This one was yellow slimed. "Yep, he's a fucking Saskarin creation." Gregor shook his head. "Why are you here?" "Isn't it obvious?" "Oh, the senior investigator doesn't know. I'm here to collect some high-value targets, such as yourselves." Gregor snorted. "By yourself?" The humanoid raised its arm to the side. "I brought friends." Kane checked his forearm device. Mini-drones were en route. "We got drones incoming." The humanoid jumped behind a shack. "Damn it," said Zane. "This position is too open." He looked around and then pointed at a doorway to a nearby building. "Go." The group hustled toward the doorway. Halfway there, the drones appeared. The humanoid stepped out from behind the shack and shot a stun beam at Gregor. He fell to the ground. As Kane went to help him up, 5 drones swooped in. One of them stuck Gregor in the back of the neck. He cried out. Zane paused and spun around. "Damn it." He grabbed Kane's arm and pulled him behind. "Get to the damn doorway." Kane hustled into the doorway behind Cal. Peeking out, Kane saw Zane's laser turret shoulders pop up and shoot at the drones. Kane only saw 4 drones. His adrenaline surged when he heard the telltale, buzzing sound of one in the room they were in. Cal grunted when a drone stuck him in the neck. Kane pulled out his FLP-40 and sprayed the drone, destroying it. 4 drones to go. Cal heaved for a moment and then pushed Kane down before exiting out the doorway. "They got Cal," said Kane over group comms. "And Gregor," said Zane. "That little fucker took off, and now I got this ugly-ass bitch in my way." Kane peeked out. The humanoid darted from shack to shack, drawing an agitated Zane's gunfire. "You son of a bitch, hold still," said Zane as he unloaded his hell thrower, mowing down shack after shack. The 2nd and 3rd drones attached to Zane's shielding. Kane took aim and fired at the drones. The drones fell to the ground. The 4th one came after him while the 5th flew out of sight. Zane spun around and hit the 5th drone. "Where do you think you're going?" Kane waited until the 4th drone was in the doorway. He slammed the door shut, knocking the drone to the ground. then unloaded his FLP-40 on it. Now they could focus on the humanoid without the drones interfering. The humanoid popped out of a shack behind Zane and sliced through his shielding with an energy blade. Zane stumbled forward and crashed into one of the mowed-down shacks. Kane ran an analysis of the humanoid. Although it had kinetic shielding, it was weakly rated. Pulling out his FHP-10, he took aim at the back of the alien's head and fired. As if sensing the shot, the humanoid moved to the side. The shot hit Zane in the leg armor, causing a burn mark to appear. "Damn it, hit it, not me," said Zane. Kane moved out and waited as Zane spun around and charged toward the humanoid. The alien tried to sidestep Zane, but he had turned on his boosters and was able to slam into the humanoid, sending it flying back. Kane took aim again at the alien's head and fired. The shot went cleanly through. The humanoid stopped moving. Kane joined Zane as they stood around the dead humanoid. "Damn, these creations suck ass." "Yeah," said Zane, lowering his helmet to spit on the humanoid. "It can move fast and seem to predict my moves. Too bad it didn't know about my boosters." He slapped Kane on the back. "Good job on that design, by the way." Kane nodded. "We need to update Sarah and then get Cal and Gregor." "Let's do both. You can contact Sarah as we go." "Aight," said Kane. He took off behind Zane as they went after Gregor. "Sarah, you there?" he said over group comms. "I'm here," she said. "Cal and Gregor have been slimed. We're going after them now." "Oh, what happened?" "We ran into those sliming drones and also fought a Saskarin creation." "Okay, that's new. I'll update the others. Have you heard from Seth or Ada?" Kane furrowed his eyebrows. "No, we haven't. Something up?" "I don't know yet, but they're not answering. Their forearm devices show they're still downtown." "All right," said Kane. "We're tracking Cal and Gregor via their forearm devices. Anything from Blake?" "He shut off his comms. I suspect he's in a place where he doesn't want it firing up." "Okay, out," said Kane, shutting off group comms. He switched to local comms. "Cal's forearm device is up ahead. Gregor's is... Wow, running away. And fast." "Wouldn't hurt me if Gregor was lost," said Zane. "We probably don't want him calling into his FDF buds and causing mayhem, you know?" "Yeah," said Zane. He stopped at a building corner and crooked his thumb ahead. "Says Cal is holed up in the building ahead, probably trying to get to a sniping point." "We don't need the forearm device," said Kane, pointing at the ground. "Look at the blood. He's been injured." "I didn't shoot him," said Zane, raising his hands. "Me either." They shared a look. "Son of a bitch shot himself," said Zane, laughing. "That's some dedication. Come on, stay close." He charged into the building. They followed the blood trail until they reached the top floor. Kane scanned Cal, who lay unconscious on the ground. His sniper rifle rested off to the side, and his right leg was bleeding. "Blood loss. We need to apply pressure." Zane jabbed Cal in the neck with the deslimer pen. "He can deslime as well. Let's update Sarah and then get Cal back to the Excelsior." "What about Gregor?" Zane shrugged. "We're not going to catch him, and he's not injured. On top of that, Blake could find him a lot easier than we could with that nose of his." "Good point," said Kane. He contacted Sarah. "We found Cal and are on our way back. Blake's going to have to get Gregor." "Okay, his forearm device has been stationary for a while." "Yeah, he probably ditched it. I think it's better if Zane and I stick together until we get back. A lot of crazy shit out here." "All right, see you then," she said. Kane applied a patch to Cal's wound. Zane scooped up Cal. "Get his sniper rifle, and let's get the fuck out of here." Kane complied. "I'm with you on that, man." Chapter 11. Blake checked his forearm device. It was 1:25 p.m. He had parked his hoverbike just out front of the second outpost, where 2 FDF guards stood alert at the entrance. The outpost should have been fully manned, but his senses told him there were only 5 there. After hopping off his bike, he approached the guards. He did not need the detector to tell him the guards were slimed, but he checked anyways, and it showed them to be green slimed. One of the guards raised a hand. "Where do you think you're going?" "Hopefully inside, and without issue," said Blake. The guards smirked. "This is a restricted area." Blake sighed as he showed them his holographic credentials from his forearm. "I've been through this already. I'm Blake Brown, Presidential Guard, Earthborn Unit." The guards raised their weapons. One tapped at a device on his chest.
Blake's here.
Blake's eyes narrowed. Something was off.
Just stand there. Traitor.
Traitor. Why am I a traitor? Asked Blake.
Your crew tried to kill an FDF investigator.
Blake drew his head back a bit. He had shut down his communications after arriving and could not contact Sarah to verify. I don't know anything about that. A fair-skinned man in a regal, white two-piece suit exited out from the front of the outpost entrance. He had combed-over hair with shaved sides and wore advanced-looking black glasses.
We do. I'm Lieutenant Deern Grange, and this is my command.
Care to share the enlightening news? Asked Blake. He glanced at his detector and noted that Lieutenant Grange was blue-slimed. Lieutenant Grange grinned.
It seems some of the Presidential Guard attacked Lieutenant Gregor Berdolenstein. He's in hiding until we can reach him.
He raised a finger.
Whether or not that's true, you and your crew are to be brought in until this matter is resolved. Is that so?
Lieutenant Grange nodded. Blake assessed the situation. His kinetic shielding could take a few hits, and he was sure he could reach the left guard before it wore down. Then he could hit the right guard, and then Lieutenant Grange. That would leave the two inside to deal with. Blake smiled. Unfortunately for you, I have other plans.
And what would that be?
Asked Lieutenant Grange. Blake dashed toward the startled left guard. The guard fired a shot, which illuminated Blake's kinetic shielding. Blake reached the guard and slid behind him. He raised the man's arm and forced him to fire on the right guard. The right guard crumpled. Blake grabbed the left guard's weapon and tossed it away, then shoved the left guard toward the nearest wall. He stopped moving after hitting the wall. Blake zipped toward Lieutenant Grange. When within range, Blake slipped around and bit Lieutenant Grange's exposed neck. He cried out, and then his face went blank. Blake paused for a moment and heard the two others inside rushing out. He grabbed the right guard's weapon and handed it to Lieutenant Grange. When the guards come out, shoot them.
Yes, of course,
he said. Blake moved to the side of the tower. The two guards rushed out with weapons aimed forward. One saw the right guard on the ground. He pointed at him.
There!
He looked up at Lieutenant Grange.
What happened here?
Lieutenant Grange raised his weapon and in two quick, successive shots, hit both guards. Blake grinned. Normally, he would have killed them all, but this was a different era. He knew the weapons were on a stun setting, and now he knew his hypnotic bite worked on blue-slimed individuals. Grabbing his de-slimer pen, he jabbed the four guards on the ground.
Show me what you're doing here, said Blake.
Lieutenant Grange nodded and went inside with Blake in tow. After going up 2 floors, they entered a room filled with screens that covered one of the walls. Several workstations sat in the middle of the room, with a large table at the back. Replicators and what looked like a lounge area were opposite them. Lieutenant Grange walked to the table and interacted with the surface. A projection shot up, showing a layout of Tuca and the surrounding area. There were 3 colors for the various dots scattered around. Each dot had a vertical line that ended with an information label. The green dots were the most numerous, with the purple ones roughly about 1/5 as many. The red dots were just a handful. Blake pointed at one of the red dots, based on the label with my name, showing me as a red dot. I'm guessing the red dots are my crew.
Yes,
said Lieutenant Grange. What are the green and purple dots? Lieutenant Grange zoomed the projection to an area that had a clustering of them in downtown Tuca.
The green dots are FDF personnel who are not active. The purple ones are
active. What do you mean?
Active meaning the Saskarins have active control or access.
Blake sighed. It was obvious the Saskarins were trying to get the FDF on the ground. An abandoned city had a lot of places to set up ambushes to slime them. What do the Saskarins plan to do? Asked Blake. Lieutenant Grange crumpled to the ground. Blake jumped back and looked around. After a moment, he knelt and checked Lieutenant Grange's pulse. He was still alive, but it seemed a blue-slimed could go unconscious during a hypnotic session. Blake pulled out his de-slimer pen. He had 3 jabs left and used one on Lieutenant Grange. Blake stood and perused the surface console.
Moving the projection around, his eye caught that Sarah and Luke were at the Excelsior, while Zane, Cal, and Kane were on the transportation unit heading back to the Tuca spaceport entrance. The dots for Seth, Ada, and Grigor were not moving. Blake turned on his communication system and contacted Sarah. "Hey, you there?" he asked. "I'm here," said Sarah. "I figured you were in the middle of something." "I was." "What's going on with Grigor?"
Zane and the others ran into a Saskarin creation with some mini-drones that were able to slime Cal and Grigor. Zane and Kane were able to kill the creation and the drones and then de-slime Cal. They're on their way back now, although Cal is unconscious. Grigor is gone, though. Seth and Ada haven't reported in, but it shows them downtown.
Blake sighed. "Is that all?"
Sarah chuckled. "Zane said you could track Grigor better than he could."
"He's right."
"I'm showing you at the second outpost."
"Yeah, I'm here," said Blake. "I had to subdue the 5 FDF here. They were all slimed, 4 green and a blue. The commander had a projection I've been looking at. I'm guessing it's using our FDF access cards to home in on us."
"The Saskarins are busy trying to slime all the FDF on the ground."
"Oh," said Sarah. "All right, when Zane and Kane get back with Cal, have them go check on Seth and Ada. As for me, I'm going to head out to where Grigor was last seen and hunt him down."
"Okay,"
said Sarah.
"Stay safe."
Blake closed the communication. A nauseating feeling washed over him. Seth and Ada not responding was unusual. Maybe they were messing around and did not want to be disturbed, or maybe something jammed communications. Either way, Zane and Kane would find out. The map showed Grigor's FDF access card in District G. It could be a trap, and maybe he was incapacitated somehow. Blake glanced at Lieutenant Grange and then exited the room. As Blake rode back to Tuca, he went through what he knew so far. Tuca was empty, and he was aware now that this was a Saskarin operation. The FDF on the ground were being converted, and his crew had been attacked. This meant the Saskarins knew of his crew's arrival. They tried to take down Zane and the others, but only got Grigor through the use of sliming drones. Seth and Ada were not responding, and he hoped they were not attacked and slimed. Although he wanted to go check on them himself, he knew his skills would be better applied to tracking Grigor. Blake revved his bike as he sped up. It was time to retrieve Grigor. Blake had stopped briefly at the Excelsior to pick up Zane's video feeds, to talk with the crew briefly, to check on Cal, and to get something from Grigor's room with his scent. Now Blake was at the open marketplace in District B where Zane and the others had fought. The smell of blood was in the air, and Blake was able to identify several scents. Using the video feed, he moved toward where the fallen Saskarin creation should be. Upon arriving, he discovered the body was gone. It was probably retrieved, maybe by the slimed FDF. He focused for a moment and picked up Grigor's scent, which appeared as a wispy, gas-like trail that hovered in the air. After an hour of winding through the various side streets, Blake arrived in District G, a place he was intimately familiar with. He took a moment to assess the environment. Like the other places he had seen, there was no one around. The usual smell of garbage was present, making it harder to distinguish Grigor's scent, although his scent was stronger now. "Hey, me and Kane are approaching Seth and Ada's last location," said Zane over comms.
"All right, let me know what you find." "I'm close to wherever Grigor is, so I'm going dark," said Blake.
"Okay, hope you find the bastard."
Blake shut down his communication access and crept into an alleyway. Grigor's scent had been getting stronger, but so had the environment's smell. Why Grigor had not just gone to the FDF members on the ground was puzzling, but maybe the nearest ones were in this area. Another scent flooded the area, one Blake knew very well. He pulled out his FLP-40 and a blade and ducked behind a metallic dumpster. Although he could not see anyone in the alleyway, he knew someone was there. "Blake Brown, there's no need to hide from us," said a female voice.
"Raskarian vampires and, by extension, I'm guessing members of the Viserians," said Blake.
"You're right. Our master would like to talk to you in regards to a Grigor Berdolenstein."
Blake's eyes narrowed. What the Viserians could possibly know about Grigor was a mystery. Blake sighed. "Show yourself."
A rustling sound emanated down the alleyway. Blake peeked out and saw several Viserian members in lightly armored black suits. They had bandanas around their mouths and wielded several assault weapons. He moved from behind the dumpster and faced them.
You know of Grigor?" One of the Viserians stepped forward. "You can discuss that with our master." "I'd love to, but I'm actually hunting Grigor right now. This can wait." The Viserian pulled down her bandana and smiled. "You don't need to hunt him. He is in our possession, and don't worry, we moved the access card for his location away from here." "Is that so? Well, in that case, lead on." The Viserian dipped her head, pivoted, and took off. Blake followed the group through several side alleys and down some major streets until they arrived at a steel and concrete building that looked like it had seen better days. It always struck him as odd that while the downtown area of Tuco was bustling with advanced buildings and technology, the surrounding districts were just given raw materials and land to build whatever was needed. This led to an unusual aesthetic per district, and for this one, it was a steel and concrete jungle. They entered the building, and after descending a few floors underground, they came to a metallic cabinet at the end of a hallway. The lead Viserian tapped at the cabinet. The cabinet door slid open, revealing a set of stairs leading down. A Viserian just inside the entrance motioned for them to step in. Blake laughed. Riskarians and their secret hideouts. Some things never change. "It's best to be careful around those who would kill you," said the lead Viserian. "Ancient vampires use hideouts too." "Yes, we did. Although not in cities. That's a Riskarian thing. What better place to hide than in plain sight?" Blake nodded. The stone passageway made him think back to hunting down Riskarians on Earth. They always seemed to use low-tech hideouts due to the advancing nature of detection technology. Another aspect he had to deal with back then was that Riskarians would bring their victims to these hideouts and savage them. The small rooms they came across after a while were known to Blake as well. They were kill zones, meant to prevent anyone from entering the main area of the hideout. Looking to the side showed small holes in the wall, no doubt with poisonous spears ready to launch at a moment's notice. There were also large stone slabs that could be pushed to seal someone in. A quick sniff indicated there were 4 Riskarians, 2 on each side behind the wall. After 20 minutes, they came upon a large room carved out of stone. A throne sat in the back, with an elegantly dressed Riskarian. Grigor sat slumped, bound, and unconscious next to the Riskarian. Around the room were tables with remains on them. Blood and entrails lay scattered around the table's bases. Blake's eyes narrowed. This was definitely a Riskarian hideout. Judging by the smell, they had just fed recently. Although ancient vampires stuck to just drinking blood, he knew some Riskarians enjoyed eating human flesh, and it seemed alien as well, based on what he saw. The stench was powerful enough to mask most of the other Riskarians in the room, who had bared their fangs and uttered low growls. "Come in," said the Riskarian sitting on the throne. Blake moved to just in front of the Riskarian. "Blake Brown. Welcome. I'm Master Logang. You may remember me from Earth." Blake grinned. "Yes, I know the name, but not the face. I'm sorry I had to kill who turned you, but he crossed my master." "Oh, I know. Although my loyalty was to my master, my loyalty to Count Rizero was even stronger." Blake nodded. Lord Noskov had sent Blake out to kill Logang's master. It was a favor to Count Rizero since Riskarians did not like to kill their own. "You're moving up in the galaxy. Last I read about you, you were an acolyte," said Blake. Master Logang grinned. "I've aged a bit since those days. I was surprised to know you were out here." He pointed at Blake. "I almost thought you came to finish the job." "Nah, I was exiled for killing a Helian manager." Master Logang spit to the side. "The Helians, self-righteous protectors of Earth. They'll get theirs in time, I'm sure," said Blake. He looked around. "I'm guessing the Viserians are those you've turned?" Master Logang sighed. "They are, and we were expanding. It takes a lot to turn someone and a lot of time to train them." Blake's eyes narrowed. "Have you seen any displaced?" "An interesting question. One meant to gauge my strength," said Master Logang. He shook his head. "I can only sense them. You. Blake bared his fangs. Sense. And absorb. Interesting. Blake had learned of the displaced from Lord Noskov. From what Blake understood, every sentient being had some sort of link to a life layer. He was not sure he fully understood that, but Lord Noskov and the other ancient vampire lords considered this to be real. Sometimes a physical form could lose its matter, which would normally cause the link to retreat from reality as he knew it. However, sometimes the link still maintained an incorporeal presence. Humans called them ghosts, or spirits, and powerful daedrals or outsiders could see them, but only the strongest could absorb them. He knew on Earth there was a daedral type called Seekers who could detect exotic energy of any type, and they were capable of seeing displaced. How displaced were detected was sometimes used as a gauge of the power level between daedrals. Master Logang eyed Blake. On to our current situation. Tuco was invaded. Yeah, that's why I'm here, actually. Grigor was a temporary member of my crew. How'd you get him? Master Logang pointed up. One of our scavenging crews was scouting topside. They came across some FDF who tried to kill them. The FDF were no match for my scouting party. After the fight, Grigor ran up, then turned and ran away. Your party didn't kill him. They normally would have, but he had the scent of an ancient vampire on him. The only one out here with that scent is you. Blake tossed his hands to the side. Of course, I'm Blake Brown. Yes, we know that. More importantly, these FDF had an unusual feel about them. There were also some drones that tried to attack the party, but they, too, were no match for a Saskarin vampire, which brings me to this point. I'd like to propose a trade. Blake's eyes narrowed. Grigor, for what? Information? I'm not powerful enough to do hypnotic bites, maybe in a few 100 years. Otherwise, I would have used it on Grigor. Easy enough. But one condition, said Blake, raising a finger. Name it. You know the layout of Tuca and can move unnoticed. Take Grigor to my ship, and I'll have a data device with everything you need to know about the Saskarins and what's going on here. I assume that's what you want. Master Logang sat up. I do. His eyes narrowed. The Saskarins. Who are they? Oh, you know, just another outsider group making a power play, except they have the skill and power to do it. Those drones you saw were injecting slimes that allow the Saskarins to control the bodies. Why were they trying to kill us then? Blake grinned. I may have had something to do with that. They tried to slime me, but I went into bloodlust. Full bloodlust. The Raskarians in the room flinched. Drulkan, the Destroyer, said Master Logang with wide eyes. Yeah, and the Saskarins didn't seem to like that. I may have ended up killing a horde of them. I'm guessing they sensed you were daedralled and know they can't slime you. If they tried, they would get Octagius the Terrible, another one of our lovely daedralled princes. Master Logang eased back into his throne. Another outsider group trying to claim power. He shook his head. You know, we should work together. There aren't many daedrals out here. Between madmen like Alcarez, which, by the way, thank you for handling, and this event, I'm losing members faster than I can turn them. He looked away. We're a dying breed out here. He refocused on Blake. The fight between ancient vampires and Raskarians is an Earth thing, and we're far from Earth. It was true that since Blake had been out and about in Fedorian space, daedrals were scarce. Maybe this could be an opportunity to create his own group. He tapped at his forearm device and showed his CID to Logang. This is my CID. I'll only accept communication from you. We can begin there. Tuco will rebuild, and it wouldn't hurt to have eyes and ears here. On my end, I can help with Fedorian information. Well then, said Master Logang, grinning and baring his fangs while motioning at a few Raskarians to untie Grigor. Here's to new beginnings.
Chapter 12. Zane examined the large cylinder in the central computer core room where Seth's and Ada's forearm devices were. The only problem was they had been removed.
The room had a lot of workstations and screens, and there was no sign of a struggle. On the way in, they had been hassled by some FDF, but eventually were allowed through. He had learned that Grigor had been found and was being transported to the ship by the Viserians. The FDF had increased their presence with drones and personnel, probably due to what happened to Grigor, although Blake had explained to the FDF what happened. Zane was glad to not have to deal with any Saskarin creations or drones. Blake seemed to have a way with groups, and Zane was not sure how Grigor ended up with the Viserians. With Blake on the way, Zane hoped they might find some clues as to what happened with Seth and Ada. It was approaching 6:00 p.m., Earth time, and it had gotten dark a few hours ago due to Tuka's orbit. "Ain't shit here," said Kane, looking around with multiple small screens in front of him held in place by his head device. Zane sighed. "Yeah. It seems a little odd they would take off their forearm devices." Kane walked up to one of the consoles and interacted with it. "Let's see what we can find." "You do that. I'm gonna look around a bit." "All right," said Kane. Zane left the room and entered a hallway where nothing of note showed up on his scans. He thought maybe he would see some indication that Seth and Ada had gone that way, but it was as if they made it hard to be found. The situation bothered Zane. He could see that if a Saskarin creation with drones had attacked Seth and Ada, they might not have been able to defend against it. Although Ada had her strength and reflexes, Seth would be lacking against a foe like that if it was an ambush. The side rooms seemed normal enough. Most were geared toward basic necessities, such as replicator rooms, lounges, and sleeping pods. He cracked up, thinking Kane would probably love working here. One room stood out to him, though. It was a sleeping lounge, and it looked like someone had recently used one of the pods. Judging by the mess inside, it looked like sleep was the last thing that had happened in there. "Hey," said Kane over comms. "I think I've found something." Zane hustled back into the core room. Kane gestured at the console. "There's a record of a data request being sent to the Excelsion's main CID. What's odd, though, is that once it was complete, there was a second request to get data from one of the secondary CIDs." "Which one exactly?" asked Zane. "The diagnostics system. However, it was denied, as remote access for that system would need to be granted by Sarah. She wouldn't have seen it, though, as the request was canceled before being escalated." "Why would Ada want access to the Excelsion's diagnostics system?" "Beats me," said Kane, shrugging. Blake addressed them over group comms. "I'm almost at your location. I see you pissed off some FDF." Zane laughed. "They were just being bitches. You find anything yet?" "Kane found something, but I ain't found shit," said Zane. "Okay, I'll be there shortly. Out," said Blake. Zane shook his head. "I knew we would find Grigor. The Viserian thing is kind of weird, but I suspect Blake will discover something as soon as he arrives. I'm just glad he got the FDF to stand down." "Yeah, I wish I had his senses." "Me too," said Zane. Blake's awareness ability was something that would be hard to duplicate with technology. Although motion and smell detection, and even limited visual through objects could be done, Blake could sense things in places technology couldn't reach without something as advanced as a ship scan. Zane laughed. "What?" asked Kane. "I just realized Blake has ship scanners built into what he is." Kane chuckled. "That's a pretty good analogy, man." "That's quite a compliment," said Blake, appearing in the core room doorway. "I ain't lying," said Zane. "Glad to see you got Grigor and defused the FDF situation." Blake shook his head. "That's 2 problems down. Now we got this one. You two find anything else?" "Ada made some requests to the Excelsion, with one of them being to the diagnostics system, but it was canceled when the request was rejected. Outside of that, though, nothing," said Zane. That is odd," said Blake. He closed his eyes and took a deep sniff. After a moment, he motioned for the others to follow him. "Someone had sex up in here." Zane laughed. "There was a room that sort of stood out. It had some sleeping pods in there." "Let's check it out," said Blake. They went to the sleeping pod room. Blake sniffed around and then pointed at the wall. "The strongest scent is along the wall." He rubbed his chin. "There's also a strong scent of Seth juice, and Ada was excited too." "Aw, man. How do you know what that smells like?" said Kane.
I've had to pick him up in the morning after some wild nights with G1s. Anyways, I have their scent. It leads out of this area, said Blake. Zane sighed. What do you think happened? Blake looked around, then walked to the other side of the room. He bent and picked up a mini drone. This happened. That might have got Seth. But Ada would have caught that with her reflexes if it tried that on her. Kane swatted Zane's arm. Unless she was focused on something else and got orange slimed in an aroused state. Oh shit, said Zane. Yeah, said Blake. He motioned out of the room. Let's see where they went. As they exited the compound, Zane thought about how Seth would have given Ada orange slime. She was probably cognizant up until the point it took over. Zane wondered if they would go to that repository thing Ada had gone to in their last mission. One thing he was sure about was Blake was on edge. It did not take vampire senses to see that. The hurried pace, the low growling from time to time, and his continual flexing and unflexing of his hands were dead giveaways. They reached a small spaceport on the other side of the city after 30 minutes. Blake raised a hand. Looks like they went in there. Huh, a spaceport. You think they left the planet? Asked Kane. Possibly. With the traffic that's coming and going from here, it would be hard for us to detect. However, he tapped at his forearm device. Sarah? I'm here, said Sarah over comms. We've tracked Seth and Ada down to a small spaceport on the other side of the city. We think they've been slimed. Between their last transmission and now, how many ships have left? Oh, okay. Checking. After a moment, she said, Looks like about 12. Anything unusual about any of them? Asked Blake. They're all standard FDF transport ships. Blake sighed. That's just fucking great. All right, we're going in. I can at least see the area the ships left from and see if I can get some more information. I hope wherever they are, they're safe. I'm not getting that feeling, said Blake. Out. He closed his eyes. This is a bad situation. Let's see what we can find. The group went through a hangar and exited onto a patch of land with metallic walkways that led to small, embedded platforms throughout. 3 FDF guards approached them from a small side building. When they were within talking distance, one stepped forward. What are you doing out here? Zane checked his slime detector. The one talking was blue slimed, and the others were green slimed. We're looking for an Earthborn and an android who came through here. Did you see them by chance? Asked Blake. That's none of your concern. You may have been cleared by command, but don't think that gives you the right to poke around where you don't belong, said the guard. Wrong answer, said Blake. He dashed toward the guard on the left and hit him in the neck. The guard crumpled. Zane took out his mace and charged the one on the right. With a swing, he sent the man flying. When the guard landed, Kane hit him with a stun blast. The guard stopped moving. Blake rushed behind the blue-slimed guard and put a hand around her forehead. With a sharp pull back, Blake bit into the guard's neck. The guard cried out and tried to squirm free, but Zane and Kane rushed over and held her arm. After a moment, the guard's eyes went blank. Blake stood in front of her. You're blue-slimed, and it may try to render you unconscious. I'll need you to fight that. Understood? The guard nodded. Good. I need all the information on the Earthborn and android who left. Which ship did they take? She pointed off in the distance. The Earthborn took ship FDF TS-389. The android took FDF TS-433. They took separate ships. Yes, said the guard. Why? I don't know. Blake growled. Can the Saskarin speak through you now? No. Blake looked around. That means there isn't a black slime person around? He sighed. I'll need to bite these other 2 guards so they don't report this. He refocused on the guard. After I do that, you'll take us to whatever you use to track everything in this area. I need you to show me any visual feeds, audio, and anything that will help me find where they were going. Of course, said the guard. Zane assessed the situation as Blake did his hypnotic bite on the other guards. Seth and Ada were most likely slimed and had left the planet. Given that there was a small window, maybe there was a chance they did not go too far or even to the FDF cruiser. Wherever they were, he hoped they were okay. Seth looked around the bizarre environment. One moment, he was investigating a sound in Tuca. The next, he was in a large circular room with a massive cylinder in the middle. Glass walls surrounded him, and the orange slime beyond made his skin crawl. The dark fluid the slime was in highlighted it. This must be the Saskarin repository Ada had experienced. His eyes narrowed as he viewed the different types of aliens walking around. He jumped when Ada appeared next to him.
I know this place,
said Ada. Oh, shit. That means we've been slimed, doesn't it? Asked Seth.
I'm afraid so.
He sighed. Blake will see right through that. He wrinkled his eyebrows. How'd you get slimed? Ada tilted her head.
You aroused me, and then we had a quickie, as you put it. That was how you were able to inject me with an orange slime.
What? Asked Seth. The thought that the Saskarins had used him to take advantage of her made him sick to his stomach. Their attention focused on a man in a red robe and hood who approached them. Where his eyes would have been was a thin metallic strip that went around his head.
Welcome,
said the man. And who are you supposed to be? Asked Seth.
You can call me the caretaker. You have nothing to fear here, and your body will be maintained,
he said. He glanced at Ada.
It's good to see you here properly.
I'm not pleased to be here,
said Ada.
You'll just need to get over that. Now won't you?
Asked the caretaker. Seth clenched his jaw. Why'd you slime us?
I didn't slime you, as you like to call it. That was done by a Saskarin, as they are a superior form of life, evident by your presence here. They can do whatever they wish with your bodies. They must have seen a need to control you, too. So here you are.
Seth stepped forward. Release us now!
That's not how it works. Only the Saskarins can release you, and even then, you won't remember your time here.
He's telling the truth,
said Ada.
I was only able to remember last time because I came in through the technology the repository was housed in.
Yes, you did, said the caretaker. We've adjusted to that approach, so thank you for exposing it.
Are you a Saskarin?
Asked Ada.
No. I'm something else, although I have a symbiotic relationship with the Saskarins. Although I can't possess bodies like them, I can store the consciousnesses for them. So you fully understand this is my environment. I prefer it to be calm, and I dislike disturbances. You can do whatever you want, but if you create chaos, I will make your stay here very unpleasant.
What do you gain out of all this? Asked Seth.
An opportunity to learn, of course. With so many species, what better way to observe?
Asked the caretaker.
He raised a finger, and, of course, I can feed on you over time. I only need a few to sustain myself, and there is no shortage, it seems, in your reality. In time, all living things will succumb to the Saskarins and me, by extension.
So you're a parasite? The caretaker's eyes plate turned red.
You can insult me if you wish, but the reality is, the Saskarins have delivered you to me.
Ada lightly squeezed Seth's arm.
Why do you help them?
Let's just say there's mutual benefits. I used to prey on Saskarins in our dimension, but since coming here, we have a new understanding.
Seth wrinkled his eyebrows.
It almost sounds like they work for you. Not quite. They could just avoid me, and I would die of starvation. Hard to do in our native dimension, but quite easy in your reality.
Seth sighed. If we won't remember anything, what's the point of us doing anything, then? The caretaker turned halfway around and swept his arm out in an arc.
Enjoy yourself. Give in to your desires. You won't feel hunger, thirst, or any of those other bothersome attributes that are so defined in your reality. Your enjoyment is my enjoyment.
Can we see what our physical bodies are doing?
Asked Ada.
Yes, you can. But that's boring. Not only that, you won't remember any of it.
I'd rather do that than entertain you, said Seth. How do we do it?
Your choice,
said the caretaker. He gestured at a room off to the side.
Just go into any room, tell it what you want to see, and it will be done.
Seth glanced at Ada. Care to join me?
Of course,
said Ada. The caretaker smiled.
Is this part of your bizarre mating ritual that your species seems to indulge in?
Seth reached out to grab the caretaker, but his hands went through.
I'll let that transgression slide, this time. The next time I'll put you in a space where your senses don't work. All you'll have is your mind.
Ada grabbed Seth's arm.
We will go.
Have fun,
said the caretaker, who then dissipated. That son of a bitch, said Seth.
Let's not aggravate him.
Seth composed himself. Going back to how you got slimed.
Let's not talk about it now.
Seth licked his lips and nodded. Maybe it would not matter if they did not remember. But once outside, it would probably come out how it all happened. His breathing went shallow as he tried to focus. They entered the bare room the caretaker had pointed out. Seth looked around and waved his hand in the air. So, how does this work? Ada stepped to the center of the room.
The caretaker mentioned we can tell the room what we want.
She pointed at one side.
A couch would be a good start.
A couch appeared on one side of the room. Ada pointed to the other side.
I want a large screen where we can view what our bodies are doing.
A screen appeared on the other side of the room. On the left side of the screen was the view from Seth's controlled body. The right showed the view from Ada. Seth sat on the couch. At least we can see what's going on, even if we won't remember. He glanced at Ada. You gonna sit? She sat next to him. I guess we just sit and watch, then, said Seth. He placed an arm around Ada. She leaned into him as they watched the screen. After 6 hours of watching, Ada pointed at the screen.
I think I'm about to leave.
Seth studied the view from Ada's body. It had showed her on a ship, sitting and doing nothing. It was boring, and it angered him that he felt so powerless to do anything. Ada's screen now showed her fighting several androids. He recognized Curice. Oh, why is the AR attacking you? He asked.
I think they are rescuing me,
she said. She put her finger up to a screen and pointed at a device in Curice's hand.
That is a microbot delivery system. I think he means to de-slime me.
She hugged Seth.
Please stay strong.
Seth clenched his jaw. Being in this place was hard as it was, and now Ada was going to leave. He would be alone. Although you won't remember this, at least you're getting out. You should have memories up to the point where you were slimed. She ran a hand along his face.
I'll find you.
They kissed deeply before she disappeared. He got up and kicked the couch. Nothing seemed to ever go his way. He was tired of being on the losing end of everything, from fights to now this. With Ada gone, he would have to endure this solo. Being weak was getting old. The caretaker materialized.
That was unexpected.
Why don't you get lost? Asked Seth. I don't need your shit right now. The caretaker transformed into the appearance of Ada.
I could be your Ada. Perhaps you could teach me
the ways of your species reproduction.
Seth scowled and sat. Fuck you.
Very well,
said the caretaker, reappearing as his original form.
Prepare yourself, then, as you watch what the Saskarin controlling you has planned for your body.
Seth glared at the caretaker. I have been, and so far it's just sitting in a ship for hours. Do you know what it's planning to do?
Of course I do. I'm in communication with it.
Well, what? The caretaker started to speak, then stopped. He smiled.
I think it will be better for you to just watch and see. It will be an interesting reveal. Enjoy yourself now.
He faded away. Seth sighed as he crossed his arms. The screen showed that the Saskarin sat on the command deck of a ship.
The coordinates on the console in front of the Saskarian were familiar to Seth. The Saskarin was going to Fredoria. Seth's stomach churned to think of the damage that could be caused. The situation seemed to get worse and worse. Flashes of light appeared in Ada's mind. After a moment, system diagnostics floated in pure darkness. She tried to move, but her motor system was immobilized. As various systems came online, she processed the sensations. Accessing her memory banks showed that her last memory was being with Seth on Tuka in the command center. He had been slimed and had injected her with an orange slime. There was no memory after that. Her internal chronometer showed it had been 17.5 hours since that event. A series of probabilities surfaced for consideration. She could still be under the Saskarin's control and had somehow regained consciousness. Another possibility was the orange slime had left, and she was asserting control. When her audio systems came online, she processed the incoming sounds around her. The hum of a ship was obvious, but it was the subtle movements around her that made her realize there were androids or robots nearby. After another moment, her eyes received visual data, and she saw Q Reese standing next to her. "Relax," said Q Reese. "The microbots are still scouring your system, but you should be reasserting yourself now." She tried to speak, but her audio communication was not fully operational. "You can't speak yet, but you can hear. So let me explain the situation," said Q Reese. He laid a hand on her shoulder. "One of our operatives on Tuka said she saw you leaving on a ship, with Seth going to another one. You were surrounded by slimed FDF. Once we had the ship's details, we waited until it cleared the system before intercepting it. It wasn't using condensed space, so it was easy to board. We fought the FDF there and you, but were able to inject you with microbots that have been working to clear your system." He raised a finger. "They didn't work right away due to your version, but they did slow you down. We restrained you and then upgraded the microbots to work with your version. They're now working as expected. As for Seth, we tracked him until his ship jumped into condensed space. We're not sure where he is going, and we haven't contacted Blake yet since we wanted to wait until you were up and functional." Ada processed Q Reese's words. The thought that Seth was in trouble, the status of the Excelsian's crew being unknown, and the fact that she had been taken down so easily surged through her mind. She had algorithms dedicated to Seth, and they were continually being accessed. His presence would make the situation much easier to deal with. After a moment, her communication systems were fully operational, although she still could not move.
Where are we?
Q Reese grinned. "We're aboard the Claustra, one of the AR's most advanced interceptors. You're safe here."
When will I be able to move?
She asked. Performing internal queries showed her motor systems as offline. "Shortly. The slime attempted to cause damage as it was under attack. We've had some experience with it, though, and you'll be fine."
I need to help Seth and update Blake.
Q Reese nodded. "And you will. However, since it will be a bit before your motor functions are back, I wanted to offer you an opportunity to upgrade some aspects."
Which aspects are you referring to?
Q Reese paused for a moment. Ada received a transmission with various system upgrade proposals. They ranged from sensory improvements to physical upgrades to her core body. Each one seemed to be more efficient than what she had, but she also understood the process to upgrade was delicate and time-consuming.
You wish to upgrade me?
She said. "Not fully. Upgrading from version 2 to something higher is not an easy thing to do. However, upgrades from versions 4 and up are backwards compatible," said Q Reese. One of the enhancements came into focus as Q Reese sent her a transmission. "That system adds several enhancements. The first enhancement adds microbots to you. Never again would you be slimed. The second adds a very sensitive detector to your visual apparatus. This will allow you to detect those who are slimed and also those who are different, such as Blake."
A date-rolled and outsider detection system.
Q Reese nodded. "That's the idea. Humans may come or go, but we as androids will be around for some time. It behooves us to be aware of what's around us at any given moment."
I like it,
said Ada.
If I wanted this, What is the installation time?
About a day. But there are other system enhancements you should check out. The power enhancement will make you stronger and faster. You're already stronger just by being a G2, but this will make you unique, said Q Reese. He dipped his head at two other male androids off to the side. I have the best android engineers with us. You can be sure that any upgrade would be done flawlessly. Ada ran a simulation with all proposed upgrades. It showed her to be much more efficient in every category.
I am still unclear on why you would help me with this.
Q Reese grinned. Oh, that's easy. You're high profile, running with Blake Brown. Even now, androids in lesser situations look up to you. You're a beacon of hope that androids will once again be free. In that regard, the AR will do everything it can to boost your survivability. We don't upgrade G2s as a rule, but you're special. You also have a human boyfriend, which shows that we're capable of relationships outside of pure entertainment.
I see,
said Ada.
I wish to have these upgrades, but I'd like to speak with Blake first.
Of course, said Q Reese. He paused for a moment, then motioned at a screen on the ceiling. Contacting him now. After a moment, Blake appeared on the screen. Ada, are you all right? He asked.
I'm okay,
said Ada. Where are you?
On Q Reese's ship, the Claustra. They have removed the orange slime that was in me.
Blake closed his eyes and sighed. Good. I'm sure then you know about Seth.
Yes, we need to find him.
Blake nodded. Definitely. We don't know where he is at the moment. Nonetheless, we can rendezvous and pick you up.
I have a request,
said Ada. Shoot.
Q Reese has some upgrades, such as slime detection and prevention systems, that he has offered to me. I would like to have them, but they take some time. As we do not know where Seth is, and my motor system is still offline, I am not needed for the moment.
Blake rubbed his chin. All right. Let's plan to meet on Fredoria. We just left Janaris and Grigora was slimed, but isn't anymore. He called the FDF on us while slimed, but that situation is resolved now. I don't know where the Claustra is, but it might be safer if we all just meet on Fredoria at an AR safe house. We can go from there.
Okay,
said Ada.
I will see you soon.
Blake nodded. It's great to see you're doing okay. Q Reese raised a finger. Sending you coordinates to one of our secure safe houses. Blake looked down. Got it. And thanks for helping. Of course. See you then. The screen shut off.
Okay, I'm ready for the upgrades,
said Ada. Q Reese smiled. You won't regret it. Chapter 13. Jarvis sighed as he looked around his desk. The ranger office was busy that day, and he had to discipline some low-level rangers who broke protocol. It would not have been an issue if they had come through the regular process of being voted in by the people. These problems were due to the FDF personnel stepping into the ranger role, but still using antiquated FDF protocols instead of the rangers' more advanced ones. A junior ranger stepped into Jarvis's office and saluted. You don't need to salute, said Jarvis. Sorry, Master Jarvis. What do you need? There's someone here to see you. His name is Seth Williams, and he says he knows you. Jarvis nodded. Send him in. The ranger nodded and left. A visit from Seth seemed unusual. He should be out with Blake, but maybe they were between missions. Ricard did not always update Jarvis on what Blake was doing, and that was by design. Plausible deniability. As close as Jarvis was to Blake, Jarvis understood why Blake did not announce their secret missions. This was probably Blake's way of sending a message without using a communications system. Seth entered the room. Jarvis' forearm shook with Seth, then gestured at a chair. Seth, it's been a while. Yes, it has, said Seth, taking a seat. Jarvis eased back into his chair and clasped his hands on his belly. What's Blake up to now? Seth grinned. Oh, you know, just the usual. Out causing trouble. They laughed. That's Blake, said Jarvis. He spotted the slime detector on Seth's wrist, and it showed all green. Although he trusted that Seth was not slimed, it did not hurt to look. Is he in trouble? Seth shook his head. Nah,
We're out at Tuca on Janaris, investigating the disappearance of everyone. I just spent 2 days coming from there."
"I heard about Tuca. The Saskarin's involved?"
Seth nodded. "We found some of them there. Blake also found something, but he doesn't want to tell anyone what it is. He didn't even tell me, other than to ask me to come here and update you that he did find something and the location." Jarvis's eyes narrowed. That seemed plausible, but usually Blake would inform his team unless it was something very odd.
"Did he mention a phrase?"
"Dust rocks." Jarvis relaxed a bit. It seemed whatever Blake had found was something that garnered serious attention, enough to send Seth back to Fredoria.
"What are the coordinates?"
Seth interacted with his console, then flicked a finger toward the desk. Jarvis studied the coordinates. It was downtown, near the city's main computer core. Whatever was there must be very valuable.
And he didn't mention anything else about what he found.
"Nothing. I figured it must be pretty serious to not tell me."
"Yeah. You're his best friend,"
said Jarvis. He realized that whatever Blake found, he did not want it to splash on Seth. Seth may not have realized it, but Jarvis knew Blake was protecting him.
"All right. I'll leave immediately.
I could use a ride back." Jarvis nodded.
"Let's get to it then."
Over the next few hours, Jarvis visited his living quarters and picked up some essential traveling gear. He had meant to get a slime detection bracelet from the Excelsian, but figured he would pick one up when he got to Tuca. He could rely on Seth to use his until then. Before Jarvis left, he contacted Rakar on a secure communications channel. Although Blake might have sent Seth instead of a secure message, Jarvis was comfortable that the secured communications channels used by him and Rakar were solid.
"Everything all right?"
asked Rakar, appearing on the screen in a lightly armored suit.
"You don't usually contact me like this."
"I know," said Jarvis.
"I'm about to head out to Tuca, to the coordinates I'm sending you now."
He tapped at his forearm device. Rakar looked off to the side.
"Why are you headed there?"
"Blake found something, but he doesn't want his team, FDF, or anyone else to know. Even Seth doesn't know what Blake found, and Blake sent Seth here to tell me about it."
That does sound unusual.
"That also means Blake doesn't want Ranger involvement then," said Rakar.
"Yeah. I'll go check it out and let you know what's there. I have a feeling it's something big."
"It could be. Maybe I should send some backup." Jarvis shook his head. If Blake wanted backup, he would have asked. Rakar eyed Jarvis.
"Are you sure this isn't some sort of trap?"
"I'm sure." Seth knew the passphrase.
"He could be slimed."
Jarvis nodded. "I thought about that. But I don't have a slime detector." Seth had one on his wrist, but it showed everything as normal.
"It could have been tampered with."
"It could be. But while I'm trying to figure out if Seth is slimed, Blake is on Tuca waiting and potentially in danger." Rakar sighed.
"You're right. Okay.
Just be safe. I'm still going to send a backup squad after you leave, just in case. Don't worry, they'll stay out of range and sight, but we'll be there should things get rough."
"Up to you,"
said Jarvis. "Let's hope whatever Blake found is something that will make Fredoria realize the scope of the Saskarin threat." Jarvis nodded. "I'll see you soon." The screen dissipated. Jarvis understood Rakar's suspicion, but Jarvis was not worried if he had to handle Seth. It would not even be a close fight if it came to that. Nothing in Seth's behavior seemed unusual, but Jarvis made a note to pick up a slime detection device when he got to Tuca. After he got everything he would need on the trip, he went to the nearby spaceport where Seth waited by a small ship. Jarvis knew the vessel well. It was a scouting ship and was fast, stealthy, and could get in places most ships could not. It did not have much in the way of defense and weapons, but its main purpose was reconnaissance. It would be packed with sensors. "Ready to go?" asked Seth.
"Yep,"
said Jarvis. "I got some movies and popcorn for the trip," said Seth with a smile. Jarvis laughed.
"Oh no. More Earthborn movies?"
"You'll like these. I promise." Jarvis shook his head. If Seth was slimed, how anyone could know without a device or Blake's senses was a mystery. Jarvis wished he could just contact Blake, but the face-to-face communication protocol was still active during missions. Seth helped load Jarvis's items, and then they were on their way to Tuca. Sarah surveyed the empty command center where the Excelsior was docked. After 2 days, she and the others had come back to Fredoria to pick up Ada. There was still no word on where Seth was, and the mood during the trip had been somber. Blake had kept to himself, and the others seemed discontent. It illustrated how fast things could change. One moment they were making headway at Tuca, the next, Ada and Seth were gone. Ada had been found, and Grigor was fully de-slimed and was on his way to check in with the FDF. He made sure to let everyone know the Saskarins were real. Being slimed was definitely one way to find that out. It was 5:00 p.m. Earth time, and she was ready to get off the ship. Looking at one of the screens with an external view of the hangar showed it to be empty. Zane, Cal, and Kane had already taken off to the ambassadorial compound that was the group's home on Fredoria, while Blake had rushed off to meet with Ada. He had said he wanted to go alone, something Sarah understood to mean that if there were any issues, he would handle it, which was something she knew he could do easily. That left her, Doc, and Luke. Doc updated his knowledge base and helped Luke refill the Excelsion's various element storage containers. She glanced at Seth's empty seat. It was strange not to see him there. Having fought side by side with him, she had a lot of respect for him. Hopefully he was okay. One of the screens lit up, showing Luke near one of the hangar walls. "Tanks are refilling, and Doc will load them once done," said Luke. "Okay," she said. Although they did not use a lot of replication, there was still basic usage for food. Topping off the replication element storage containers was something that was always done, especially if it was free. It was just one of the perks of being in the Presidential Guard. "I'm going up to the hangar office and make sure everything is good," said Luke. "All right." The screen shut off. She knew he was going to see if there were any secure messages from his son, Jimmy. Due to the Excelsion's security, Luke could not send from there, and secure communication to an FDF ship was only accepted from another approved secured location, like the hangar office. If someone had special clearance, which she knew he did not have despite being in the Presidential Guard, it could go to their personal CID. She jumped when a defense robot entered the command area.
"I didn't mean to startle you,"
said Doc. She cleared her throat. "It's okay. I'm about done here. Everything all right?"
"I'm not sure. I'm hooked into the hangar system, and the external sensors have picked up a group of armed people coming this way,"
said Doc. He pointed at a screen which showed 6 heavily armed men. "Oh, that looks like trouble," she said. She pressed a button. Nothing happened. Communications offline?"
"No. We are being jammed."
She gulped. Taking on 6 mercs was not what she expected when coming to Fredoria. Not being able to call in for help made the situation dangerous. The mercs' outfits matched what she knew Grisadian mercs to wear.
"I have a plan,"
said Doc. "Let's hear it."
"You and Luke hide in the office. I'll post 2 guards below, and they can be decoys. When the mercs take the ship, I can handle them in space and potentially glean information on what their purpose is."
"You think they're going to take the Excelsior?" asked Sarah.
"That's a high probability. My calculations show their timing to coincide with everyone leaving. They must have been monitoring for our arrival."
"It could be dangerous for you." Doc smiled.
"I'm just a simple medical AI."
Sarah smiled. "You do have a plan, don't you?"
"Yes, but I need access to some of the more secure systems on the ship,"
said Doc. He paused.
"Do you trust me?"
"Yeah, of course I do. You can't be slimed." "I don't think," she said. Although she knew androids could be slimed, she was not sure if it could affect AIs spread out over a system. After interacting with her console, she said, "Done. I'm going to where Luke is now. Do you need anything else?" Doc shook his head.
"I'm connected now and believe I have enough to enact my defensive plan."
"Okay. Good luck," she said. The mercs moved fast and would be there in about 10 minutes. With that in mind, Sarah hustled to her living quarters and grabbed her light armor suit along with her weapons and some personal items. Once she was satisfied she had everything, she disembarked from the Excelsior and went to the hangar office. Luke glanced up in surprise when she arrived. I didn't expect to see you in here. What's going on?
Trouble, said Sarah. She looked around the office. Is there a place to hide up here?
Yeah, there's a place I would sneak off to take naps or stash items from time to time. It's a removable panel in the hallway, but it leads to a small room. Why do you ask?
There's 6 heavily armed mercs approaching fast. Doc thinks they aim to take the ship.
Luke rubbed his chin. Yeah, I don't think we could take them, even with Doc's robots. We can't fire the ship's weapons inside the hangar due to the Excelsion's restrictions. He waved a hand out to the hallway. Come on, let's go.
After 10 minutes, they had removed the wall panel and had crept into the small room behind it. Luke replaced the panel.
There.
Sarah's forearm device beeped. She tapped at it, causing a screen to pop up with Doc on it. At least the jamming was external to the warehouse and not internal.
The mercs have entered the hangar and disabled 2 of my robots. My main body is in the med bay, sealed away for the moment, and I have moved the other robots to different locations inside the Excelsion. I have also shut down and secured some internal systems,
said Doc.
Luke sighed. They better not hurt her.
I will take good care of the Excelsion,
said Doc.
There are 2 mercs headed to the office near your location.
Probably just doing a sweep, said Sarah. Okay, going dark. After a few moments, she heard a merc walk past their panel and into the office. Her heartbeat ramped up. A part of her was angry she could not take the mercs on, but the other part knew it could be her death to try. She slumped against the wall. After a few minutes, the mercs left the office and headed back to the Excelsion.
Bastards, said Luke.
I don't know what Doc is going to do, but he sounded certain of his plan, said Sarah.
I hope he is, said Luke. He looked down. To top it all off, I didn't get anything from Jimmy.
She laid a hand on his shoulder. He's probably just busy. Young officer and all that.
You're probably right.
Luke looked at the wall panel as the Excelsion fired up and the hangar doors rose.
Damn it, I really need to get the security systems in place. Those wall turrets would have done wonders.
I thought you installed them. He shook his head.
It was on the list, but there was a lot of work needing done on other systems.
I think the internal security just went up the list, she said. She leaned toward the panel. Sounds like the Excelsion is out and gone.
Luke pressed up against the wall panel. Yeah, I'm not hearing anything. His eyes narrowed. How did the mercs get into the area in the first place?
I don't know. Maybe they were let in, or they were already here in another hangar.
I think it's clear. Let's get out of here and update Blake and hope Doc knows what he's doing.
She nodded. Luke removed the panel and peeked out.
Clear.
She sighed. It seemed like everything was getting worse the closer they got to the Saskarins. Kane smiled as he did a sweeping glance over the marketplace where he obtained most of his materials that could not be replicated. It was usually energy stores or items that used hard-to-get elements. It was much cheaper to buy a finished product than to buy the higher elements for replication. Although getting the higher elements was ideal, they were hard to come across. He had wanted to improve some of the non-lethal hidden gadgetry he thought the crew could use. At least the stun from the forearm covers worked as designed. Although it was getting dark at 7 p.m., he knew that sometimes there were night deals. He studied a stand he went to often. It was an elongated store that sat at the base of a large building, something not uncommon in the city. He also knew it did not operate fully within the law, given that it sold merchandise that had been outlawed. That was not an issue if you just bought the elements, then replicated off-world. He had his mind set on improving the slime detectors the Covendrin had created. While they were functional, he did not like their form factor or the fact it was highly visible on the wrist. The other issue was that he discovered they could be tampered with if used a certain way. That needed to be fixed. He liked the concept of a ring that could scan and show the result on the part that was on the same side as the palm. It could also be tied to biometric security. After going to the store, he perused some of the items on sale. It was a guilty pleasure to see what VJ, the store owner, thought was in demand. VJ was Earthborn and from India, and he had adjusted quickly to Fedorian culture. He also saw a need not being fulfilled and was able to adapt. Even now, he tried to sell something to a customer. After the customer left, Kane approached VJ. "Hey man, it's been a while. What's crackin'?" VJ chuckled. Nothing is cracking, my friend. What have you been up to lately?
Oh, the usual.
Of course. What brings you to my store today?
I need some parts that can't be replicated.
Kane tapped at his forearm device and extended a screen, which he pointed at.
Got any of these?
VJ studied the list. I have some of it, although the others require some replication.
I figured. How much for it all?
VJ bobbed his head as he pursed his lips. Let's say 15,000 credits, and it will take about a day.
Done.
VJ smiled big. And this is why I love when you come in. You don't haggle over price, and you know exactly what you want.
The elements alone would be over 100,000 credits, not including having a replicator that could handle it.
A wise choice, my friend. Kane nodded. I'm curious, though. What's this for? Those are tiny parts.
Kane tossed his hand out. It's not important.
A common phrase used around here, said VJ. All right, swing by around this time tomorrow and they'll be ready. Is there anything else I can interest you in? Kane eyed VJ and they broke into laughter. Kane shook VJ's hand and left the shop. Taking a seat on one of the benches on the side of the building was always peaceful to Kane. He pulled out his electronic cigarette and vaped as he eased back against the wall. Nighttime had begun to creep in like an old friend, and each puff lit up his little area. One thing he liked about the area was the odors. Even now he smelled various ethnic dishes he knew from his time on Earth. His mind focused on Seth and Ada. The situation with them was like a dark cloud overhead. They had found Ada, and Blake was probably already with her. As for Seth, Kane hoped everything was okay, but his experience with the Saskarins to this point told him it probably was not. He sighed as he shook his head. A man in a lightly armored red suit and a helmet with multiple glowing eye sockets entered the alley. Kane sat up as the man approached.
You Kane Walsh?
Asked the man.
Never heard of him.
The man drew his weapon and fired. Kane jumped as blue arcs shot over him. Everything went black. When he regained consciousness, sharp pangs ran up and down his body. He tried to focus, but it was like his eye was puffed up. The taste of blood swirled around in his mouth, and his wrists screamed in pain. He attempted to normalize his breathing, but when he tried to move, he realized he was bound to a chair. The room was empty with just one light above. Out of the darkness, the man in red armor stepped into the light. He lowered his helmet. Kane's stomach churned. It was Gordoba, a ruthless Calgarian bounty hunter. Calgarians reminded him of what a humanoid version of a bear would look like. Although their heads were smaller than a grizzly's, they had a short snout, sharp teeth, and fur everywhere.
Well, look who woke up,
said Gordoba in a deep voice. Kane coughed as he tried to talk. What's this about?
You have a short memory.
Kane squinted as he focused on breathing. What are you talking about?
My ship was impounded. Illegal contraband, or so the authorities said Gordoba.
He growled.
It was like someone had tipped them off about it. My ship had only been serviced by one technician after getting the cargo. You.
I don't know what you're talking about. Gordoba chuckled.
Normally I wouldn't care. I got my ship back, and although it took some effort, my contraband as well. So imagine my surprise when I saw you had a bounty on you.
So you're looking to collect and punish me, is that it?
Yes, actually.
Fuck you, bitch. Gordoba laughed.
Oh, maybe later. For now, I'm content in just beating you. Funny thing about your bounty, they want to come collect you instead of me delivering you. Not a big deal, but interesting.
Gordoba, listen to me. If you think they're going to let you live after turning me over, you're crazy. Gordoba tapped his right shoulder.
You think I'm a fool? This area is secured by me. They try anything and I'll blast them to shreds.
Kane sighed. On my wrist is a detector. It's specific to a life form that controls people. Take it. If the person coming to collect is being controlled, then you will be too. At that point, you cease to exist as you. Gordoba narrowed his black eyes.
What is this nonsense?
Check it yourself. Gordoba took off the slime detector and scanned it with a device.
And you want me to believe this?
Does a bear shit in the woods?
What?
Kane coughed. Not important. This is going to go down in one of several ways. First way, Blake Brown finds out it was you who did this, and he'll straight up kill your ass. Second way, you're controlled, then used by the bounty issuer. Third way, the bounty issuers just outright kill you, and then they don't need to worry about paying you. He knew that was always a risk in bounty hunting. Gordoba eyed Kane.
What is this life form like?
It's a slime. If you have any motion detectors here, I'd suggest you calibrate it to look for anything that slides. Although they usually take hosts, they can exist in the open environment. You wouldn't even see it coming. Gordoba laughed.
And what do you suggest?
If you see whoever is coming in is slimed, stun them. A slime will come out of their body. Kill the slime. This information will save your life. At that point, the bounty is not collectible since the bounty issuer tried to kill you. Therefore, you let me go, and I never mentioned this to Blake. You could also just let me go.
Gordoba growled. You're testing my patience.
The issuer will have someone here shortly. Then use my device to see if they're slimed and calibrate your fucking sensors. Gordoba looked around, then disappeared into the darkness. Kane now felt the full extent of the beating he had taken. The pain from his wrist was because it was broken. Apparently, Gordoba made sure Kane was in no position to move, even if freed. The restraints were tight, and he knew if Blake did not come, or Gordoba did not believe, this would be it. Kane did not want to be slimed. He cursed himself for being caught. A pill beacon would have helped, but not if there was no time to take it. If he got out of this, that would be his new focus. Items that would help locate and defend against abductions. Chapter 14. Blake grinned when he saw Ada, Q Reese, and several other androids in a resistance hideout. The trip from the Excelsior to the hideout was a blur, and the only thing he had on his mind outside Seth was making sure Ada was okay. Sarah and Luke had stayed behind with the Excelsior while the others went to the ambassadorial compound. Although Ada was smiling, he sensed that she now had a different feel to him. He laid a hand on her shoulder and squeezed. "How's my favorite android?"
She is fine,
said Ada. Blake stepped back and looked her up and down. "Looking good,"
thank you,
said Ada. She gestured at Q Reese.
The upgrades he has provided have integrated successfully.
Q Reese nodded. "If you track your upgrade assessments, I'd like to see how they fare after a while compared to the benchmark we had when we rescued you."
I will do so,
said Ada. "How many enhancements did you get?" asked Blake.
26. Do you wish to see them all?
Blake chuckled. "Maybe a high-level summary would be better,"
Of course.
said Ada. She pointed to various body parts as she spoke.
My skeletal structure and skin have been reinforced. I'm approximately 36.8% stronger. I also have had some flexibility added to my joints, and my synthetic muscle fibers have been enhanced.
She tilted her head.
I can move much faster now.
"That's probably what I'm sensing," said Blake. "Any other big ones?"
Yes, I now have microbots that I'm linked to and also enhanced sensors. One application of that is that it prevents being slimed, and I can now detect others who are different.
"Like me." She nodded.
My visual system now shows a small aura around people that allows me to know what they are.
"An aura. Interesting. My master, Lord Noskov, used to talk about auras and using them as a way to detect people. I rely on my non-visual senses, but an aura would be a lot easier if I could see them."
I can see your aura and know you are a Daedrold. The only other big enhancement is that my cyber warfare suite has been upgraded. I no longer need to manually connect to a drone to activate it.
"That could come in handy," said Blake. He exhaled from his nose. "About how you got here?" Ada nodded.
I was slimed by Seth.
"How did he get past your defenses?" "Seth isn't exactly known to be super fast or strong." Ada looked down.
He distracted me.
Blake raised his eyebrows. "Oh, I see."
After I was slimed, I woke up on the claustra with Q Reese hovering over me.
Q Reese raised a hand. I can chime in there. We were doing our own investigation, not just on Janaris, but also on the neighboring rimworld of Dakarin. We monitor the movement of most ships, and one of our infiltrators on Tuka saw her leaving on a ship. He tried to connect to her, but was unable to. That was unusual. He was able to determine that she had been slimed, so he relayed that to me, and we acted. The FDF ship stood no chance once it was out of orbit, and we were able to board and retrieve Ada after subduing her. Blake ran a hand across his mouth. Did you track Seth at all? We tried, but they went into condensed space almost immediately once they were in orbit, said Q Reese. However, we did retrieve information from the ship that Ada was on. It seems Seth's ship was to stop off at a supply depot, then go to Fredoria. There were several locations marked. One was the Excelsion's hangar. Another was the ambassadorial compound. There were several others, but one of the unusual ones was a government school. Tillian, said Blake. He licked his right fang. So, they were coming to Fredoria. Seth might be here. He could be, said Q Reese. We haven't seen him, though. Blake extended a hand. I'm glad you helped Ada. I owe you one. Q Reese returned the handshake. I'm just glad we were able to help. Okay, next step is to reach out to Rakar and update him, and then go from there. Ada, let's meet up with the others at the compound. Ada nodded, and after a brief goodbye, they exited the hideout. Blake smiled. It's good to have you back.
It's good to be back,
said Ada.
What happened to me won't happen again.
I know it won't, said Blake. He tapped at his forearm, and a screen shot up. After a moment, Rakar appeared on the screen. I know we aren't supposed to contact you in this manner, but it's important. You're on Fredoria, said Rakar. Blake drew his head back. Yes. I thought you were on Tuka. Jarvis and Seth left about 3 hours ago because you had something to show them. What? I'm beginning to think Seth was not who he said he was, said Rakar. Yeah, he'd been slimed, same as Ada, who I just got back. Do you know exactly where they went? Rakar nodded. Sending you the coordinates now. I sent Bothan and his new Presidential Guard unit made up of former Rangers I trust to shadow them. Blake knew Bothan as a highly skilled Master Ranger. Like Jarvis, Bothan could be trusted, although his personality was as dry as stone. Damn, I need to get back out there then. What was it I was supposedly showing? I don't know. Jarvis said Seth had mentioned it was secret, and that Seth used the passphrase. Blake grimaced. Oh shit, I don't like where this is going. All right, I'm headed out there. Okay, I'm sending you Bothan's mission verification codes. Appreciate it, said Blake. The screen shut off. The mission verification codes were used by Rangers to securely communicate with each other. It was an additional key added to the encryption scheme and allowed for a more secure channel. Blake had used them heavily, although he was still unclear on what Seth was doing. At least it sounded like the Presidential Guard was expanding with new units. Bothan was a good choice. Blake tried to contact Sarah. After a moment, she popped up on the screen. Blake noted she was running and out of breath. What's going on? Grisadian mercs took the Excelsion. They jammed the hangar, and I'm guessing we're far enough away to be contacted. We've reached the outskirts of the base, and I think we lost them. Worse and worse, said Blake. Are you and Luke safe now? For now, yeah. Doc said he had a plan to retrieve the Excelsion. Blake rubbed his forehead. Okay. Can you get to the compound? I think we should be able to. Okay. See you then. The screen shut off. I'll contact the others, he said. Ada nodded. After contacting Zane and Cal, Blake tried to reach Kane. There was no response. Blake gritted his teeth. This was getting old. Great, now Kane isn't responding. Zane said that before he left to go out, Kane was at the compound. I guess it's time to do some sniffing.
I suspect the Saskarin's involvement,
said Ada. Yeah, I do too.
The pattern seems to be that they are attacking us and anyone who we deem to be close.
Blake growled. They fucked with the wrong crew on this one. He squeezed Ada's arm. At least we got you back. Ada smiled. Now let's get shit back on track. Doc ran a scan across the Excelsior. The 6 Grisadian mercs had spread out across the ship. 3 were in the command center, 2 rifled through the armory, and 1 was in Sarah's living quarters. Doc only had his main form and 6 defense robots left. As the Excelsior was now in condensed space, the engine's increased noise would help with subterfuge. He had run through several plans. One was to decrease the oxygen until the mercs passed out. The problem with that was a scan on the mercs' suits indicated they could withstand a hostile environment. Another was to stop the ship and use the momentum to slam them, but that could cause damage to the rest of the vessel. Taking the ship back by going into his new main robot form was risky, and if he lost, then all options would be off the table. The plan he weighted as having the most success was to isolate the mercs and remove them from the ship when possible. Maybe he could gather intelligence on why they were there. He activated the ship's internal sensors to view and listen to all the mercs. Using number labels, he labeled each merc from 1 to 6. He focused on the 3 on the bridge.
"That was easy,"
said the first merc.
"You think everything's easy,"
said the second. The first merc shrugged.
"When we get to Killican and collect, we're going to be set for a long time."
He pulled a card out of his chest pouch.
"All thanks to this."
Doc used the Central Command scanners to zoom in on the card. It was the FDF credentials for a Lieutenant Samuel Capers. The third merc laughed.
"Can you believe the FDF are essentially paying us to attack their own?" "Doesn't matter. It all pays the same," said the first. "Fedorians are weak, but as long as they exist, always a nice bounty to pick up."
Doc changed focus to the 2 mercs in the armory.
"Nice setup on this ship,"
said the fourth merc.
"Yeah, they weren't hurting for anything,"
said the fifth. He tried to access the console. Doc allowed the 5th merc to see some things on the console, but locked him out of a majority of the functionality.
"Seems locked down,"
said the 5th merc. The 4th merc perused the interface. The only AI detected was the medical one.
"Those aren't usually connected to anything but the med bay." "Yeah, oh well. It's a shame we have to turn over the ship. Almost want to kill the issuer and take it for ourselves."
They laughed. Doc switched focus to the 6th merc in Sarah's living quarters. The 6th merc rooted around in a cabinet with Sarah's belongings. He had lowered his helmet and sniffed everything. Doc understood enough about Grisadians to know the merc was aroused by what he smelled. After running a few simulations, Doc had a plan. He returned to the armory. Using the replication device, he replicated a stun grenade with an active connection. Once it had materialized, it went off, and the 4th and 5th merc collapsed, motionless. Using 2 defense robots, he carried the mercs to the docking bay, where he stripped them of their armor. He placed magnetic restraints on them and injected them with a sedative mixed specifically for Grisadian physiology that would keep them out for hours. Unfortunately for the Grisadians, their species' health profile was but one of many in Doc's database. In Sarah's room, Doc quietly closed and locked the door. He pumped the sedative in gaseous form into the room. After a few moments, the 6th merc passed out. Doc sent in a robot and took the merc to the docking bay, where he was stripped and restrained. There were 3 mercs left in the command center, and Doc knew he had to separate them. He activated one of the communication devices grabbed from the unconscious mercs and contacted the others, using the 4th merc's voice.
"Medbay has some interesting things."
The 1st merc tapped at his communication device.
"What'd you find?" "Looks like some illegal tech. I think Blake Brown had something going on the side."
"On my way," said the 1st merc. When the 1st merc got to the medbay, he paused at the entrance and looked around. Doc appeared in holographic form.
"How may I be of assistance?"
"Go away, AI,"
said the 1st merc.
"Where's the asshole who was in here?"
"There was someone here, but he left."
"Figures. Asshole probably off playing with himself. I'm not here for that, though. I hear there's some illegal tech here."
"Yes, there is some here,"
said Doc. The 1st merc entered the room.
"All right. You got my attention. What are we dealing with?"
Doc approached a panel on the wall.
"Behind this panel is the prototype for an advanced defense robot."
"No shit,"
asked the merc,
walking over. He tapped around and tried to open it.
How do I open this?
I can do it for you if you wish.
Then do it, stupid AI,
said the first merc, sighing. The wall panel slid back, revealing Doc's advanced robot form. The first merc ran his hands around the body.
Damn. Illegal tech for sure. This could sell quite well.
It could, but that won't happen,
said Doc.
And why's that?
Asked the first merc, turning his head. Doc used his main robot form's left arm to reach out and pull the first merc in. Once he was held tight, an injector from the robot's right hand penetrated the merc's neck. The first merc slumped against Doc's robot form.
That's why,
said Doc. He had the defense robots take the first merc to the docking bay. There were only 2 left in the command center. He accessed the communication system outside the command center. The second merc tilted his head.
You hearing that noise?
He looked out into the hallway. Yeah, said the third merc.
Sounded like someone rushing up here,
said the second. He tapped at his communication device.
Hey, anyone alive out there?
After a few moments of silence, he said,
Something's not right. Could just be a communication issue. Our scans showed no life signs, so there shouldn't be anything on here but us. There is an AI, but it's one of those old ones confined to medbay.
The second merc nodded.
I'll check it out. Unless you want me to stay up here with you. Go, I'll be fine.
All right, said the second. He went into the hallway. Doc played a sound of laughter at the end of the hallway and off to the right. The second merc followed the noise. Doc led him to the engine room near the back of the ship. The second merc looked around and then tapped at his communication device.
I'm in the engine room. I think. The noises have stopped. Probably just the ship making sounds, said the third merc. Nah, man, I heard laughter.
The third merc laughed.
Right. Fuck you,
said the second merc. As he turned to exit the room, the door sealed shut. The gravity in the room changed, causing the merc to drop to his knees and then go prone. Doc turned normal gravity back on after detecting the second merc had passed out. The engine room had no safeguards when it came to gravity control due to the possible situations that could occur. The second merc learned that the hard way. The defense robots whisked him to the landing platform, and then all 6 joined Doc in the medbay with his main form. When they reached the command center, 3 went off to one side and ducked behind a workstation, while the other 3 went to the other side. They opened fire on the third merc. The startled merc's kinetic shielding lit up, causing him to jump up and then behind Sarah's workstation. While the robots created a crossfire where the merc couldn't pop out to return fire, Doc used the moment to charge forward with his main form and jump over Sarah's workstation. When he landed behind the shocked merc, he tapped him in the head. Doc's finger then emitted a charge. The third merc went limp. Doc had the robots move the third merc away, and then he performed an efficiency analysis. It was the first time he had gotten to use his main form in combat, and having access to the ship opened many possibilities. Although he had resolved the situation, he now had metrics to analyze so he could perform better in the future. Maybe the sound trick could have gotten them all to the engine room, or more could have been sent to the armory. Although he began his analysis, there were other things to do. After popping out of condensed space, he sent a message to Blake's CID. It was time to go back to Fredoria. Doc made a course correction back, then popped the Excelsior into condensed space. Chapter 15. Kane sighed as he watched Gordoba adjust his defenses. The pain surging through Kane made him squint a few times, but at least he was still alive. He had lost track of time and hoped Blake would be along at some point. The thought did cross Kane's mind that maybe Blake wouldn't check in on the group before the night was out, but given that Ada was being retrieved, there would be some communication. Kane not responding would stand out. Then it would be Blake tracking time, something Gordoba would probably not survive. It was no wonder people were scared of Blake when he tracked them. Kane imagined what Blake must have been like on Earth. As an enforcer, he would have been deadly efficient. Hopefully, Gordoba came to his senses. Otherwise, it would be lights out for him. Gordoba stood in front of Kane.
I'm going to play your game. I've adjusted the sensors to detect anything slithering around."
"Good," said Kane, licking his lips. "Like I said before, you could just let me go and avoid this whole situation." Gordoba laughed. "It's your life."
"Damn right it is,"
said Gordoba. He glanced at his forearm device. After interacting with it, he grinned.
"We'll see just how wrong you are in a few minutes."
Kane struggled to keep his eyes open. He was tired to begin with, and this just made things worse. A pale human woman entered the room. She had on a one-piece, lightly armored gray suit, and she carried what looked like a porcelain jar.
"Finally, you're here. You get lost or something?"
asked Gordoba. The woman shook her head. "My apologies. Your wait will be well worth it. I'm Constance Kurova, the bounty issuer."
"Your name's not necessary. The bounty was anonymous. I don't care who you are as long as you pay up,"
said Gordoba. He gestured at Kane.
"There's the mark you wanted."
Constance set the porcelain jar down and walked around Kane. "He's hurt."
Gordoba shrugged. "Bounty didn't say anything about not roughing him up."
"It did, actually," said Constance. She sighed and closed her eyes. "Let me guess, you didn't read the bounty fully."
"Whatever. We doing this or what?"
Constance eyed Gordoba. "It will do. But the bounty is 1/3 less since you're delivering a defective mark."
"What did you just say?"
"You heard me," said Constance, facing Gordoba.
"I don't think so. And what's up with that fancy jar? You planning on stuffing Kane in there?"
Constance laughed. "No. But let me show you." She opened the jar and tilted it toward Gordoba. A black slime tendril shot out toward Gordoba. When it touched the kinetic shielding, the tendril retreated. Gordoba pulled out his weapon and fired at the jar, vaporizing it. "No!" said Constance. She began to draw a weapon.
"Do it and you're gone," said Gordoba, aiming at Constance. "What was that slime shit?"
"Slime shit, you arrogant husk! It was a superior form of life." Gordoba glanced at Kane, then back at Constance.
"Kane said you would be slimed or something."
"Slimed. Such a simple term," said Constance. She grinned. "We'll see you again." She fled toward the door. Gordoba shot and hit Constance's leg with an energy beam. Constance fell to the ground. A black slime slithered out of her nose and was vaporized by the perimeter defenses.
"What the?"
asked Gordoba. He fired another round of energy beams at Constance, carving her up. After a moment, Gordoba's ragged breathing normalized. He glanced at Kane.
"You weren't lying."
"Told you, man."
"Shit. That means this bounty's a bust. If I hadn't adjusted my defenses..."
Kane shook his head. "You would have been slimed, and it would have been bye-bye, Gordoba." Gordoba looked at the ground and then moved behind Kane. After a moment, the restraints came off. An explosion outside the door caught their attention. Zane burst into the room with his weapon trained on Gordoba. "Wait," said Kane. Zane advanced farther into the room with Blake, Sarah, Ada, Cal, and Luke in tow. Blake pulled out a blade and approached Gordoba. "You're only alive because Kane wanted us to wait. Step away from Kane, or Zane here will use you as target practice." Gordoba complied.
Blake Brown."
"Yeah, that's me," said Blake. Ada and Sarah helped Kane stand. Kane sighed. "He may have some useful information." Blake placed his blade under Gordoba's trembling chin. "Is that so?" "Well, go on then. Speak."
"All right, man. There's no need for the blade."
"There is if I need to decapitate you."
"Look, Kane was a bounty to be picked up."
He pointed at Constance.
"Constance was supposed to pick him up, but she tried to slime me or something. Kane told me about it before, and if I hadn't adjusted my defenses, I would have been slimed or whatever."
"That true?" asked Blake. glancing at Kane. Yeah, said Kane. I may have did him wrong in the past. He was letting me go. I think we're even. Blake stepped in close to Gordoba. A shame. You're getting out of this with a warning, then. Next time, I'll slice you up limb by limb. You feel me?
Yeah,
said Gordoba. Get the fuck out of here. Gordoba scrambled out of the room. Kane was glad Blake let Gordoba go. He had no idea how close he had come to dying. You all right? Asked Blake, examining Kane. Some broken bones and bruises. Nothing Doc can't fix. Good. Because he just retook the Excelsior and is on his way back. We're going back to Tuka. Really? What happened? Asked Kane. Sarah chuckled. Grisadian mercs took the Excelsior from the hangar, but it seems Doc took them all out. He's on his way back now, along with some interesting information. Damn, that's some crazy shit, said Kane. He glanced at Ada. Glad to have you back.
It is good to be back.
What about Seth? Blake grimaced. He's on Tuka with Jarvis. Apparently, I had something to show them. Kane's eyes widened. Oh, shit. Yeah. Ada scooped up Kane.
It will be more efficient for me to carry you.
Zane and Cal chuckled. I heard that, said Kane, glancing at them.
It's cool. Outside Blake, I think Ada is the strongest now with her upgrades,
said Zane. Upgrades, said Kane. Blake motioned toward the door. We'll have plenty of time to go over all that on our 2-day trip back to Tuka. Let's move. Kane relaxed as Ada held him with an arm under his knees and another along his back. Although he felt weird being carried, he sensed it was no effort for Ada. Whatever upgrades she had received, enhanced strength must be one of them. Going back to Tuka was a surprise, but if that's what it took to get Seth back, then that's what they would do. Blake had arrived at the Excelsion's hangar bay with the others an hour after Kane's rescue, but everyone had to wait another hour for Doc to return with the Excelsion. It was now 10:30 p.m. Earth time, and the crew was tired. Blake figured they could catch up on rest while flying back to Tuka. He studied the 6 Grisadian mercs tied up on the lowered platform of the Excelsion. They would never forget being outsmarted by an AI. Ricard and Grigor arrived with a detachment of the Presidential Guard. Surprised you're back, said Blake, eyeing Grigor.
Being slimed was not exactly on my itinerary, and I appreciate you restoring me. I'm going to stick around, unless you find issue with that, said Grigor.
None here, said Blake. Ricard motioned at the mercs.
Grisadians. Interesting choice of merc.
Yeah, said Blake. Looks like Doc handled them, and then some. Doc appeared in his main robot form.
I could have been more efficient.
Ricard studied Doc.
That's what was partially responsible for some of the issues from the past. AIs becoming efficient to the point that organic casualties became an acceptable factor.
I would not have endangered friendly organics.
History suggests otherwise, said Grigor.
I'm not history. I'm different.
Ricard grinned.
Maybe so. Fredorian and AI history suggests that it's a natural evolution.
I understand,
said Doc. Blake shrugged. Since the only organics would be the Excelsion crew, I don't think it's an issue.
It's your call,
said Ricard. He dipped his head toward the mercs.
As for these Grisadians, we'll take them into custody. What's your next step?
Blake uttered a low growl. We're going back to Tuka. I can't believe the Saskarins are using Seth to lure Jarvis out there. The question is, for what?
Ricard shrugged. I don't know. But Bothan and his specialized Presidential Guard left shortly after they did.
Rangers are going to be pissed that yet another former Ranger is working for the Presidential Guard, said Blake. Grigor eyed Blake. The FDF could help you with that. Given that half of them are slimed, no thanks. You yourself were slimed and even called the FDF on us? No. At this point, they can't be trusted. I've requested that Ricard secure some locations that Curice got for us. No way I'd trust FDF or local law enforcement with that. I understand, said Grigor. He sighed. I'm beginning to see why you don't trust us. I'm not even sure I fully trust us at this point. Blake and Ricard looked at each other and laughed. Ricard smiled.
The success of Blake's unit to date has shown we need more like them. There has been a recent surge of applicants. Andia is handling that with my guidance."
"The Presidential Guard is becoming what the Rangers used to be," said Blake.
"There is no law against the size of the Presidential Guard,"
said Ricard, glancing at Gregor. Gregor drew his lips flat. "I'm not making any judgment." Blake nodded and then pointed at one of the mercs. I'd like to bite one and see what they were thinking. They got past base security using FDF credentials, in particular a Lieutenant Samuel Capers. He gazed at Gregor, an FDF lieutenant who almost got our ship and some of my crew killed. Gregor looked down. Ricard shook his head.
"Your hypnotic bite thing is unsettling, but I can't argue with its efficiency."
Doc used his defense robots to bring one of the unconscious mercs over. Blake bent and cleared the merc's neck of obstructions, then bit down hard. He stood after licking his fangs. Grisadian blood had a sweet and sour taste to it with a hint of salt. Gregor grimaced. The merc's eyes popped open in a brief moment of surprise, then dulled. "Who are you?" asked Blake.
"Genkris."
"Why'd you attack us?"
"There was a bounty to capture the Excelsior,"
said Genkris. Blake glanced at Ricard, then back at Genkris. "How'd you get the FDF credentials?"
"They were given to us by FDF Lieutenant Samuel Capers."
"And you got quite a few of those credentials to get by base security."
"The base security was temporarily shut down by the FDF."
Ricard drew his head back.
"They don't have that authority."
"They do," said Genkris. Gregor gestured at Genkris. "He's right." Ricard glanced around, then back at Genkris.
"Okay. Where were you headed?"
"Killikin." Blake sighed. "Typical drop-off. The Saskarins really seem hell-bent on taking out our unit." "Do you have a name for who issued these bounties?"
"No. They are anonymous,"
said Genkris. Blake rubbed his chin. "I see. What do you know about Seth Williams?"
"He has a bounty on him."
"Anything else?"
"No."
Blake motioned at Ricard. "I have what I need to know. Have anything else you want to ask?"
"I do, actually,"
said Ricard. "However, I can do that while you get underway. Most of my questions deal with the FDF's involvement." He raised an eyebrow at Gregor.
"I'm sure that would be of interest to you."
Gregor sighed. "Since we're going back to Tuca and I'm stationed on the Galantis, I'll be going back with the crew. I think it's best I see everything firsthand.
Would you mind sending me your findings?"
"I can do that," said Ricard. Blake forearm shook with Ricard. "All right. Genkris will be under for about a day." He knelt next to Genkris. "You'll answer any and all questions from Ricard. If he tells you to do something, you do it. Is that understood?"
"Yes, of course."
Blake stood and sighed. His first instinct was to kill the mercs to send a message, but he also understood they could still be valuable informational assets. The mercs were not slimed, but the use of mercs suggested that the Saskarins were getting more involved in this reality and using its own resources against it. Not hard to do, given what he knew of the region. The Presidential Guard members accompanying Ricard loaded the mercs onto a transport. Ricard nodded at Blake, and the transport departed. Once everyone was on board the Excelsior, they took off to Tuca. Blake swung by the med bay. Doc buzzed around Kane. "How are you holding up?" asked Blake.
"I'm doing all right," said Kane.
He furrowed his eyebrows at Doc.
"Doc here's getting wild with my treatment."
"I just want to ensure you heal fully,"
said Doc. Kane grinned.
"I know, but I wasn't hurt too badly."
Blake took a seat next to Kane. "Speaking of which, how close did Constance get to sliming you?"
"Close. She had a jar with a black slime in it, and I think she herself was black slimed."
Kane shook a finger in the air, which Doc tried to lower.
"I bet they were going to use me like they used Seth and Ada."
"Probably. Although they most likely would not have had you come around the crew. Maybe go do something somewhere else."
Kane shrugged. "Could be. I'm just glad it didn't come to all that."
"You helped Gordoba by letting him know about the slime."
"Yeah. I don't think he's that bad. I ran into him a long while back. He was running unmarked parts that could not be replicated. I joked with another technician about it, who I guess let it slip to someone in authority. Gordoba's ship was impounded, cargo confiscated, But when they realized it was a minor infraction, they let him go. Although he makes it sound like he pulled some strings. Harmless for the most part, although he seemed to enjoy beating me. Blake bared his fangs. He's lucky. The mood I'm in, I would have made him give us information. Then gutted him. Kane chuckled. I've seen him around the market a few times. Although he says we're even, he knows he owes me one. That may come in handy later, you know?
I feel you, said Blake. He stood and tapped Kane's leg. Get some rest. When we get to Tuka, we're going in hard.
I'm sure S-Man's all right.
Let's hope so, said Blake.
He exited the medbay and went to the command center. Looking out the windows, he saw they were already in condensed space. Sarah interacted with her console, and Luke filled in for Seth. Sarah peeked at Blake. We're on our way. Blake clenched his jaw as he sat in the large central chair.
I wish we could get there faster, but this is already fast as it is.
Yeah, said Sarah with a smile. Don't worry. We got Ada. Now we get Seth. Kane's healing, and everyone will be ready to go when we get to Tuka.
Blake nodded.
Although he was glad Ada was back, he did not feel as confident about Seth or Jarvis. They were his best friends, and the Saskarins had decided to make it personal. Maybe this was payback for killing Krennigan, a Saskarin Blake had personally killed on the previous mission when in Bloodlust. Either way, the Saskarins would learn what it was like to be on his bad side. Chapter 16. Jarvis had enjoyed the last 2 days of flying out to Tuka. The trip was uneventful, but they traveled through condensed space, so there would not have been much to cause trouble. He had caught up on some mission reports and digital work he had to take care of. Although Seth kept to himself for the most part, they had shared several conversations and even watched a few movies together. Jarvis saw why Blake and Seth got along. Seth was good traveling company. If Seth was slimed, Jarvis could not tell. But he did not think Seth was. In the back of Jarvis's mind was the thought that Rakkar probably sent a small squad out as backup. They would remain hidden. When they arrived at Tuka, the Excelsior was nowhere to be seen. It made sense for Blake to send it away if he found something he did not want anyone to see. Jarvis had considered trying to contact Blake, but he seemed to want face-to-face. The Galantis was in orbit, and the city showed FDF members on the ground. It was obvious why Blake sent Seth now. It was more secure. The possibility of intercepting a digital message was low, but still possible, even over encrypted channels. They exited the spaceport and boarded a transportation unit, which zipped toward downtown.
So Blake hasn't said anything about what he has?
Asked Jarvis. Nothing, said Seth. You know Blake. He was all, take this message and go, and don't tell anyone. I said he might need help in whatever he was doing, and he said he wouldn't.
Because he's Blake Brown, they said in unison, then laughed. Yeah, that's him all right, said Jarvis.
I'm very curious now as to what he discovered.
Me too.
I'm really surprised Ada didn't come with you.
Seth smiled. Ah, man, you know I would have loved that. 2 days traveling would have been much more interesting. They laughed again. Blake had her doing some analysis work on the Excelsior. Jarvis nodded and eased back into his seat, wondering what he would see. Maybe it had something to do with the Saskarins or even the FDF. Whatever it was, the suspense was killing him. He wished the transportation unit could go faster. After a little while, they disembarked from the transportation unit and reached the city's central computer core. Jarvis sensed they were being watched, but he figured it was either the backup squad Rakkar sent or the FDF trying to figure out what they were doing there. Looking around, Jarvis did not see anyone. If it was Bothan's unit, they must be good. Jarvis did feel guilty about not telling Seth about the backup unit, but per protocol, that was the way it was. They went to an underground room. It had large workstations along the wall's edges, and in the center was a large cylinder with a waist-high ring and another at head height. Between the rings and slightly off the cylinder were holographic screens.
Looks like a server room, said Jarvis, surveying everything. Awfully quiet down here.
Where's Blake? He should be coming, said Seth. He said he was monitoring this area, and when he saw us, he would come.
Smart. That way, if we're followed, he can handle it.
Seth chuckled. He's too paranoid sometimes.
It's how he stayed alive all this time. Yeah. Sounds came from the hall away. Looks like he's here, said Jarvis. He thought he heard the sounds of multiple people, but maybe Blake had some others with him. Jarvis knew Blake could not be slimed per the Hadrassus situation, so there should not be any surprises. Maybe Blake had discovered the backup unit and they had joined him. Either way, Jarvis would know momentarily. Several heavily armed Shulan mercenaries stepped into the room. Jarvis's face dropped. That was the last thing he expected to come walking through the door. Their metallic suits, domed helmets with red visors, and aggressive weaponry indicated they were not there to chat. He pulled out his striker and aimed.
Seth, get back!
The lead merc laughed in a deep, digitized voice. Jarvis drew his head back.
There's no need for all that, said Seth.
Jarvis glanced at Seth and saw a stun baton in his hand.
Seth?
Seth smiled.
He's not here at the moment.
You've been slimed.
Such a derogatory term.
Yes, I've been slimed, as Blake calls it.
I prefer to call it enlightened.
Seth was weak, and he deserves all that's coming his way, as does Blake. I'd lower your weapon before my Shulan friends here paste you.
What do you want from me?
Asked Jarvis, lowering his weapon.
To be part of the centerpiece of our message,
said Seth. He extended the baton.
Wait.
Seth paused.
Seth, if you're in there, fight this. We're Blake's closest friends.
Seth smiled.
Seth is in what we call a repository. He can see everything that's going on. As a matter of fact, I know he's watching this now, sitting on a couch. All the screaming and kicking he's doing won't matter. He's going to get a front row seat. He tapped Jarvis on the shoulder with the baton. Everything went black. Zane grimaced as he hustled toward the location that Bothan had sent them. The 2-day trip via condensed space was uneventful, but the mood on the ship was tense. Blake kept to his quarters for the most part, and Kane was fully healed, although a bit sore. Zane had spent most of his time hanging with Cal. Grigor was still coming to grips with everything, and Zane had talked to him some. When the Excelsian landed, Blake had contacted Bothan, and the transmission was enough for Blake to streak like lightning out the door. Ada was next. It was just Cal and Grigor running next to Zane, and at the pace they were going, he thought his chest might explode. It would have been roughly 7 hours since Seth and Jarvis had arrived on Tuka, and Zane was not sure what to expect, although at around 12 o'clock a.m., he was a bit tired. Blake had everyone suit up for potential conflict. From what Zane understood, both Bothan and FDF were on scene, arguing over jurisdiction. When Blake got there, that would be cleared up real quick. Seth's and Jarvis's conditions hadn't been mentioned, other than to say a large container was needed. Bad thoughts went through Zane's mind. The last time he had heard of a container being used was after finding someone who had been gutted. After 45 minutes that included a ride on the transportation system, they had reached the area that Bothan had indicated. Zane paused as Blake zoomed into the room, pushing both FDF and Presidential Guard members aside. Dead Shulan mercs lay outside the room. A loud growl burst out of the room. Ada rushed in after Blake. Zane lowered his helmet and peered inside. His stomach churned when he saw Jarvis strung up by his wrists with slits down his arms and legs and one across his stomach. His muscles, guts, and other parts dangled out. The smell of blood permeated the air. Seth lay on the ground to the left of Jarvis, next to a hover slab. He was still intact but unconscious and missing his right leg, which was nowhere in sight. There was a medical wrap on the stump, but he was still breathing. An eye patch on his face rounded out the grisly scene.
"Oh, shit," said Cal.
Grigor lowered his helmet and dry heaved off to the side. Ada helped get Seth onto a medical hover slab that had been brought by Bothan's crew. Zane took a step back and raised his helmet. He was not uncomfortable with death, but that did not mean he had to smell it. Blake walked up to Jarvis's corpse and ran his hand along Jarvis's face. Zane knew they were very close. Why Seth was alive was puzzling. Blake swung his head back and forth while growling, then faced Bothan. In a grizzled voice, Blake asked, "What happened here?"
There were some Shulan mercs filming some video, said Bolton, pointing at the dead mercs outside. We killed them since we were shadowing Jarvis and saw the mercs enter this building after them. There were some other videos that Seth had, but... Are you sure you want to see the one for this room? Of course, we're a team. Send it to my crew. Bolton nodded and grimaced, then interacted with his forearm device. Done. Zane focused on the video screen that popped up inside his helmet. Jarvis had been stunned and was being stripped. After being strung up by his wrists, Seth woke Jarvis up and then began to mutilate him with a sharp weapon. While Jarvis screamed, the slime slid out of Seth, who immediately began screaming too. The Shulan mercenaries strung up Seth before injecting something into his stomach. They then sliced off his right leg with a laser beam. Another device was used to vaporize the leg. One of the mercs applied a pad to the right leg stump and then taunted Seth. Whatever was injected in Seth kept him conscious as they prodded him with hot pokers while tapping his leg stump. One of the pokers went into Seth's eye. The video feed ended. Zane guessed that's when Bolton and his crew showed up. Ada walked with several other Presidential Guard members as they carried Seth out. All right, said Blake, licking his fangs. Let's get Jarvis into something so I can take him back to Fredoria. One of the FDF members stepped forward. The FDF will handle that. The fuck they will, said Blake, grabbing the FDF member by the neck and raising him off the ground. The 3 other FDF members raised their weapons. Grigor walked over to them and laid his hands on each of their weapons, lowering them. Why don't you guys sit this one out? The FDF members paused. Grigor stood next to Blake while focusing on the raised FDF member. Go back to the ship. This situation is handled. Blake lowered the FDF member. Yeah, now get the fuck out of here. The FDF member nodded. All yours. He exited the room with the rest of his members. Blake knelt and scooped up Jarvis's entrails and put them into a nearby metallic container brought specifically for that purpose. Cal glanced at Zane, then helped Blake. Zane sighed and joined them. Grigor and Bolton stepped out of the room. We'll secure the area, said Bolton. You do that, said Blake. He stopped for a moment, breathing heavily, and... Thank you for at least getting to Seth in time. Bolton nodded. Blake continued on. After 3 hours, what remained of Jarvis's body was on a slab, and everything else was in the container. Blake stood with bloody hands and closed his eyes. Anything else we can do here? Asked Bolton. Blake shook his head and opened his eyes. No. I'm just glad. Just glad at least one survived. Zane could not recall ever seeing Blake shed a tear. Even now, he was not, but his eyes were red. The last time Zane had seen that was not a good time. Let's just get them back to Fredoria, said Blake. At least for Jarvis we can get him a proper burial. He got behind the hover slab that had the container and what was left of Jarvis's body on it. Zane followed Blake in silence. Ada was already far ahead with Seth on his slab. One look at Cal showed he was contemplating the same things Zane was. He made a note to get Grigor's take on things from an FDF viewpoint when they were back on the ship. Zane sighed. The Saskarins had struck at the one group who was messing things up. The fact they came after Blake's closest friends, put bounties out that caused the situation with Kane, and tried to nab the Excelsian meant they were beginning to treat the Excelsian crew as a serious threat instead of just an oddity. Zane understood that could have been him in that room. His heart sagged to think of what Seth went through. He was a friend and a crew member. There was one thing Zane was sure about. The Saskarins who did this would pay. Chapter 17. Blake frowned as he entered the med bay. Seth was on one of the slabs with wires plugged into him. Doc checked readings and prodded Seth with the device. Ada sat off to his right and held his hand. He was conscious, and it looked like he struggled to understand the situation. It was 9:00 a.m. Earth time, roughly 2 hours since he had been brought aboard, but it looked like Doc had stabilized him. Blake laid a hand on Seth's shoulder. A tear rolled down Seth's face. My leg. They took my fucking leg.
And my eye.
Blake looked down. There was always a risk bringing Seth into the world Blake was familiar with. This was not the worst-case scenario, but it was definitely not one of the good ones. He focused on Seth. Do you feel any pain?
No, but my leg, man, said Seth in a wavering voice.
He grimaced as he breathed heavier.
My eye.
Blake squeezed Seth's shoulder. I wish my blood could regenerate both for you. Seth nodded and exhaled sharply.
I know.
It could have been much worse,
said Ada.
Yeah,
said Seth, grimacing again.
I'm useless now.
You're never useless, said Blake. Never think like that. Ever. Seth's chin trembled.
I saw Jarvis and it looked like I did it. There was a knife in my hand and blood.
A tear ran down his cheek.
I was there when he died. I heard him scream.
Blake had seen the other videos the Saskarins had produced. They had made Seth and Ada perform a multitude of sexual acts meant to humiliate them. The Saskarins meant to have the video edited and then publicly shown, based on the claims the Saskarins had Seth say. Thankfully, Seth had not seen the videos yet. In his condition, Blake did not think that would help things. He sighed. You're alive, at least. And safe for now.
For how long? Huh? Until the next time I'm slimed and do something crazy? They picked me out because I was weak, said Seth.
Blake shook his head. No. They picked you out because you're one of my best friends. Same with Jarvis. And Ada is not weak. Ada nodded.
I agree with your assessment.
Seth sighed.
I'm tired of feeling weak and getting taken advantage of.
You can get cybernetic enhancements for your eye and leg, said Blake.
You know I like to keep things pure, said Seth. It's why I don't want to ever be a vampire. With that said, I do plan to get the leg and the eye.
Blake glanced at Doc. How long will that operation take?
Several days. However, I would suggest it be done somewhere not potentially under attack at any given time.
Blake ran a hand over his mouth, then glanced at Ada. I'm guessing the androids who did your upgrades could do this for Seth and keep it off the radar for those who might be looking for him. Ada tilted her head.
The androids who worked on me were considered the top tier on Fredoria for organics and androids alike. They could do this efficiently and discreetly.
She squeezed Seth's hand.
I will stay with you until it is done.
No,
said Seth, looking defiantly at Ada.
You need to be here and kicking the ever-living shit out of these Saskarins. I'll be okay. Let's get me a leg and an eye.
All right, said Blake. I'll contact Q Reese over our secure communications channel and get it set up. We'll head there next. Seth nodded and then frowned. In a cracked voice, he said,
I'm so sorry about Jarvis, man.
Blake bared his fangs. Death is not new to me. Remember, I'm an ancient vampire who's lived for over 400 years.
Cut the shit. He was your closest friend, even closer than me. And I know inside you're hurting.
Blake glanced down and uttered a low growl. You know I am, and I will avenge him. There's nothing I can do to bring him back. He looked back up. All I can do is move forward. After we drop you off, we'll take him to Fredoria for a proper burial. Seth looked away. You didn't kill him. That was the Saskarins. Seth's gaze bored through Blake.
Maybe I didn't. But I wasn't strong enough to prevent it.
Blake shook his head. Stop thinking like that. Focus on the now. You can't change the past, but you can impact the future. Seth stared at the ceiling.
This is so fucked up, man.
Get some rest. I'll update you after my talk with Q Reese, said Blake. He went to the med bay entrance and paused. And I'm glad you're alive. Seth nodded and trembled as he wiped his wet face with his right hand. As Blake walked to his office, he went over Seth's condition. It was obvious that Seth was torn up inside. Although it seemed the Saskarins meant to kill Seth, they did not get to, thanks to Bothan. Now Seth was a broken man. It would not be easy for him to get over all the mental trauma. Blake would do what he could,
but knowing Seth, there may not be much to be done. With a sigh, Blake reached his office and settled into his chair. He interacted with his desk console. Queries popped up on the screen. "Blake, how is everything?" "Not well, but I appreciate you taking this communication. As an update, we found Seth. He's missing a leg and an eye. I was hoping that I could bring him to your ship so he could get that done." "How did Seth lose a leg and an eye?" "The Saskarins?" Blake gritted his teeth. "Yes. And they also killed Jarvis." Reese's eyes widened. "Oh." "Yeah," said Blake. "In regards to Seth's operation, when should we expect you?" "On our way now, if you have the coordinates," said Blake. Reese blinked rapidly for a moment. "Done." Blake looked down at his desk interface, then exhaled. "Is there anything else we can do to help besides this?" "Not yet. But I have some ideas. We can discuss them at a later date." "Of course." "All right. See you soon." Reese nodded, and the screen went blank. Blake contacted Sarah. "I'm sending you coordinates to the Clastra. We'll be dropping Seth off there for some upgrades." "Got it," said Sarah. After a moment, she said, "We'll be there within a day." "All right," said Blake. He eased back into his chair while pulling out a blood vial from his desk. Jarvis was dead. Blake clenched his jaw. Seth had lost a leg and an eye. Blake scowled. Kane had been beaten. Blake growled. Ada had been slimed and violated. Blake's breathing intensified. The Excelsior had been hijacked. He chugged the blood vial and then crushed it in his hands. The Saskarins would pay. All of them. Everywhere. Even if it took him until the end of time itself. Seth grimaced as he stared at the ceiling. It had been several hours since Blake left, and the full realization of what had happened was beginning to dawn on Seth. He had heard there were videos, but they were off limits to him for now, per Blake. It was probably for the best. In Seth's current state of mind, he was not sure he could stomach it. When the Saskarin had left him, he remembered a bloody knife in his hand with blood everywhere. He had looked up at Jarvis, screaming and bloody, and half of him turned inside out. Seth coughed hard. Ada squeezed his hand.
"Are you okay?"
"Not really," said Seth, sighing. "I was just remembering my first moment of clarity after being slimed. I'd really like to see what's on those videos." Ada looked down.
"I agree with Blake. You shouldn't see them. Not yet."
"I get it," said Seth. "I really do. It's just, I have a really bad feeling about it." "Have you seen them?" Ada nodded. "Are they really that bad?"
"They are bad. Yes,"
said Ada. She looked him in the eyes.
"But everyone knows it was the Saskarins, and not you."
Seth licked his lips. "Okay, well, after we were both slimed, did I hurt you?"
"You were not yourself."
Seth grimaced. "I did, didn't I?" He clenched his fists. "Damn it!" He exhaled slowly from his mouth. "I guess I'll just have to be patient, get my leg and my eye, and then move forward." Ada smiled.
"I think that's wise."
"What about you? You got a lot of enhancements, it sounds like," said Seth. He tried to focus on anything positive. Ada outstretched her arm and flexed her hand.
"I like them. I can feel their effectiveness already."
"You can't be slimed now, right?" asked Seth. Ada nodded. Seth trembled at the thought of not being in control. It was something no one should have to ever experience. His chest tightened. He struggled to breathe. His heartbeat ramped up, and he gasped for breath. Ada stood and focused on the console.
"You're having a panic attack. Focus on me and breathe."
Seth stared at her while trying to normalize his breathing.
"Breathe in for 2 seconds, then out. Just relax and know that this will pass."
Seth complied. It took a bit, but the feeling eventually passed. Sweat ran down the side of his face as he stared at the ceiling. It felt like he was trapped. He had never had a panic attack before and never fully understood why someone could not just stop it. Now he knew. He took a measured breath and squeezed Ada's hand. "Thank you for being here."
"Of course. I'm here for you. Always. Good or bad."
He ran a hand along her cheek and they shared a deep kiss. Despite everything crazy going on, Ada by his side made everything feel like it was going to be okay. Not being able to see fully was irritating, and his missing leg was something he was not fully sure he had come to grips with yet. He still felt it there, but it would not move. Watching the videos to get the full picture would be a relief, and was something he would deal with once he had his new leg and eye. He wanted to watch them in a healed state, not a crippled one where he could not do anything. With a sigh, he eased his head back and closed his eyes. Hopefully, recovery would not take long. Cal's stomach grumbled. It was time for lunch, and he did not feel like eating alone. Having Seth and Ada back felt right, but seeing Kane beat up and then the scene on Tuco were still on Cal's mind. Although he knew there was a lot of stress to go around, he viewed things a bit differently. What he saw was a crew who had one another's backs and came when needed. Although Jarvis had been lost, Seth had been saved by Bothan, who probably would not have been sent out if Seth was not Blake's friend. Ada had been rescued by the AR, thanks to Blake forging that relationship. Kane was found by Blake's uncanny sense of smell. Even Doc got involved and handled 6 Grisadian mercs, no small feat. It gave Cal some peace of mind to know that no matter what, Blake and any crew available would do anything to help. As Cal entered the small eating area, he noticed Zane had arrived, and Grigor was seated at one of the tables. Zane punched in a replicator pattern, then took a seat with a ham sandwich, chips, and a dark-colored drink. Grigor ate some type of salad with meat in it. Cal nodded at them and then got himself 2 hot dogs and some soda. He took a seat next to Zane, who sat at a different table than Grigor.
"Avoiding me?"
asked Grigor, looking at them. Cal turned his chair halfway so he could see both Zane and Grigor.
"No. Why would we?" "There's plenty of room to sit over here."
Zane shrugged.
"I like this table better." "You don't like me much, do you?" asked Grigor. "FDF ain't exactly our friends. Your position means if you get slimed, we get FDF heat on us. That's no longer something that might happen. It did."
"Cal was slimed, as for Seth and Ada," said Grigor. Zane slammed a hand on the table.
"Yeah, but when we wrap up this mission, you go back and tell your FDF buds all of our weaknesses. Intentional or not, that just makes what happened a lot easier for the FDF round 2.
"That's not what I'm here for. I just want the truth, and I'll make sure that nothing is exposed that shouldn't be." Zane harumphed.
"We'll see."
Cal sighed.
"That being slimed shit, man, that was a weird experience. I'll be honest, I'm still a bit shook from it, even if I was only under its effect for a little while. Shit was wild."
Grigor nodded.
"The knowledge alone that the Saskarins must have gained is dangerous. I have a high security clearance."
"Yeah, and they probably got the 411 on everything now."
"The what?"
asked Grigor. Cal laughed. "Information."
"Oh."
Zane shook his head. "That's the damn problem, isn't it? How do you fight an enemy who knows more about the situation than you do? The FDF is a compromised group now. Although we're all back together, we were compromised. But we have a chance to fix that. I don't think that's going to happen in the FDF, and it's just going to get worse." "I agree with your assessment," said Grigor. "The FDF may not like what I have to report if it exposes the Saskarins more than they already are. Even now, I'm sure Rakar has found out a lot of valuable information about the FDF involvement in the Excelsior hijacking." Cal took a bite of his hot dog. Grigor was probably right, but like Zane, Cal did not fully trust Grigor. Zane's eye twitched. "I'm looking forward to beating some Saskarin ass." "I'll help you," said Grigor. He shook for a moment. Cal saw that Grigor was probably still dealing with being controlled. It was an uneasy feeling, one Cal hoped he would never experience again. Blacking out and waking up injured was somewhat of a shock, but he knew Seth and Ada had it worse. Cal sighed. He glanced at Zane and then Grigor. "Payback's a bitch, and we're gonna collect." Chapter 18. Blake grimaced as he looked at the closed casket surrounded by the Fredorian Rangers. It had been 3 days since they left Tuka.
2 to get back and 1 to arrange the ritual with Rakar. The large, open room was round, with the casket and a podium at one end, and the other side filled with seating and a main aisle between it. To Blake's left sat Rakar, and to his right was Bothan, and the rest of the Excelsian crew, minus Seth, who was dropped off on Q. Reese's ship. Blake was still coming to grips with the situation, and even now he felt like he could contact Jarvis, and this would turn out to be a hoax. Blake had considered offering Jarvis a chance later on in life to become an ancient vampire. That opportunity was no longer possible. It was 10:45 a.m., and most of the past hour had been Master Ranger Grick giving a eulogy. Blake disliked Grick since he came from the FDF and was a proponent of integrating the Rangers into the FDF. After Grick was done, he motioned for Blake to say a few words. Blake sighed and took to the podium. Blake cleared his throat. Let me start by saying, Jarvis was one of my closest friends. He cast a sidelong glance at some of the FDF in the crowd. He accepted me when most wouldn't, and I'll always be grateful for that. We worked well together on many fronts, especially situations that would break most people. He was tough but smart, and one of the best damn Rangers to ever grace Fredoria. Sarah sniffled. Blake knew that although the blood bond between him and Sarah was no longer active, she would always be able to feel a bit of how he felt. There was a situation on Tagaris 3 where we were scoping out a Rogundan escort. I wanted to perform more reconnaissance, but Jarvis, said Blake, wagging a finger in the air. He just laughed, slapped me on the arm, and engaged them. After we had mopped them up, I asked him why he didn't wait, and he said that he was trying to beat my kill count. The crowd laughed. That's what I loved about him. He was fearless, and he always had a touch of humor, adding light to any given dark situation. Blake glanced down for a moment to compose himself, then looked back up. Despite how he died, I'll always remember him as the true friend he was and battle-hardened ranger who I had come to know. Fredoria is weaker without him. Blake uttered a low growl. He will be remembered, and I hope we can all look to his service as an example. His dedication helped provide the freedoms Fredoria has come to know, and we are better because of it. In closing, let's look upon this not as a tragedy, but as a remembrance of what he stood for. Blake exhaled from his mouth and took his seat. Over the next hour, other speakers went up to the podium. When the service was over, Blake joined Bothan and Rakar off to the side in a private group. Bothan eyed Blake.
I'm sorry I wasn't able to get to them quick enough.
It's not your fault. The Saskarins had planned this for a while, said Blake. The left side of his face twitched for a moment. They're going to pay, even if it's just me doing it.
What can we do to help?
Asked Rakar. Nothing at the moment. I'm going to head out to the Rimworld area near Shulan Space. Maybe see if we can get some information on what's going on out there.
You think those Shulan mercs I killed show Shulan involvement?
Asked Bothan. I do, said Blake, grinning at Rakar. And I got that information from a trusted source. Rakar nodded.
Maybe Bothan and crew should join up with you.
Blake shook his head. Too many people. However, it wouldn't hurt if they were nearby in case shit went down.
I think we can arrange something, said Rakar.
He glanced at Bothan.
There are several things to check out in that area.
We'll be ready, said Bothan. He gestured at Blake.
We could use more of those detectors and de-slimers if you got them.
Kane is doing some upgrades on them. Apparently the previous versions could be tampered with. I'll make them available as soon as Kane is done with them here shortly, said Blake. Rakar sighed.
We could use more as well. How's Seth doing?
Bad. He blames himself for what happened to Jarvis.
There's not much you can do when the Saskarins have you.
Blake shrugged. I know. But he's now watched the videos from that room when he was under control. He's having a hard time keeping it together. There are other videos that he hasn't seen yet, and that may send him off the deep end.
I noticed he's not here,
said Bothan, glancing over the assembly. He's having a new leg and eye installed aboard the Clastra, Q. Reese's ship. When he's ready, we'll visit Jarvis's memorial.
All right,
said Rakar.
He tapped at his forearm device.
We can lift the restriction for communication. Although it may be less secure, it might have helped in this situation.
Blake nodded. It'd be good to keep in contact with you both. I also have access to Q Reese's of the AR and Yildiris if needed. He forearm shook with both of them, then walked over to Sarah. She hugged him. You all right? Asked Blake. She stepped back. Yeah, I just feel so much hurt and pain. A part of that is me. From our bond. Although it's over, we're still connected to some degree. I'm so sorry, she said, wiping her eye. Blake sighed. It's life. We will move on. But Jarvis will never be forgotten. She grimaced. He put an arm around her and scanned the crowd. It was odd seeing Rangers, especially those who disliked the FDF, intermingling with the FDF. Times were changing, and like always, he had outlived yet another close friend. It was becoming a bad habit. He sighed. Let's get back to the Excelsior. There's work to be done. Zane relaxed in his living quarters. He was getting used to spending a lot of time there, especially since they were probably going to be heading back out somewhere. Blake had called for a meeting. That was not unusual. But the timing was. It was 3:00 p.m., and Zane was anxious to take a nap, but he figured he could after the briefing. He made sure he was presentable and went to the briefing room. The silence hung heavy over the room. He took his seat. It was a strange feeling to see Seth's chair empty, and Blake looked like he was ready to kill something. Jarvis's death was on everyone's mind, same as it was on Zane's. Although he had never interacted with Jarvis much, it showed a pattern, especially with Seth and Ada, that the Saskarins were done playing around. Things were now escalated, and the heightened tension in the room illustrated that perfectly. Blake cleared his throat. Let's begin. He tapped at the table's console. A projection shot up from the center of the table, showing the galactic region Fredoria was in. The colored regions indicated this was a political map. Fredoria sat inside the central light blue shaded region representing the Kregan Star Empire. Blake pointed to a purple shaded region off to the northwest. This is the Shulan Empire. I have it on good authority that the Saskarins may have successfully infiltrated the highest levels there. For all intents and purposes, the Shulan Empire is now a Saskarin puppet empire.
What authority is that?
Asked Gregor. Same as before. The information broker, said Blake. Gregor nodded. Now I don't know much about the Shulan Empire, said Blake, interacting with the table console, which caused the projection to zoom in on a small region on the outskirts of Shulan space. But there are several places we can check for information. This area is called the Bartong Reach, and it has several Rimworld systems and a massive asteroid belt in it. Cal raised a finger. I have an informant out there we could use. Trustworthy. Cal grinned. For the right price. Demoko's a jargon. Zane drew his head back. Jargons reminded him of what a 4-foot worm would look like if it had 4 arms, 4 legs, and a bulbous head. Their speech was erratic and fast-paced. One thing they were known for was operating seedy places where those in the Merc world could gather. Due to their high rate of reproduction and regeneration factor, they had the manpower to defend places like that, especially in tough environments. Sarah grimaced. Are you sure you can trust a jargon? Yeah, said Cal. This one runs a chain of storage warehouses. Refining is big business out there. And sometimes you just need to store something for a short period of time for pickup or delivery. Gregor eyed Cal.
All legal? I'm sure. Right?
I don't know, and I don't ask. I took care of a problem for him, so he owes me, said Cal. He gestured at Blake. I can burn my favor if it helps. You sure? Asked Blake. I know favors aren't exactly the easiest things to come by in your previous line of work. Cal shrugged. If it helps take down the Saskarins, no problem. All right. If you can arrange a meeting, we can head out there. It looks to be a 3-day trip just to get to that region, and then whatever time is needed to get to the meeting place from there.
What should we expect?
Asked Zane. It'll be rough, I won't lie, said Cal. He motioned at Gregor. You might want to avoid wearing any FDF symbols.
I'll be okay,
said Gregor. Cal half smiled. Not really. They'd sniff you out pretty quick.
How so?
Lot of information dealers there. Don't be surprised if they know we're there. Everything is tracked that comes and goes into the system. Fedorians in general are barely tolerated there, although Earthborn tend to get a pass.
I gotcha, said Kane, tipping his head up at Grigor. Kane crooked a thumb at Luke. We'll get you a custom suit. Grigor nodded. Also, we should go in expecting to fight at some point. That's just the nature of the place, said Cal. High risk, high reward, said Blake, grinning. My type of place. Hopefully, Demoko has some information of value. Cal nodded. I'll give him a general sense of the information we want. If there's any Saskarin activity in or near Shulan space, he'll know. Good, said Blake. He looked around the group. All right. We'll leave in 3 hours. Make sure you take care of whatever business you need to while we're on Fedoria. Ada, will Seth be able to come with us?
Yes, the artificial leg and eye should be attached. It may not be fully functional, as it will take time to heal, but he will be able to move around and see,
said Ada. Maybe we should leave him out on this one. Ada shook her head.
He told Curice to tell me to make sure we picked him up if we were going out.
Sounds just like him. All right, then we'll pick him up on the way out to the Bartong Reach. Everyone, get moving. The group began to disperse. Zane walked over to Blake.
Hey, how you holding up, man?
Blake licked his right fang. I'm all right.
You sure? I know you and Jarvis were close.
Blake sighed. It is what it is. He eyed Zane. All we can do is kick ass in his name. Give some meaning to his death.
I heard that,
said Zane.
Whatever it takes.
Blake slapped Zane's chest as they shared a look.
I also wanted to say, if I don't make it out of there, I appreciate everything you've done for me.
Blake shook his head. We're not losing anyone else. When we get out there, we'll find out what the Saskarins are up to, and then we're going to beat their shit in. Zane nodded. All right. I need to visit Tillian, and then I'll be ready to go. Handle your business, said Blake. He nodded and exited the room. Zane went to his room and grabbed a bracelet he had picked up for Tillian. It took him an hour to reach the secured facility where Tillian was. She was still in the education program, and the facility she was at was heavily guarded, especially since Rakar had ordered additional security. The place always made his skin crawl, mainly because it reminded him of a prison, at least on the outside. He knew inside it was just like any other education center. After another 20 minutes, he reached Tillian's room and knocked on her door. "Zane!" said Tillian, rushing from her comfortable couch to embrace him.
"How's my favorite girl doing?"
Tillian smiled as she laid her bald, red-skinned head on Zane's shoulder. "I'm okay. Are we getting ice cream now?" Zane sighed. "I'm afraid we can't."
"Not this time."
"Oh," she said, looking down. He handed her the bracelet and then raised her chin with his finger.
"I got some things to handle. But when I get back, it'll be raining ice cream."
She smiled. "You fighting the bad guys again?"
"Yeah, I am."
A pale, thin woman in a white two-piece suit and a thin blue jacket walked into the room. She had her red hair up in a bun. "Hi, Mara," said Tillian, rushing over to the woman. Mara smiled and hugged Tillian, then extended a hand to Zane. "It's good to finally meet you." She glanced at Tillian. "I hear someone is getting ice cream." Tillian looked down. "Not tonight." Mara glanced at Zane. Zane drew his lips flat.
"I had something come up."
"Oh," said Mara. "Maybe I can take Tillian to get ice cream." Tillian's eyes lit up. Zane eyed Mara.
"You do that?"
"Of course. I just wanted to say, I know how she got here. What you did was nothing short of heroic."
Zane glanced down. "There are bad people out there."
He looked back up.
"Someone has to clear them out."
"I understand," said Mara, nodding. She glanced at Tillian. "Why don't you get ready? And then we can go." "Okay," said Tillian as she zipped off to her room. Mara faced Zane. "She's been a model student. Her curiosity and wonderment are never-ending."
"Sounds like her,"
said Zane. "I know what you do, and know it's dangerous. Is that why you can't go out tonight with Tillian?"
"Yeah,"
said Zane, running a hand over his mouth.
"It's a bad situation I need to handle."
I know you probably don't hear this often, but there are those who appreciate what you do, what your crew does. The government may portray you unfairly, but anyone who does what they did for Tillian. Not many would do that.
I appreciate it, said Zane.
Maybe, if you make it back, we could all go get ice cream together.
Sounds like a plan.
And after Tillian is asleep, maybe we could grab a late-night drink.
Zane drew his head back. Mara was attractive, and the thought that maybe she was interested in him seemed outlandish. She was probably just being nice. All right, let's plan on it.
It's a date, she said with a smile.
So it is, said Zane. Tillian rushed out and beamed a big smile.
I'm ready.
Zane knelt and hugged her. Do what Mara says, and when I get back, we'll all go for ice cream.
Tillian's eyes lit up. Okay.
All right, time for me to go, said Zane, standing.
He nodded at Mara.
You two enjoy ice cream night. I'll be back soon.
Chapter 19. Blake checked that the blades on his back were ready as he stood on the Excelsion's landing platform. After verifying that his Striker and FLP-40 were topped off and his FHP-10 was charged, he was ready to go. It had taken them about 4 days to get to Gertiwara, a bustling city on a moon in the Bartong Reach. 3 days were actual travel, and the 4th was for picking up Seth from the Clastra. It bothered Blake to see Seth down, but at least he could move and see now. Blake had made the decision to show the rest of the videos to Seth to maybe bring some closure, but all it seemed to do was make Seth retreat. Blake tried to talk to Seth afterward, but he kept to himself.
I'm ready for anything, said Zane, slapping the chest of his juggernaut armor.
Good, because that's about what I expect to happen out there, said Blake.
Cal adjusted his newly updated light armor suit.
Let's hope this suit is as advertised. It's not less bulky than I expected, but Kane did a good job on it.
Ada looked Cal up and down.
Like what you see? Asked Cal, grinning.
Yes,
said Ada.
There are some efficiencies that could be done. I'll update Kane when I see him.
Cal laughed. All right. At least we have newly upgraded detectors that are tamper-proof.
Blake nodded.
I've given them out to Rakar, as well as the schematics for them. Yildaris also got a copy. I'm sure they'll be glad to have them now.
Yeah.
Grigor rubbed his forearm.
I like the suit Kane made for me.
Lightweight, but it's already better than anything the FDF has.
It, too, could use some upgrades,
said Ada.
I'll take anything that helps me survive better.
Ada nodded.
Blake looked around. Okay, I think we're ready to go. The plan is simple. Meet with Cal's informant, and then get the hell out. We can then figure out our next step once we're back on the Excelsion.
Seth hustled into the docking bay with a lightly armored suit and readied weapons. He took a moment to catch his breath and then rubbed the top of his new artificial leg while grimacing.
I'm ready to go.
Seth, you're not going with us.
You need to heal, said Blake.
Seth, going from keeping to himself to now wanting to join a mission, seemed unusual to Blake.
Come on, man. You know I can help.
Blake shook his head.
I hate to say this, but in your current state, you'd be a liability if we got into a firefight. Besides, we need you here to protect the Excelsion along with Sarah, Luke, Kane, and Doc.
Seth shook his head. I need to do something. The Saskarins are going to pay. And if that informant has information, I want to know.
You will, said Blake, laying a hand on Seth's shoulder, but not this way. You're in pain still and adjusting to your new eye and leg.
So I'm a gimp now, huh? Is that how you see me? Just some chump?
You know I don't see you that way.
Seth sighed.
This is bullshit.
Blake drew his lips flat.
We'll be back soon.
Whatever, said Seth as he flung his arm in the air and then exited the docking bay. Blake eyed Ada.
He's been quiet most of the trip. Did you interact with him much?
I did until he saw the rest of the videos,
said Ada. She looked down.
He's been avoiding me ever since then.
Yeah, me too, said Blake.
He glanced at Zane, Cal, and Grigor, then nodded at Ada.
All right, we can deal with that later. For now, let's go meet Cal's informant.
The landing platform lowered, and the group stepped off it when it reached the ground. Blake surveyed their surroundings. Gurdiwara was on a forested moon, and trees loomed in the distance. The spaceport was essentially an open field with small buildings interspersed throughout. Dirt paths led to the outskirts of Gurdiwara. Other ships and aliens came and went, and the spaceport seemed busy in general. Although it was roughly 11:10 a.m. Earth time, it looked like late afternoon. He knew that was not uncommon on the many places he had been, but Earth time was easy to coordinate with, at least for him. "The warehouse isn't too far from here," said Cal, motioning forward. "Lead on," said Blake. Cal nodded, and the crew followed him onto a large dirt path. As they walked, Blake studied the aliens. One group he recognized immediately. They were Panzarkans, a small yet brutal species that reminded him of badger shifters on Earth. Panzarkans were almost always present in some capacity wherever there was a black market. Another group of aliens had dumpy bodies low to the ground, with an elongated neck that split into 3 eye stalks. The mouth was on the stomach. He knew them to be Wooskraws, a highly intelligent species that seemed to focus on nonviolent crime. Most crime syndicates usually had a few of them. The variety of reptilian species did not surprise him. They seemed to be anywhere there was crime in general. One species that stuck out was the Vorgidians, an avian-like race that reminded him of an ostrich with human arms. The main difference was the scorpion-like tail on their end.
"It's like a zoo out here,"
said Zane. "Yeah, and there's a few aliens here I don't normally see," said Blake. Grigor looked around.
"I don't think I've ever seen some of these aliens before."
Cal chuckled. "I wouldn't think so if you're FDF. Nonetheless, Gurdiwara is a good place to go if you need to disappear for a while. It has a lot of hideaway places." Ada tilted her head.
There is an android resistance presence here as well.
"I figured," said Blake. "What capacity?"
Information bounties,"
said Ada. Blake eyed her. "That actually doesn't surprise me. Those can be dangerous, depending on what information is needed. Probably means the broker has a presence here too, then." "Yep," said Cal. He gestured at the buildings they approached. "We're almost at the city." Blake nodded. The group entered into a side street. Blake lowered the bottom half of his helmet and sniffed. The air was filled with many unusual scents. Trying to track anything down here via smell would be rough. Although there was daylight, street lamps were lit, and a light, warm haze drifted through the streets. Perfect for those wanting to move unnoticed, especially against thermal scanners. He could see why people came here to hide, and he marked it as some place to go if he ever needed to do just that. The architecture of the city reminded him of Tuca somewhat. The streets were well-worn dirt paths with the occasional stone tiling. They stood out in contrast to the sleek metallic shacks and concrete buildings that lined the streets. Drones flew overhead, and in the distance Blake heard smaller ships flying around. The occasional sound of weapons fire echoed. Over the next hour, they crisscrossed several large streets and reached a massive warehouse.
"Damn, that's a big-ass warehouse,"
said Zane. Cal gestured off to the side. "Yeah, and we need to go in through the back. I don't think Demoko wants us to see what's inside the warehouse." As the group went down the side of the warehouse, Blake surveyed the environment. The building next to the warehouse created a narrow alleyway, and it would be a great ambush spot. His senses were somewhat dulled due to the environment, but he saw that the alleyway was clear, at least for now. If they needed to escape in a hurry, it might not be the best route to take. They reached a double-width door after a good 10-minute hustle. Cal interacted with his forearm device, then knocked on the door in a unique pattern. A small drone flew above and scanned them. After a moment, the doors hissed and slid back. The group entered the small room. Zane jumped as the doors closed and the room began to descend.
"Damn, we're in an elevator."
"Jargon's like being underground," said Cal.
"Figures."
Blake exhaled from his nose. Once they stopped moving, he raised his hand.
"Be ready for anything."
The doors slid open. Cal grinned when he saw Demoko. He had on his usual slick outfit that covered his worm-like body, with metallic coverings on his arms and legs, typical of mercenaries in the region. The room the group entered was large, filled with various workstations and tables. Cal had been to this room before, although he had come in a different way. He tipped his head up. "Demoko, good to see you again." "Likewise," said Demoko in a raspy, high-pitched voice. Cal waved his hand around the group. "You know who I brought."
Demoko eyed Blake. Oh yes, Presidential Guard, Earthborn unit. He shook a finger from each left arm at Blake. You're quite popular around here. How do they know we're here? Asked Blake. Demoko chuckled as he gestured for the group to head over to a table. Oh, it wasn't me, if that's what you're thinking. No, it's your ship. It was picked up on the way in. Every bounty hunter and merc in the area knows you're here. Zane snorted. No one messed with us on our way here. They know they'd probably die, said Demoko. He wobbled his head around. It's known that even if the others are killed, Blake will get them. Some say he'll get them even if he dies. Blake laughed. Let's let them think that. Now, I hear you have some information. Over here, said Demoko, walking behind a large round table. He interacted with the table console, causing a regional map to project up. Cal said you're looking for unusual activity with the Shulons. Yep. The projection zoomed into an asteroid with an abandoned refinery on it. I know that place, said Cal. He glanced at Blake. It's where I found Demoko's son. Well, one of them. The refinery was carved out of the asteroid, with a mining facility deep inside. It was like a maze in the mining part. The asteroid was packed with rare elements and was only abandoned due to the company managing it being destroyed in a merc war. Now it was a battleground, as various groups tried to control it. Demoko nodded. I'll always be thankful for that. There aren't a lot of justice hunters out here, mostly bounty hunters and freelance mercs. My son thought he would be a vital part of the Brown Dawn. Instead, he was put to work in the mines. He pointed at the refinery. That was taken a year ago, roughly, and is the outside visible part. This is it now. The projection changed to show an active refinery with a multitude of ships coming and going. Blake's eyes narrowed. A lot of those ships are the Shulons, but I'm seeing all sorts of other types. Yes, I don't know what's going on there, but it's busy at all hours, said Demoko. He waved a finger from each right arm in the air. Funny thing, the refinery isn't actually active. It's a hotspot for merc fights, but the refinery is usually only turned on when one group has enough power to control it. Cal shook his head. So some group has taken control, and now they've fired up the refinery? Yeah. Do you know who? Asked Demoko. He shook forearms at Cal. I suspect you do, which is why you're here. Cal glanced at Blake, who nodded. Yeah. There's a slime-based species that likes to create hosts out of others. Demoko drew his head back. The Saskarins. You know them? I've heard rumors, but nothing solid. Supposedly they're here on Gutiwara, but no one has seen one. Their name and impact can still be felt. Blake sighed. They probably wouldn't be detected either, unless you can sense them naturally or have technology that can. Demoko looked down. My son, after Cal located him, came back to me. He was different, though. It was like nothing mattered to him. And he quit his job and started hanging around an unusual group made up of all species. He looked at Blake. You think the Saskarins got him? Blake pulled off his slime detector and one dislimer injector and handed them to Demoko. You can find out. If the detector shows all green when around your son, he's good. If not, inject him with that dislimer. Before you do, though, I check to make sure the dislimer won't kill your species. Demoko examined the items. Okay. So the Saskarins are real? Yeah, and they're going to get everything they deserve. Demoko nodded. You going to the refinery? Blake looked around. It's a good start. He focused on Demoko. Do you do any business with the refinery? None. Blake nodded. A muted alarm fired off. Blake pulled out a blade. What's going on? We'll find out, said Demoko as he flitted over to a large screen on the wall. He tapped a device on his palm, causing multiple video feeds to display. Cal glanced at one feed that showed the alleyway they had come down. The crew's hanging out in the alley. Zane grimaced. Mercs. Or hunters. Demoko pointed at several other feeds. They're covering the two entrances to this warehouse as well, and looks like they're inside. He frowned when a merc killed a warehouse worker. Oh, this is bad. Cal noted that the mercs seemed to be wearing similar armor. Is this place secure? Asked Blake. Demoko nodded. They won't be coming down here without casualties, and once sealed, they aren't getting in. All right, said Blake. Do you mind if Ada downloads whatever information we need? Not at all, said Demoko. Okay, here's the plan then. Ada, stay here and get as much information as you can. Zane, You, Grigor, and Cal take the alleyway. Use your shield and charge them. And make sure to make some noise. You'll serve as a distraction. Once clear, wait for Ada."
"Got it,"
said Zane. "What about you?" asked Cal. Blake grinned. "Assuming there's an exit to the top, I'm going hunting inside the warehouse." Cal laughed. "Get him, man." Demoko interacted with his console. "I'm not totally defenseless here. I've called up the Gar Cabal for assistance. There'll be dozens of heavily armed Jargons here in about 30 minutes. Cal's eyes narrowed. The Gar Cabal was a Jargon group who served as enforcers. Attacking a warehouse would definitely rile them up. Blake bared his fangs. "I'll be done with the mercs before then, and hopefully we'll all be gone by then." Demoko nodded. "Good luck." As Cal walked over to where they had initially entered, he went over the situation in his head. A part of him wanted to go and help Blake, but it was probably best for Blake to be solo when he went into hunter mode. Cal stepped into the elevator and did a 2-finger salute to Blake as the doors closed. Chapter 20. Blake watched as the elevator door closed. The room was now empty except for him, Ada, and Demoko. Although Blake was initially unsure of Demoko, he seemed to check out. Blake adjusted his suit and did a check on his weapons. He was ready to kill. Blake and Demoko walked over to a metallic cabinet. Demoko tapped at the console on the left side door, and the cabinet opened, revealing a small square room with a steel ladder across from them. "You can use this to get to the top walkway that goes around the inside of the warehouse." "Don't worry, I won't mess up your warehouse." Demoko grimaced. "I hope not. I don't like that my warehouse is a battleground, but I can send you the layout of the warehouse, if it helps." Blake nodded and showed his CID. Demoko interacted with his forearm device. "Done. When you get to the top, just press the button off to the right. It'll open the grill and allow entry to the walkway. The grill is behind a column, so they won't see you coming out." Blake grinned. "All right. Now it's time for me to take out the trash. Ada, get what you need, and then get to safety." Ada nodded. Blake and Demoko looked at each other for a moment, and then Blake climbed the ladder. It took 10 minutes to ascend to the top walkway. Blake lowered his helmet and focused. The smell of the mercs was evident, and the unusual heartbeats were easy to pick out. He activated his camouflage shielding. It was time to work. He tapped at the button to the right of the grill. The grill silently slid up. Blake crawled out and put his back to the pillar in front of him. He smiled as the grill slid back into place. Demoko took his secret entrances seriously. Blake could see why this was used in the way it was. It would be easy to check on things without requiring technology. The metallic column he leaned against prevented any line of sight unless someone was in the right place and looking. It also sat in the middle of a solid metallic walkway, which prohibited anyone from seeing from below. There were other columns scattered around the edges of the warehouse, and the only way up to the walkway was via ladder. He knew that was by design.
"Spread out. Blake and his crew are around here,"
said a merc from below. Blake peeked over a guardrail. The warehouse was much longer north and south than it was east and west, giving it a rectangular layout. His current position was in the southeast corner on the second level. The warehouse had multiple lanes created by stacked containers, with various loaders sitting in place. One main walkway went down the middle of the warehouse, but what caught his eye were the grills on the floor. He pulled back and checked the map. According to the layout, there was a series of vents that crisscrossed underneath the floor. They were large enough for him to crawl through.
"Blake, you can come out. We know you're in here,"
said one merc. Blake moved silently while peering over the guardrail. He was beginning to get a picture of how many mercs there were and their relative strength. One thing he was sure of was they packed some firepower. The mercs had metallic coverings over the lower half of their faces. A spiked bar ran from the covering to the back of the head. These were bullocks, a species that usually did not work out this far from the Rimworld system they were from. Bullocks were large humanoids, standing around 7 feet tall on average, but it was their dense musculature that defined them. Their faces reminded him of a boar.
"Did you like what happened to Jarvis? And Seth?"
asked the merc. Blake's eyes narrowed. The bullocks were either under the Saskarin's control or were working for them. The urge to jump over and start slashing was getting hard to suppress. He continued around the walkway, marking the mercs and their relative positions in his head.
The Saskarins didn't get to finish with Seth, but that video of what happened with Ada was glorious,
said the merc. Blake now knew they were not slimed, but were working for the Saskarins. Otherwise, they would have seen it live instead of requiring a video. He also knew they were trying to get him to react out of anger, but he was already angry. Either way, they would all die. There were 8 mercs, with 6 paired off and the remaining 2 solo. 2 pairs and a solo merc were on the north side of the warehouse, while 1 pair was in the middle on the east side, and a solo one in the southwest corner. He focused on the lone merc in the southwest corner and got into position. The shot needed to be silent, so he pulled out his FHP-10. When the merc walked underneath the walkway, Blake fired. The merc crumpled to the ground. Blake jumped down next to the merc and then ran behind a container. The mercs did not come running to the one he had killed, so he knew they were not using a life monitoring system. If they had been under Saskarin control, they would have come running. His next target was the duo on the other side that headed toward the southeast corner. He went to the nearest grill on the ground and opened it. While trying to be as silent as possible, he dragged the dead merc's body into the vent system underneath, then pushed the body out of the way. After sliding the grill above him back in place, he crawled over to the southeast side of the warehouse and waited. The 2 mercs approached the southeast corner with weapons aimed forward. When they turned the corner and passed the grill, Blake lifted it and slid it to the side. He pulled himself out and then drew both of his blades. After getting into range, he spun in half a circle and decapitated both guards. They slumped to the ground. He moved back to the vent system and then fired off a round from his FLP-40 into a nearby container.
"Over there,"
said one of the mercs in the distance. Blake closed the grill, then crawled over to the northeast end of the warehouse. Once there, he opened the grill and replaced it, making sure the mercs were on the other end. After verifying they were, he ran to the nearest ladder, hustled up to the walkway, and popped behind a guardrail. He silently made his way back to the southeast corner.
"Shit! He's ambushing us,"
said a merc.
"Get up top on that walkway and get us another scan,"
said another. Blake paused to focus on where the merc would be coming from. Making a break for it, he dashed to the area behind the column in the southwest corner. The whooshing sound of the jet boots were easy to track, and he knew the merc was now on the walkway. He peeked out to see what the merc was doing. The merc looked down and then across the warehouse while he scanned the room with the device.
"See anything?"
asked a merc from below.
"Nothing." "All right, we're gonna flush him out, south to north. Let us know if you see anything." "Got it."
Blake waited a few minutes, figuring the mercs on the ground were probably around the middle point. It was time to take out the lone merc on the walkway. Blake positioned himself just outside the column, and using his FHP-10, he hit the merc, causing the merc to tumble over the edge. Although he loved the silent nature of the FHP-10, he was down to 4 shots with it. He did not like to have it empty and only used it in emergencies, but he figured he could kill the rest of the mercs without using it.
"What was that?"
asked one of the mercs in the distance.
"Report."
After a few moments, the remaining 4 mercs assembled around the body that had fallen to the ground.
"Damn it! He's hiding because he's a bitch," said one. "Why don't you face us?"
Blake grinned and put away his FHP-10. Once he had both blades out, he ran and jumped over the guardrail. When he landed, he decapitated the startled first merc. The second was sliced through the gut, then fell to his knees. The third merc had his weapon-wielding arm sliced off and his throat slashed. Blake yanked the 4th merc's weapon out of his hands and kicked him away. Blake walked up to the stunned 4th merc. "How was that?"
"Blake Brown."
"That's my name," said Blake. He glanced at the down mercs. The one sliced through the gut and the other with the missing arm and slashed throat were down for the count. He shook his finger while approaching the weaponless 4th merc, who scooted back. "I bet you're wondering about now. Is Blake Brown going to drink me dry?"
"Huh?"
Blake clenched his jaw. He was used to having Seth there with him to chuckle or try to be serious. Those times might be over. He moved within inches of the merc's face. "I know you're working for those piece of shit Saskarins. I should just kill you like I did your boys. but that depends on how this goes. If you have a message, spit it out." The merc shook his head.
"No message. The Saskarins just wanted to know what brought you out here."
"Wouldn't you like to know?"
"Actually, yeah. If you won't tell me, then I'm sure the rest of your crew will."
"You think so?" asked Blake. The merc grinned.
"I do."
Blake tapped at his forearm device. "Zane, you guys okay?"
"Yeah,"
said Zane over comms.
"We kicked the shit out of them merc dudes in the alley. Some others came to play, but we wasted them."
"Where are you at now?"
"Headed back. We can't communicate with the Excelsior. That's probably not a good thing. We didn't want to bother you since you were probably dealing with something requiring calm silence."
Blake sighed. "I'll meet you at the Excelsior." He shut off his comms and faced the merc.
"So this was a distraction?"
The merc shrugged.
"Without you, your crew is weak. The Saskarins have shown you that. They are more powerful than you could ever imagine."
"And you're lining up to be their bitch. Pathetic. You're going to live to send a message to the other mercs. Fuck with me, and you die. The Saskarins will be exposed here for what they are, and if anyone joins them..."
"Fair game,"
said Blake. The merc shook a finger.
"You can't fight them."
Blake swung out with his blade, slicing off the merc's finger. The merc cried out in pain. "The fuck I can't. Be thankful I didn't slice off something else. Now get up and get the hell out of here." The merc cradled his hand as he ran out of the warehouse. Blake interacted with his forearm device. "Demoko, are you there?"
"I'm here," said Demoko. "I guess those mercs aren't, though, if you're contacting me."
"I killed all but one. I need you to spread the information I'll be sending you about the Saskarins. They're operating on Gurdiwara and seems they've recruited Bullig mercs. I also want you to let everyone know that anyone associated with the Saskarins will answer to me."
"Got it."
"How close are the Gar Cabal?"
10 minutes out."
"Good. Then all they need to do is clean up the mess I've created. But you can give them the information on the Saskarins operating here. I'm sure they'll love it."
"All right. Good luck," said Demoko.
Blake shut off his forearm device. It was time to get to the Excelsior. Luke surveyed the armory. He had spent some time ensuring that spare weapons and suits were replicated. Although it took time, energy, and resources to create them, they had an element storage connect from the spaceport, and that was usually the time to do the heaviest matter replication. He leaned against a wall. His thoughts drifted toward matter replication. He remembered reading about how Earth handled going to space. There were many issues in terms of resources, and everything had to be brought up from the ground. Matter replication solved a lot of those issues, and the Kriegans were to thank for that advanced technology. Balancing out the ship's energy usage with replication was a never-ending battle. "Luke, you there?" asked Sarah over comms.
"Aye."
"Can you come to the command center? I think we have a situation."
"Sure," said Luke. "I'll be right there."
As he did a final look around the room, he briefly wondered if it had something to do with Seth, who had been a brooding ball of anger since picked up. He had stayed in his room for the most part, and Luke knew it was only a matter of time before Seth snapped. Luke sighed as he went to the command center. When he got there, he saw Sarah and Kane at their workstations, and Seth sitting on one of the chairs in the back of the room. Luke joined Sarah at her workstation.
"What's going on?"
"Trouble, I think," said Sarah, pointing at her console. 15 mercs coming."
"Bulligs. I've dealt with them before,"
said Kane.
He grimaced. "They're involved in the species meat trade. If they get you, you're going to be processed and sold in a can."
"Disgusting," said Sarah.
Luke tapped his chest. "I'm not sure they want this luxury."
Kane laughed. "You'd be surprised what they can do with spices. Unfortunately for us, humans tend to be a popular dish. I know we joke about chicken in a can, but human in a can is a real thing."
Sarah grimaced. "Maybe they aren't coming for us," said Luke.
Sarah shook her head. "We're attached to the spaceport for element storage refill and also have a ship neutralizer hooked up to us if we violate any rules. I think those mercs know that we can't use ship weapons." Kane pointed at his console. "Another thing, we're being jammed. I can't get out to anything."
"What's the plan?"
asked Luke. "We kill them," said Seth. Everyone stared at him. "If those mercs want a step, let's bring it to them." Sarah's console beeped. She studied it. "Looks like there's 10 more coming from the north and 7 from the west, in addition to the 15 coming from the south. They're surrounding us. Like I said, let them come. Then we kill them. All of them," said Seth. "We may not have a choice," said Kane.
He sighed. We can't leave while Blake and the others are out there. I think we should prepare for a fight. It's not like this is new to us. Luke rubbed his chin. His combat skills were rusty, but he would do whatever was needed. An idea popped into his mind.
How about we lower the landing platform? We get some of them to come on due to one of Doc's robots drawing them in. Then we raise the platform, and the rest of Doc's robots can ambush them. I would have suggested something like sleeping gas, but those mercs are wearing helmets.
That might work. I don't think we want to do what we did with the Rogundans, though. Pitching a firefight with the platform lowered with that many mercs would end badly for us, said Sarah. She pointed at the front screen showing the Excelsian's layout. That still leaves the 3 hatchways they can enter from.
Open them, said Seth.
Kane wrinkled his eyebrows.
Did you say open them?
Yeah. That way if we kill them and then need to take off, we still have intact doors we can close. Luke and Kane glanced at each other.
2 of the entrances are in the back and near each other, said Luke. We could sit between them and shoot any mercs who come in. That would leave the front one to handle still.
Sarah's eyes narrowed. So 2 choke points. How about Doc in his main robot form? Kane and I take the front one, and Seth, Luke, and the remaining defense robots after the ambush take the rear 2.
Works for me, said Seth.
He looked up with fire in his eyes. Let's go kill some people. He exited the room. Kane shook his head.
Something's wrong with us, man.
Luke shrugged.
He did just come to grips with losing a leg and an eye, and, well slimed, hurting Ada and killing one of Blake's best friends. Probably not in a good mood.
He'll come around eventually. I hope so, said Sarah. Okay, get whatever armor and weapons you need and get to your designated spot. We can use ship comms to stay in contact. She laid a hand on Luke's shoulder. Watch over Seth. Luke nodded and then went to the armory. He was not sure what to expect with Seth. After suiting up and grabbing a striker and 2 FLP-40s, Luke joined Seth in a small room with 4 entrances. The entrance ahead went to the engine room, and the one he came from led back to the rest of the ship. The entrances to the sides led to the hatchways a short distance away and would be where the mercs would come from. The setup of the room they were in allowed some line-of-sight protection and options to retreat. You ready? Asked Seth as he positioned himself in the entrance leading to the engine room.
I guess, said Luke.
He noted that Seth had more than just a striker and FLP-40s. Luke recognized some of the grenades from Kane's designs.
We're ready,
said Doc over ship comms. Same here, said Sarah. The first group of mercs are about to reach the landing platform, and 2 of the defense robots have already engaged them. I think we'll probably get 6 of the mercs on the platform.
Wish we could just toss grenades outside the ship, said Luke.
Kane chuckled. They'd pull back and adapt while our ship was neutralized. Worst case, they grab it and toss it in. Okay, looks like 5 mercs took the bait, said Sarah. Raising the platform now. Luke listened to the weapons fire from the docking bay. After a moment, it was silent.
I have neutralized all 5,
said Doc,
moving the robots to Luke and Seth's position.
After a moment, Doc's 6 defense robots arrived. 2 went to Seth and Luke, while the other 4 took a corner. A hook appeared on the left hatchway, followed by a Bullock merc in black armor and a shiny black covering over the lower part of his face. Luke joined Doc's robots facing that entrance. They opened fire, sending the merc spilling back out with holes in his chest and face. More hooks appeared on both entrances, and a device flew through the right hatchway and into the small room. Seth dived for it and tossed it back out. An explosion bellowed, followed by cries. The Excelsian shuddered, then the lighting dimmed. 2 of Doc's robots slumped over.
Sarah, the Excelsian's being neutralized, said Luke over ship comms.
Where'd that explosion come from? Asked Sarah.
I tossed their grenade back out at them, said Seth.
He aimed his striker forward, then ran toward the hatchway. Right before he jumped out, he said, It's time to take advantage of the chaos.
Seth? Wait, said Luke.
He grimaced as weapons fire rang out, but it was the mercs now boarding that he focused on. One of the defense robots was blasted, but the other got the first merc to appear. Luke fired and took out the second merc who had boarded. Luke's heartbeat shot up as another merc boarding from the other side caught his attention. That meant it must have gotten by Seth, assuming he was still alive. The remaining defense robot fired, but the merc's shielding held.
Luke knew these were the more advanced mercs of the group.
I got this one,
said Doc through the defense robot. He charged forward and then jumped out of the hatchway, taking the merc along. Luke gulped as he looked around. With Seth outside and no available defense robots, it was just him in the back. He tapped at his forearm device.
Sarah, it's just me back here. How you holding up?
We're doing okay, but there are more mercs coming. Kane's coming to help you out since it seems you're getting the bulk of them.
Can you see Seth out there?
Not with this jamming, said Sarah. I do see random firefights and other ships being set on fire through the cameras, though.
Luke sighed. This is no time to be going all Rambo out there.
Huh? Asked Sarah.
Not important. All right, I'll try to hold this spot. It'd be nice if Blake and the others showed up about now, said Luke.
He jumped when a merc leapt in from the left. It took several shots, but he broke the merc's kinetic shielding, and then the merc. A blast from the other side slammed Luke into the wall. He tasted blood. Although his kinetic shielding held, it did not mean being tossed around did not hurt. His eyes widened. A merc barreled toward him, with another two behind him. A whirring noise caught everyone's attention. Kane charged into the room and jumped in front of Luke, then unloaded a hailstorm of projectiles. The mercs collapsed. Kane's massive chain gun winded down.
Damn, this thing is heavy.
Just in time, said Luke. He checked his forearm device.
My kinetic shielding is about gone.
Yeah, saw that. Bad news, though. There's another group of mercs headed this way.
Damn. How many of these fools are there?
Asked Luke. I don't know, but we can't hold this position for long. We may need to consider getting out on one of the small ships and then letting Doc do his thing. Luke grimaced. With Kane's help, he was able to stand. For the next half hour, they stood back to back and shredded the mercs coming in. I think we're going to be okay, said Sarah over ship comms.
Why? What's going on?
Blake and the others have arrived. They also seem to have a lot of jargons with them. They're tearing the mercs apart. Luke closed his eyes and slumped against the wall. After 15 minutes of relative calm, Blake spoke over ship comms. We've cleared the immediate area. Sarah, prep for takeoff. Doc, prepare for Seth. He's injured.
We're still tethered and neutralized, said Luke.
An explosion rang out from outside.
Not anymore,
said Zane, laughing. Kane helped Luke up. Let's get these dead mercs out of here, then close these doors. It's time to leave.
Aye, said Luke.
He slapped Kane on the back.
You're my lucky charm.
Kane tossed his hands out to the side. I'm everyone's lucky charm. They chuckled while pushing the dead mercs off the ship. Chapter 21. Blake had made sure all the mercs were off the ship prior to leaving. He knew the Gurdiwara Spaceport Agency would be pissed at how the Excelsior left, but that was on them. Sarah and Kane were in the command center, and Seth and Luke were in the med bay. The others had gone to their living quarters. As Blake approached the med bay, he recalled seeing Seth behind the containers during the firefight. There was no way Seth would win, and it appeared he had a death wish. Death by merc. Blake shook his head. He now had a better understanding of where Seth was mentally. After 10 minutes, Blake entered the med bay. How are they doing? Doc faced Blake.
They are doing well, although I need repairs and replacement on the defense robots.
I can help with that, said Luke.
Blake laid a hand on Luke's shoulder. Kane and Doc filled me in. You held your ground. Luke's eyes narrowed as he cast a sidelong glance at Seth on the other slab, then looked back at Blake.
It was rough, but I'm okay.
Your organic container has been patched up,
said Doc. Luke scrunched his face, then burst out laughing.
Good. I'll go get your inorganic containers back up and running.
He jumped off the slab, slapped both Blake and Doc on the arm, and then left the room. Doc, can you give me a moment alone? Said Blake, glancing at Seth.
Of course,
said Doc. His hologram walked over to the wall, then dissipated, showing the stick figure robot underneath. Once the robot docked into the wall, its lights dimmed. Blake took a seat on the slab next to Seth. What's with the death wish? Seth shrugged. I'm serious, man. You could have been pasted out there. Maybe I should have been, said Seth, looking at Blake. It's what I deserve. Blake sighed. Look, I get it. You're angry about the situation, but you also put Luke in a bad spot. I didn't mean to. I didn't really come to talk about that. I just want to know what's going on with you and how I can help. Seth shook his head. I just need time. I'm not strong like you. His voice rose. I can't just ignore killing your best friend, taking advantage of Ada, losing my leg and an eye, and then acting like it never happened. No one is asking you to act like that. We know it was a bad situation, but we got your back. Seth sighed. I'm just trying to justify why I'm still alive. I was meant to die that day, yet somehow I cheated death. Blake rubbed a hand over his mouth. If Ricard had not sent Bothan, Seth would probably have been cut to pieces. Then you need to find a reason to live. Ada's hurting. She doesn't understand why you don't want to be around her. Everything in her tells her that she should be with you. I'm not trying to avoid her, but you are. Every time she's tried to talk to you, you push her away. You purposefully walk in a different direction if she's headed your way. Seth's eyes misted. I can't look at her right now. She took a chance on me, and I abused it. That was the Saskarins. Not much you could have done about that. Seth shook his head. On that video, that look in her eyes when I betrayed her, she thinks she is partially responsible for your current state. If you want to change her mind, talk to her. Seth sighed. I'll do it later today. For now, I just want to rest. I'm so tired, both physically and mentally, and sometimes I feel tired of life itself. Blake laid a hand on Seth's shoulder. Fuck that noise. I'm not losing you. You want a reason to live? Payback. Then, after that, some sweet lovin'. From Ada. Not me. Seth chuckled. See, now that's what you need to be doing more of. Seth grimaced. Maybe. But now every time you think of Jarvis's death, it'll be me in your memories killing him. Blake shrugged. Nah, I don't see it that way. Jarvis and I were close, but that's life. Shit happens, and you deal with it and move on. Perhaps, said Seth. His voice wavered. They took my fucking leg and my eye. How do you move on from that? I don't know. In time, I'm sure you'll adjust to it. Seth harumphed. Not likely. It feels unnatural. And this eye gives me a headache. Then look at the positives of it. From what I read, you now have a lot of new views you can do. Seth rubbed the side of his head. I guess that's kinda cool. And not to mention, when you kick the shit out of someone, you have a leg that can literally do just that. I guess. All right. I'll let you be. Just know that no one blames you for anything. After you leave here, visit Ada. She could use some cheering up. Seth nodded. All right, man. And don't think that I didn't want you out there with me. But Curie said there's an adjustment period for the leg and eye, so I'm just following his recommendation. Besides, weren't you the one wanting to stop going out on these type of excursions? Seth shrugged. More than anything, I feel like I need to do something other than sit around. Tell you what, let's train in the workout room when you're ready. Cool. Blake squeezed Seth's shoulder, then exited the room. It was obvious the Saskarins had all but broken Seth. At least he was still alive. It was time to unwind. Blake had some things lined up he needed to do, but catching a quick nap was at the top of his list. Doc perused the system interfaces he had within the ship. Since Sarah had given him access, he could now see every facet of the Excelsian's systems. One aspect he enjoyed was observing organics. Zane and Cal were in the dining area, Luke and Kane in the armory working on defense robots, Sarah in the command center, Blake and Gregor in their quarters, and Seth in the med bay. Although Doc could not see inside the living quarters, he knew they were there. He ran an analysis on the recent fight. The mercs who had boarded were easy to hit with his main form. The defense robots were accurate as well, although he noticed some slowdown when operating all at once. Combat systems were not something he specialized in, and although he had the data, he needed to perform more simulations to improve his efficiency. For now, he took the lead from the organics. As he hovered in cyberspace, Ada popped into view with her orb form. He sensed the new augments on her and decided to engage her. Ada flew over to his orb form.
Doc, how are you doing?
I'm fine. My robots are being repaired and replaced, and I'm running some simulations to enhance my performance.
I see,
said Ada. She focused for a moment, and the environment changed to mirror the ship. Doc was in his humanoid form while Ada was in hers.
You changed the environment.
Yes,
She said. She tilted her head.
I like to use this form if possible. Do you wish for a permanent body?
He shook his head.
I like being a free-floating AI. Although my base matrix is here, I can move around as needed, and even offload if need be.
I see. You don't wish to be an android?
No, but I suspect you enjoy being one, especially now that you have some new enhancements.
I do. Being around this many organics and being a part of a team is an experience I enjoy, although the current situation has some problems.
Seth,
Asked Doc.
Yes, he doesn't appear to want to be my partner anymore.
Doc chuckled.
he will visit you here shortly.
Ada's eyes lit up.
How do you know this?
Blake was in the medbay visiting Seth. Seth is not angry with you. He's ashamed of his actions while under Saskarin control, and Blake talked Seth into visiting you once he is healed.
This is useful information. Thank you.
Doc nodded.
How was your relationship with Seth prior to this event?
It was going well. I didn't understand why he had been avoiding me, but now I do. I hope our relationship can continue.
Have you been able to use your pleasure programming?
Yes, and quite efficiently. I have more stamina than him, but he tries hard, and that is enjoyable.
Doc smiled.
Your enhancements probably give you even more stamina now. I went over the list of them, and they're quite impressive.
I do like them. I ran a comparison from my baseline, and I'm roughly 30% faster in almost all categories.
Maybe I should talk to Q Reese and see if he has any enhancements for me.
Ada nodded.
I can put you in contact with him.
It would be appreciated.
He said. He spun up a simulation on various programs that could be installed to make him more efficient. There was also the possibility for external forms he could use. Ada glanced at him.
I went over your actions when the Excelsior was hijacked. You performed above expectations.
Doc chuckled.
I think of the Excelsior as one of my physical forms. The Mercs were a virus needing termination.
I know that feeling.
She said, looking down.
Can you recall anything from being slimed?
I cannot.
Doc ran a hand over his chin.
According to your enhancements, you will never need to worry about that again.
I hope not.
Okay, I have taken up enough of your time,
Said Doc.
If you wish to talk more, I am available.
Ada nodded.
Thank you.
The environment changed back to dark cyberspace. He watched Ada fly away. The thought of having an android body crossed his matrix for a few milliseconds, but being tied to one physical form had its disadvantages. The big one was that once the body died, that was it. In his current form, he could lose a robot form or more and still survive. He could also replicate memory states. The Excelsior was his body for the most part, and he enjoyed the level of power it had relative to just one body. Still, he understood there were also advantages to using a body. Pleasure programming was one aspect, but he preferred being able to interact with multiple organics at the same time. A communication window with a request lit up in cyberspace.
How may I assist you?
Asked Doc. It's me, Kane, he said. Got a moment to come to the armory?
Sure, I'm on my way,
Said Doc. He transferred a portion of himself into his main form, then went to the armory. Although it was more efficient to speak through the speakers in the armory and use the screens, he understood organics liked to talk to a body. Maybe that was why Ada wanted to talk in humanoid form earlier. Her organic interaction must be evolving. When Doc arrived, Luke looked up from a workbench. Doc, glad you're here. Doc nodded.
How can I be of assistance?
Kane gestured at a screen. Based on our last fights, we think we can upgrade the defense robots more, but wanted to get your input.
Of course,
Said Doc. He faced the screen. Although he already had access to the data, appearances were important to organics, so he would observe it.
You want to split out the 8 robots into specialized roles.
Luke nodded.
After that fight where I was left by myself for a while, yeah, I'm thinking 4 heavy defense robots, 2 lighter ones, and 2 all-purpose ones.
Your strategy is wise,
Said Doc.
This would allow for better protection on escort missions, ship defense, and retrieval of the wounded.
He tilted his head.
Perhaps it may make sense to also create some non-humanoid forms.
Kane perked up. Really? What you have in mind?
Something small that can fly but also possesses sensors and camouflage shielding.
Luke grinned. A reconnaissance drone?
Yes. That, in addition to some heavy weapon drones, one smaller than the Excelsians, of course.
I like it, said Kane. He ran his hand over his mouth. And maybe we could rig an interface on 2 of the bikes, the rover, the shuttle, and a hover slab. That way, if you need to control it, you can. Doc smiled.
Yes, I would like that.
Luke wagged a finger. It might also be helpful to have a communications-boosting drone, or maybe we can incorporate that into the reconnaissance drone.
That would be to prevent what happened on the moon where the Rogundans were fought. Or more recently, the spaceport we just left.
Kane pointed at Doc. Bingo. Doc ran an internal query and found a reference to a game.
Excuse me?
Luke and Kane laughed. It just means you got it, said Kane. I'm surprised they don't have a slang database for you. Doc looked at them.
There is one, but it is extremely limited. The context also seems to continually change.
He ran another query and selected a slang word.
These ideas are rad.
Luke and Kane laughed again. Hi, Doc. You got a lot to learn, and we can help. For now, though, we got some work on our hands, said Kane. Doc nodded and then began to go over all the proposed ideas and to run simulations. Chapter 22. Blake eased back into his office chair. He had planned on taking a nap in his quarters, but his office chair functioned just as well. After having talked with Seth, Blake felt better, but he knew it would take time. A 4-hour nap was just what he needed. He had instructed Sarah to move the Excelsian out to a safe distance outside of the shipping lanes and to a star in an uninhabited system. There was no doubt in his mind that the Saskarins would be hunting them. It was time to bring in the AR and the Covendrin. He tapped at the console on his desk and put out a secured call to Q Reese. After a minute or so, a holographic screen appeared over the desk. Blake. I wasn't expecting a call so soon, said Q Reese. Blake nodded. I've got some new information, but we should meet in person. No problem. Where do you want to meet, and when? I'm sending you the coordinates now, and as soon as possible. Q Reese looked down. I can be there in about 17 hours. Good. I'm also asking for Yuldaris of the Covendrin to come. The Covendrin? Blake grinned. I do have a plan, and it needs whoever I can get. You can count on the AR. Good. I'll see you then. The screen dissipated. Blake sent out 2 communication requests, one for Bothan and the other for Yuldaris. He did not know when they would respond, but he figured they would as soon as possible. He grinned when Bothan responded immediately. Bothan, good to see you're around.
Likewise. What's going on?
I'm planning a meeting. The AR and Covendrin will be there at these coordinates. We're already there, and the AR will be here in 17 hours. Bothan nodded.
We'll be there. Have you informed Grigor?
I haven't. I don't think he would let it slip, but why take the chance?
Wise move. I'll see you there.
Blake nodded as the screen dissipated. Although Bothan was as trusted as Jarvis, their personalities were very different. Blake would never be as close to Bothan as to Jarvis, and every time Blake saw Bothan, it reminded Blake that Jarvis was gone. The reality of Jarvis being gone had not fully settled in for Blake, but death was not something he was a stranger to. Several times over the last 400 years he had lost close friends, but this one stung since Jarvis was someone who ran missions with him. Blake sighed as he closed his eyes. An hour later, his desk beeped at him. A screen appeared with Yuldaris on it.
Blake,
said Yuldaris. Blake ran a finger over his eyes. Yuldaris, good to see you. Yuldaris nodded.
Something happened?
Yeah, and I need to discuss it in person when you can. I have Q Reese, the android resistance leader, and Bothan, an ex-Fedorian ranger who is now running a special unit in the Presidential Guard, both attending.
Must be something important.
Blake licked his right fang. It is. I'm sending you the coordinates. I'm already here, and the others will be here within the day. Yuldaris checked something off to the side, then faced Blake.
I'll be there. I assume that this is a secret meeting.
Yeah. Bringing a fleet might not be the most subtle. Yuldaris laughed.
All right. I'll see you in about a day and a half or so.
The screen dissipated. Blake exhaled from his nose as he stood. The meeting was planned, and now he just had to wait. It would be about 2 days before everyone arrived. When he entered the command center, he stood next to Sarah. We'll have some company in the next day or so. Be on the lookout for communications from Bothan, Yildaris, and Q Reese. Okay, said Sarah. I assume you have a plan for hitting that refinery? I do. And I'll need to go over the layout a bit before they get here. That's my next step. Sarah nodded. I'll be here if you need me. Sounds good, said Blake. Have Zane, Cal, and Ada meet me in the briefing room. He squeezed her shoulder, then went to the briefing room. Cal and Ada were already there. What's up? Asked Cal. The refinery, said Blake. Zane walked in and hustled to his seat. Good, everyone's here, said Blake, looking around. He interacted with the table console. A projection shot up of the refinery layout. Blake gestured at it. Demoko got me this layout, and in a day or so we're going to have Q Reese, Yildaris, and Bothan on board. Whatever the Saskarins got going on there is big, and we need to know what it is and, if necessary, destroy the place. Cal, any thoughts? You've been there before? Cal nodded. Yeah, but it was filled with mercs and other types for the most part. The mining tunnels go deep and are like a maze you can easily get lost in. The refinery itself has big matter converters, and there are also a lot of element storage tanks. With the Saskarins controlling it, what do you think would change? I don't think they're there for the elements. If they're truly controlling the Shulan Empire, there are much closer places to get that, and a lot easier too, said Cal. He wagged a finger. My guess is there's something there that is Saskarin specific. The place is old, so security wouldn't be as advanced, but with the Saskarins there now, I bet it's been upgraded. I'd probably also expect more bodies there due to the traffic.
So we need to get an updated layout,
said Ada.
Perhaps we could scout the place.
Zane chuckled.
We might sort of stand out.
Blake grinned, but I wouldn't if I had camouflage shielding and went in solo. They stared at him. I could not only update our layout, but mark and secure landing areas for others. Ada tilted her head.
Assuming you do scout and mark areas, I'm not sure we could take the whole facility with just this group.
Blake raised a finger. An excellent point. Which is where Q Reese, Bothan, and Yildaris come in. The idea is they can defend it from space and also lend support in taking the facility. A group effort. I like it, said Cal. Blake nodded. Once I conclude a meeting with them, we'll have a plan of attack. Then we'll update everyone, coordinate schedules, and then it's a go.
Zane shook his head. You know the Saskarins are going to be expecting something after our little trip to Gertiwara.
Maybe so, said Blake. He looked around the group. We can do this, though. I think whatever is in there will strike a big blow to the Saskarins and also help us long term. What if there are sealed areas in there when you're scouting? Asked Cal. I'll go around them or persuade someone to let me in. The group laughed. Either way, we'll know more once I'm done scouting. For now, we should prepare for some heavy fighting. They nodded. All right, that's all I had. I'll convene a full briefing once I've met with Yildaris, Bothan, and Q Reese, said Blake. He watched as the group dispersed. Having Jarvis along for this would have made things better, but that was no longer an option. Ever. He sighed as he exited to go to his living quarters. It had been 2 days since Blake had reached out to Yildaris, Q Reese, and Bothan, and now they were all assembled in the Excelsian's briefing room. It was a closed meeting, and Blake stood where he normally did when running crew meetings, while the others sat where the crew usually did. He understood this was the first time they had probably seen each other, so introductions were in order. He swept his hand out in an arc. Thank you for coming on short notice. Before we begin, let me introduce everyone. He gestured at Q Reese. This is Q Reese. He leads the android resistance and has helped me and my crew out. We are indebted to him for his assistance. Although Fredoria classifies the AR as a terrorist organization, I know that not to be true, as do several high-ranking Fredorian officials. More recently, he helped save Ada and restored a leg and an eye to Seth. Yildaris and Bothan nodded at Q Reese. Blake motioned at Yildaris. This is Yildaris, Covendron commander of the 67th Company. He was with us in the trenches when we were at Hadrassus, and with his help, we got out of a rough situation. Bothan and Q Reese nodded at Yildaris. And finally, said Blake, pointing at Bothan. We have Bothan, who leads an elite unit in the Fedorian Presidential Guard. Although Jarvis, my close personal friend, was killed by the Saskarins, it was Bothan who stepped up and saved Seth. He has my deepest respect. Yildaris and Q Reese nodded at Bothan. Now for why we're here, said Blake. He interacted with the table console. A projection shot up, showing the layout of the refinery and mining station on the asteroid. This is a refinery and mining station that has recently changed hands. It used to be abandoned and then was used as a proxy war between various merc factions. Today it is controlled by the Shulan Empire.
The Shulans,
asked Yildaris, drawing his head back. Blake sighed. Unfortunately, yes. It seems the Saskarins have essentially taken over the Shulan government. The asteroid doesn't just have Shulans, it has a mix of species.
The Shulans are notorious for being xenophobic.
Right. All the recent activity on the asteroid tells me the Saskarins have something big there. The disappearance of colonists from various Rimworlds nearby would seem to indicate the Saskarins need bodies. For what reason? I don't know. But I plan to find out. Bothan gestured at the projection.
So we're going to assault that?
Blake nodded. Maybe. But first I'll need to perform reconnaissance on it. While this projection is current, things may not be as they seem. The plan I'm thinking of is for me to infiltrate the place, mark areas of interest, and then determine if we need to secure it or just blow it up. If we need to secure it, even for a short while, then I'll locate and secure a landing spot. Once that's done, we can land forces while defending the space around the asteroid.
We'll potentially need a force on standby. Somewhere where it won't be detected,
said Yildaris. Bothan raised a finger.
There's an uninhabited system nearby. We could gather near the star.
Blake tapped at the table console, causing the map to zoom out to a regional overview of space. There is. Q Reese tilted his head. That asteroid seems to have shielding. That'll need to go down before anything happens. You're right. And thanks to our contact from Gutierrez, we know the shield's modulation. We can slip a small ship in without being detected, said Blake. That'll be me. And if I determine that we need to secure the asteroid, then I'll disable the shields. It's risky. Blake tossed his hands out to the side. Of course. But I'm Blake Brown. The group laughed. For our part, we have the Excelsior, said Blake. Bothan nodded.
I can contribute our unit and resources.
Good, said Blake. Yildaris looked around.
I can commit the 67th. We have an attached fleet we can use.
Excellent. Q Reese smiled. The AR may not have the numbers or the resources of a Coventry company, but we can provide what few ships we have and our soldiers. Blake ran a hand over his mouth. The AR has the most advanced tech out of all of us, so that will definitely be helpful. The Coventry has the muscle, and Bothan can help secure areas once we take it. He looked around the group. I'm not going to lie. If we do end up going in, not everyone is going to walk away.
The Coventry expect that,
said Yildaris, raising his head a bit.
Likewise,
said Bothan. The AR is in it to the end, said Q Reese. Good. Then the next discussion is, how do I get to the asteroid? Asked Blake. Q Reese focused for a moment. The table projection changed to show a small ship. We have a small scout ship we can use. No weapons to really speak of, but it's fast, has stealth, and with that shield modulation information, it can get you there and then hide out until you're ready to leave, said Q Reese. Blake nodded. Sounds like we have a plan. Everyone nodded at Blake. I'll get ready then. Q Reese, how long until you can get that ship here? About a day. I'll be ready. I need to update the rest of the crew. Make sure your crews are up to date as well. Hopefully it won't take me long to assess what we're dealing with, said Blake. Yildaris grinned.
Maybe we can finally make a dent in the Saskarins.
That's the goal, said Blake, baring his fangs. I plan to make a lot of dents in them. All right, let's keep in contact. You all have my CID and I have yours. Any questions? Everyone shook their head. Okay. Then may this be the beginning of a beautiful alliance, said Blake with a big smile. Chapter 23. Blake looked out the window of the small and sleek ship provided by Q. Reese. It was 9:00 a.m., and the meeting the prior day with everyone was still fresh in his mind. At least he was on his way to the asteroid. The pilot was named Daz, and they approached the asteroid shielding. Blake was unsure of what to expect when he landed, but he had the layout, his blades, his FLP-40, his FHP-10, and his striker. He also had explosives he could set on any shield generator. Stack on camouflage shielding and other gadgets, and he was ready to go. The image of Jarvis briefly appeared in Blake's mind. He sighed. "Are you all right?" asked Daz, turning his head toward Blake. "Yeah, I'm good," said Blake. He eyed Daz. "I'm surprised Q. Reese was willing to commit. I expected he would have supported from afar." Daz grinned. "There's an ulterior motive." Blake sat up in his seat. "And what would that be?" "The Covendrin. Q. Reese believes that if we help and perform within expectations, maybe the Covendrin would allow us safe harbor within their borders." Blake nodded. "I get it. You want a homeland?" "Yes, some place where we can exist without the continuing threat of extinction." "If it means anything to you, I hated the android declassification event. It's a bunch of horse shit." Daz chuckled. "Yes, it is." Blake noted the personality difference between a G2 like Ada and a G4 like Daz. Maybe Yildiris can help get that going. I'm sure he'll listen to Q. Reese. Daz paused. "Some of us in the AR were hoping you would speak on our behalf." Blake drew his head back. "Me?" "Yes. You have close ties with Yildiris, and he respects your opinion. Q. Reese would wait until an offer was extended to him. However, some of us feel that we will never be accepted anywhere unless we ask." "What's Q. Reese think about this?" "He most likely sees this as a long-term probability. There is much we can offer in terms of technology and skill to any society." Blake exhaled from his nose. "I know. And it's a damn shame that Fredoria can't see that." He cocked his head. "You know what? I'll talk to Yildiris after this is all over. I won't mention this conversation, but I do appreciate your honesty." Daz nodded. "It will make Q. Reese appear to be stronger, and if we had safe harbor, we could for the first time since our creation live in peace and in control of our destiny." "Sounds good to me," said Blake. "Approaching shields now. Modulation entered," said Daz, tapping at the ship console. Blake braced himself. Although he knew the ship should sail through, if it did not, he would know quickly. After a moment, Daz said, "We are through and undetected." Blake relaxed a bit. "Good." He looked at the layout of the asteroid. "Where will you be at?" "There," said Daz, pointing at a dot on the screen that appeared. Blake laughed. "You're going to be on top of them." "Literally." Daz grinned. "That's the plan." "We could use someone like you on our crew." "You have Ada, and she is double what I am." Blake nodded. "We're lucky to have her." The asteroid loomed in the distance. The various ships coming and going were now visible, as were the refinery's outer cargo bays. He cracked his neck. "It's about showtime." "If you need me, I'll be in range for contact, but it's best we keep it to a minimum," said Daz. He handed Blake a small rectangular device. "You can attach this connector to any console, and I can then access the console. Although I'm not as adept as Ada, I can get you through most sealed doors." "Got it," said Blake. "I'm curious, though, why did Ada not come with you instead of me?" asked Daz. "She needs as much time with Seth as possible, and I need her to help lead in my absence should I fall." "Let's hope you don't fall." They laughed. The ship approached a large, flat metallic platform that jutted out from the asteroid. At the end of it were several large open doorways with various loading and unloading machinery. The ship landed behind a massive cargo container. "We're here," said Daz. He pulled up a layout of the immediate area. "There's no atmosphere or anti-gravity plating here. Once inside the large outer doorways, you'll be in the cargo bay, and it has entrances to the interior, which does have gravity and an atmosphere. In other words, fire up my magnetic boots when I'm outside," said Blake. Daz nodded. "All right," said Blake. When he was in the decompression chamber in the back of the ship, he sealed himself inside. He did a final check on everything, making sure to seal his helmet and activate his magnetic boots and camouflage shielding. He tapped at a console on the wall. "I'm good to go." The chamber hissed for a moment, and then the hatchway on the back of the small ship slid up. Once he was around the ship, he two-finger saluted Daz. Blake stepped away a bit and tapped at his forearm. "Can you hear me?" "Yes. I think you're good to go." "All right. See you soon," said Blake. He watched as the ship hovered, then flew away. Maybe he should get some ships like that for the Excelsior. They were small enough to fit in the docking bay. He refocused on the mission and walked toward the doorways, making sure to stay out of sight of the various ships coming and going. When he got to the end of the cargo container they had landed behind, he surveyed the entrance ahead. In each corner was a camera. He took a moment to observe the flow of traffic in and out of the entrance. It did not take him long to single out a large transport that had just landed and now moved through the doorways. He took advantage of it, blocking the cameras, and rushed out behind the ship. The ship hovered slightly off the ground as it moved forward. Blake jumped and grabbed a part of the ship that jutted out. With some effort, he crawled almost to the top. The thrusters on the back of the ship outputted minimal heat, so it would be good cover for him. The area he was in was also like a cubbyhole, so he was out of immediate line of sight if someone could see through the camouflage shielding. The ship entered the cargo bay. Blake peeped out to study the massive area. There were other large transport ships scattered about with mechanical arms unloading and loading cargo, probably element storage tanks. Looking ahead, he saw a set of humanoid-sized doors. Per the layout, he needed the one on the farthest left. That led to a hallway with some offices, which then led to other parts of the refinery. The ship held position when it was as far in as it could go. Blake crawled down, and when on the ground, he dashed over to a nearby shipping container. The vessel opened up parts of itself as mechanical arms on the ground began to unload the ship's cargo. There were not a lot of workers around, but there were some robots observing the unload. Blake went to the end of the shipping container, and after observing the pattern of the robots, he rushed to the leftmost door that led to the interior. After putting his connector on the door, he contacted Daz. "Okay, I'm outside a door that leads inside." "Got it," said Daz over comms. "You'll be in the decontamination and decompression chamber, but I can make sure you're not detected." "Awesome." After a moment, the door unsealed. Blake grabbed the connector and then slipped inside. After he sealed the room, several beams scanned the area, while hissing noises echoed. He felt the air pressure enter the room and the gravity kick in. The door on the other side of the room opened. Blake grinned. Daz's ability so far was as advertised. Blake shut off his magnetic boots and entered a long hallway. On each side were various doorways, but halfway down on the right was a large entrance. Checking the layout, he knew he needed to get to the cargo bay main office. It took him a few minutes, but he was able to go through the large entrance, up a ramp, and down a few hallways to reach the office. He peeked inside and saw a lone worker looking out into the cargo bay through transparent windows. Blake lowered the top part of his helmet, allowing him to sniff if there were others around. Unfortunately for the man, there were not. Blake slipped inside and approached the worker, whose back was to the door. The man was a Fredorian. Blake wondered if the worker was one of Tuka's colonists. It did not matter. Blake crept behind the worker, and when in range, covered the startled man's mouth while using the other hand to pull his head to the side. Blake bared his fangs and then bit the worker in the neck. The worker faltered for a moment, then stood straight with dull eyes. "Much better," said Blake. He stood next to the man and looked at the active console. "Now, why don't you explain to me what I'm looking at?" Sarah smiled at the sight of so many ships showing up on the console in front of her. Blake was on his way to the asteroid refinery and mining station, and the mood on the ship was one of anxiousness. Both Curies and Yuldaris were in the command center, along with the rest of the Excelsior crew, minus Seth. Everyone waited for Blake's report. She was glad the Covendrin, AR, and an elite Presidential Guard unit had decided to help, and it made her somewhat ashamed that Fredoria was not involved outside of Bothan. Here was a group fighting to protect Fredoria, and Fredoria seemed to be doing everything it could to prevent that. At least with over 50 Covendrin ships, 10 AR-1s, and Bothan's vessel, which was similar to the Excelsior in capability, they would hopefully be able to secure the immediate space around the asteroid and land sufficient forces if Blake needed it. "The Excelsior is impressive," said Q. Reese, who stood next to her.
"Aye, she is," said Luke, who sat at his workstation opposite Sarah.
"We appreciate you getting Blake a ship," said Sarah. Q. Reese nodded. "No problem there. Daz is one of our best pilots and also a good infiltrator." Yildaris stood next to Sarah.
"Zerinch said it was good to be working with you again."
Sarah smiled as she remembered Zerinch helping her with the Rogunda fleet when the group was dealing with Hadrassus. "It's odd to have worked more with the Covendrin than the FDF or Rangers on these missions, but I'm glad he's here."
Yildaris glanced at Grigor. "We understand the situation."
Grigor's eyes narrowed.
"We understand the situation too. That's why I'm here, to see what's going on. And you represent the support they give,"
said Yildaris, shaking his head.
"You know there will be a reckoning once the Saskarins are discovered inside the Fredorian government. Let's hope it's sooner than later."
Grigor sighed.
"I'm not the enemy here. Maybe not you. But what you represent seems like it is half the time."
Grigor shrugged.
"Let's hope I can change some minds then. This is a good start."
Q. Reese shrugged. "The Fredorian government takes a long time to do anything. They'll come around."
Yildaris glanced at Q. Reese. "I hope so for their sake. What they did to your group is just wrong."
Q. Reese nodded. Yildaris pointed at Bothan.
"That's an example of good Fredorian support."
Bothan and Yildaris shared a look. Grigor drew his lips flat. Sarah sensed the tension in the room. It was obvious Yildaris and Grigor would never fully trust each other, but maybe Grigor had a point. One thing she knew from her service in the FDF was that while the government might move slow, the FDF could move at blistering speeds dependent on the situation. She hoped Grigor would be able to show what was going on in a fair light. Her mind drifted to Blake. Hopefully he was doing okay. But knowing him, he was probably relishing it. Her heartbeat ramped up at thoughts of what would happen if he did not come back. He had to. She exhaled from her nose and focused on her console. Q. Reese peered at the console, then at Yildaris. "I like your plan to spread out some of the AR into the Coventrin groups. They've already assimilated your protocols and will serve as needed." Yildaris nodded.
"Good."
He cast a sidelong glance at Grigor.
"It'll be good to have your expertise and skill alongside us, as equals."
Yildaris and Q. Reese smiled at each other while Grigor shook his head. Luke perused his workstation console.
"So far, so good. There's nothing out here except the occasional ship in the distance, but they wouldn't be able to scan us."
"That's the idea," said Yildaris. "When Blake gives the word, we're ready to go. My men are anxious for combat." "I'm anxious to see what's in that asteroid," said Kane. "It's got to be something big." "Same here," said Sarah. All everyone could do was wait, and it would be a tense one. Looking around made her feel important. To be a part of something that actually tried to fix things was an experience she would always remember. Getting to meet powerful people was an unexpected bonus, and the thought that she had a good standing in the eyes of the Coventrin was not something every Fredorian could say. Just being around Blake elevated her. She eased back into her chair as she wondered what he was up to at that moment. Blake had found a hover slab and placed a large container on it, one where he could kneel in and peek out, but also had a cover he could seal if need be. After biting the worker and having the operations explained over the last 20 minutes, he knew it was time to explore. The worker would be a useful chauffeur. Blake had selected 3 points of interest to check out. The refinery was a front, and there were more than just mining tunnels inside the asteroid. The first point of interest was several large cylindrical hub areas, similar to what he saw in Hadrassus. He guessed that was probably more experiments being stored. The second area had a large domed structure and seemed to have some activity around it. The third was a massive room with unusual power readings. After 30 minutes of a tense trip where the worker had been stopped a few times, they arrived at the first point of interest. Blake peeked out of the container. Take me to a secluded spot. The worker complied. Blake hopped out of the container. They were in a small side hallway that looked like it led to a restroom. He motioned at the worker. Stay here and be quiet. Of course, said the worker. Blake pressed against the wall and crept up to the entrance to the first point. He looked around and took in the view. Just like Hadrassus, the room was circular with multiple levels. Each level had capsules with a semi-transparent, glass-like front. It took him a moment to find a more secluded spot behind what looked like a support pillar inside the large cylindrical hub. What caught his eye was that instead of the myriad of specimens he had seen at Hadrassus, these were all the same. Maybe the Saskarins had settled on a final form. He tapped at his forearm device and activated his comms. Daz, sending you a feed. I'm checking out 3 points of interest, and this is the first one. After a moment, Daz asked, What is that? Storage hubs. These specimens look like soldiers of some type. Big, beefy, and they have plates on their skin. Oh, and they're red. I'm going to put the connector on one of the capsule consoles. See what you can get. Okay, monitoring. Blake exhaled from his nose as he eyed the nearest capsule. The security layout indicated there were cameras in the room as well as motion detectors across the capsules, but the consoles were open. With that in mind, he crept over to the nearest capsule and put the connector on the console. I'm in, said Daz. A few minutes later, he said, There is a lot of information here. You're right. These are soldiers. They seem to have a mix of slimes going in them. Colors, purple and yellow, but they're brainwaves. It's like they're not conscious. Not only that, but they have a high regeneration factor and seem to weigh more than they should. That could be due to a dense musculature. Blake shook his head. Perfect host bodies. However, I still don't think this is the big thing they're hiding here. Okay, going to the second point of interest. Good luck. Blake slipped back into the side hallway. He hopped back into the container and gave directions to the worker. After 30 minutes through twisting tunnels, they arrived at a large room with a massive half-sphere in the middle. Blake indicated for the worker to move him off to the side and into a small office. Once inside, he hopped out of the container and closed the office door. Looking through the semi-transparent window that encompassed almost half the wall facing the half-sphere, he noted it was a fairly empty room, other than a few merc guards who looked bored out of their minds. He observed their patrol route. They went back and forth in straight lines, which was pretty standard. He went to the door and timed a dash to a console that ringed the base of the sphere. After placing the connector on the console, he rushed back to the office and slipped inside. Judging by the lack of reaction from the guards, he was sure they did not see him. He contacted Daz. Okay, what are you seeing now? Now this is interesting, said Daz. It appears to be some type of storage, but I'm unfamiliar with the data format. Blake rubbed his chin. I bet it's a repository. Ada mentioned something about that. It's like a database of consciousness, from what she said. Yeah, someone gets slimed. This is where their mind goes. Okay, headed to the final point of interest. All right. Blake timed another dash and retrieved the connector. Once he was back in the office, he hopped into the container and gave the worker the third location. After another 30-minute trip, they reached yet another colossally sized room. Blake had the worker stop just shy of the entrance. There was no way the worker would be able to get in there. Blake verified his camouflage shielding was good, then climbed out of the container. He glanced at the worker. Wait here. The man nodded. Blake stuck to the walls of the rectangular room as he turned right upon entering. His eyes were drawn to the huge archway in the middle of the room that took up most of the available space. Encircling it on the ground was a gold-bordered ring. Purple slimes slithered up around the archway's segmented blocks, while a light green surface rippled inside the archway. This must be a portal of some type, maybe to where the Saskarins came from. What caught his attention were the semi-transparent tubes that connected the slime on the ground to the side walls. Their purpose became evident when a black slime came through the portal and then crawled into one of the tubes. Maybe the tubes led to the hubs so they'd have a body to work with. Along the right wall were a series of consoles and screens. The issue was that there were 3 people in green robes studying the screens. Blake tapped at his forearm device. I'm going dark. I need to put the connector on a console, but there's people around it. Once it connects, do your thing. When you got what you need, send me a silent update. Got it, said Daz. Blake flattened himself as he approached the nearest console. If the workers saw through his camouflage shielding, he would have to kill them. But more importantly, his cover might get blown. He clenched his teeth as he slowly moved the connector out toward the console. One of the workers glanced his way. He froze. The worker looked back at the screen. Blake closed his eyes and exhaled from his nose. With focus, he got the connector onto the console. Pulling back, he retreated behind a workstation. After 5 minutes, his forearm device buzzed. Daz had what he needed. Blake crept back. With some effort, he retrieved the connector. He was curious to know what Daz found, but the goal now was to get out. After creeping silently to the entrance, he ducked out and jumped into the waiting container. He glanced at the worker. "Take me back to where we first met." "Of course," said the worker. As they traveled back, Blake went over the 3 areas he had seen. It was apparent that the hub would be destroyed, but capturing one of the capsules could yield some important information. The repository could as well. Then it could be wiped out. The portal presented some questions, though. They could maybe send an explosive through, or maybe use it to invade where the Saskarins were. Maybe there were other places like this asteroid out there. One thing was clear. The asteroid needed to be captured instead of blown up. That meant the shield generator explosive needed to be placed. When they got back to the cargo bay office, Blake had the worker relieve the other worker in the room. Once the other man had left, Blake jumped out of the container, leaving the explosives he had brought inside. He faced the worker. "You will take this to the shield generator room and then place the explosives inside the container in a spot that can't be easily seen. After that, come back here and take a nap. You will not remember any of this." The worker nodded. Blake slipped out of the room. When he approached the docking part of the bay, he contacted Daz. "I'm on my way out. Where am I meeting you?" "The same cargo container I dropped you off at. I'll be there in a few minutes." "Got it," said Blake. He enjoyed working with Daz and wondered if Ada, with her new enhancements, would change personality. Refocusing on the task at hand, Blake reached the decompression chamber. Once through that, he used the docked transport ship as cover as he exited the docking bay and reached the cargo container where Daz awaited him. Once they flew away, Blake disabled his camouflage shielding. "Lot of stuff going on in there." "Looks like it," said Daz. He motioned at the console in front of Blake. "All the data is there. I sorted it by point of interest." "Good. We'll have a lot to go over once we're back. It's obvious now, though, that we'll need to capture this place. The explosives are in place, so we can disable the shields when we attack." Daz nodded. "Then a good fight it will be." Blake grinned. "For us, at least." Chapter 24. Blake ran a hand over his mouth as he studied the table console in the briefing room. It had been about 6 hours since he had left the asteroid, and it was now 6:00 p.m. He had already had dinner and gone over the data retrieved from the asteroid, so he was ready to discuss the situation. The Excelsian crew, Q. Reese, Bothan, and Yoldaris had all gathered. It would still take time to go through everything, but the path forward seemed clear to Blake. He cleared his throat. The room fell silent. "Okay, let's get this show on the road," said Blake. He tapped at the table console. A projection shot up of a cross-section of the asteroid. The refinery, mining tunnels, shielding generator, and 3 points of interest had dots that had lines shooting off to the side with informative labels. "This is what I found when I was in there. They call this place Cartana. Although it appears to be an asteroid that has a refinery with mining operations, it's actually a Saskarin outpost with a research and development operation," said Blake. The projection changed to the first point of interest. "I checked out 3 areas when I was there, and this is the first one. It's similar to what we saw in Hadrassus, except there aren't a variety of specimen types. They're all the same." He gestured at Ada. "She has crunched the data from that." Ada nodded as the projection changed to a single capsule.
The bodies inside the capsule use an existing body to morph into the end result. Based on the process defined in the data, a living host is put inside the capsule, then injected with a yellow slime, and then a purple slime. There also appears to be a specialized armor behind the capsule that the host body can be placed in. It is then connected to the armored suit via an orange slime. Based on some of the other data gathered, there are additional armors that can be layered on top of this base one.
That's some sick shit, said Kane. I take it the host dies?
Yes, and based on the videos recorded, it is a painful death. The yellow slime is used to build an organism from scratch, but in this case, it is used to morph the body to a predetermined template.
And the purple slime? Asked Zane.
That is used to coat the brain. As we cannot detect the purple slime, it shields the black slime.
Son of a bitch, said Cal. Yildar's eyes narrowed. Our detectors wouldn't be useful in that scenario.
That is correct,
said Ada, tilting her head.
These new bodies have a higher regeneration factor and are much stronger than they would appear due to the muscle density. They move faster and possess a claw that can shoot out of their palm. Their teeth are also reinforced. Based on my simulations, they could bite through metal. In addition to their heavy armor, they would be quite formidable.
Zane smirked. Nothing a shotgun couldn't handle. Ada shook her head.
On the contrary, their armor and shielding can handle a shotgun blast.
Damn, said Luke. They're like super cyborgs.
Blake licked his right fang. Yes, and there are thousands of these in those hubs. What else did you find out, Ada? The projection changed to a list of names.
I found a roster. 4,000 of the names were from Tuca,
said Ada. Q. Reese grimaced. The tens of thousands of names not on the list were moved to a place called Elsewhere. I take that to mean there are more places like Cartana out there.
There may be more information on the individual in the encrypted data local to the capsule,
said Ada. Blake cleared his throat. Then we need to get one of those capsules and crack it. Okay, moving to the second area. The projection changed to show the Saskarin repository. This is the Saskarin repository. When someone is slimed, this is where their consciousness goes, said Blake. Ada raised a finger.
A minor correction. The host consciousness is actually still in the body. The black slime just mimics the consciousness to the repository while suppressing the local consciousness. The resulting imprint transforms the elements inside the repository into a form that is fed on by another species. The records refer to the species as caretakers.
I remember when the Saskarins tried to slime me, said Blake. He looked around the room. I didn't go to a repository, but I was in a dark space with no light. I'm guessing that was someplace in my mind. They couldn't mimic me due to what I am.
Because you're Blake Brown,
said Ada with a smile. The group laughed. Damn right, said Blake, grinning. Nonetheless, we know that no one retains any memory from this, and now we know why. However, there may be valuable data we can get from all the consciousnesses that were in there, although I'm not sure how to get that. Q. Reese grinned. If it has an interface, we can figure it out. Then that's what we'll do. Okay, on to the third place. The projection changed to show the portal room. This is some type of portal. Portals are not unknown to me. We've had 2 on Earth that had a similar style, but different look, and they were called rift doors. On this one, I saw a black slime come through it, then go through one of the tubes. Per the layout I got when I was there, the tubes run to the hubs, said Blake. Damn. Light that shit on fire, said Zane. Sarah's eyes narrowed. Maybe not. If it leads to where they came from, maybe we can go on the offensive. That's my thought too, said Blake. We could seal it at any time with a cover of some type. Just send a bomb through, said Kane with a grin. I thought about that too. I think the best course of action is doing some tests, which brings me to the overall goal. We need to capture Cartana, at least for a short while. It will be a brutal fight. Of that I have no doubt. Our immediate goals will be to get a capsule and extract information from the repository and the portal. I'd also love to know where the portal leads to. Yildaris wagged a finger.
This all assumes there are no reinforcements. Well, I think we can hold the space around Cartana. There won't be much we can do if a full-on Shulan battle fleet arrives. We have about 60 ships. The Shulan fleet would be in the thousands.
Blake sighed. Yeah, that would be a problem. They're not far from Gutiwara, so there may be a response from there as well to consider. We need to prioritize getting a capsule and the repository information. Then we get what we can from the portal room and blow the place if need be. I'll launch a reconnaissance drone into the portal and see what we're dealing with.
How are we getting past the shields?
Asked Cal. Explosives are on the shield generator. My man Daz is going to fly in and detonate it. Then we move. Cal nodded. Works for me. The demolition teams will need time to set up once we're in, said Yoldaris. Blake raised a finger. That should be no problem once your area is secured. He tapped at the table console. The projection zoomed back out to show the space around Cartana while also showing the cross-section. This is my thought. The Covendrin and AR ships surround Cartana. They'll need to jam communications, but I suspect the shipping lane disruption will notify the Saskarins of the situation. Yoldaris leads a group to the first point of interest, Reese to the second, and I'll take the third. Bothan will secure a waypoint just inside the refinery that we can all retreat to if we run into trouble. He will also manage moving anyone we run into who's a non-combatant out of the facility. Bothan, Reese, and Yoldaris nodded. Blake pointed at the projection. Once the first capsule is secured and portal and repository information retrieved, we can check to see what the situation outside Cartana is. If we're going to be overwhelmed, then we leave and blow the place. If no one is coming, then we spend as much time as we can gathering information. Yoldaris nodded. We should set up a leadership communication channel, and, of course, one from our respective groups. I agree, said Reese. That's a good idea, said Bothan. Cal looked around the room. Don't forget, we need to secure a landing spot first. That won't be a problem, said Yoldaris, grinning. All right, said Blake. I'll finalize the details with Bothan, Reese, and Yoldaris, and they can update their respective groups. I'm not going to lie. This is going to potentially be rough. Be prepared for anything. Let's plan to move out tomorrow at 8 o'clock a.m., Earth time. The group agreed. Everyone but Bothan, Reese, and Yoldaris dispersed. It's a bold plan, said Yoldaris. He smiled big. I like it. You would make a good Covendrin commander. I don't think the Presidential Guard would give him up that easily, said Bothan with a grin. Blake bared his fangs. I couldn't do this without all of your support. It's appreciated. We'll do our part, said Reese. Then let's finalize some details. The Saskarins are about to have a bad day, but for us, we're going to learn just how deep this rabbit hole goes. They nodded. Blake was glad to have their support. Without it, a very different approach would have had to be used. Assaulting a Saskarin facility was not going to be easy, and he hoped casualties would be kept to a minimum, but he knew the Saskarins were not going to roll over. His eyes smoldered. Jarvis and Seth would have their vengeance, and it would begin with Cartana. Cal grinned when he saw AR, Covendrin, and elite Presidential Guard members exiting their ships and swarming Cartana's zero-G docking bay. Daz had blown the shield generator, so Cartana was now open to assault. The defense robots and turrets were no match, and it looked like a light show. It did not take long for the bay and leftmost decompression chamber entrance to be secured. To Cal's right were Blake, Ada, Grigor, and Zane. Bothan and Yoldaris led the initial assault, while Reese was on standby with several mixed Covendrin and AR units. Cal was glad they would have their own set of mixed units to help in securing the portal room. Blake motioned forward. Bothan and Yoldaris have established a waypoint just inside the refinery. Yoldaris is moving on, while Bothan reinforces the waypoint. Let's move. Cal's heartbeat ramped up. Although there was a lot of support, he knew the Saskarins were not going to just lie down. He still had an unusual feeling from when he had been controlled, although it was not anything like what Seth had gone through. Blake had ordered Seth to stay behind on this mission, and apparently it turned into a shouting match. Seth did not normally go on missions like this, so his insistence to start was odd. Cal sensed Seth was failing to handle having been slimed and the actions done during that time. It took about 10 minutes for the group to exit the Excelsian's landing platform, to reach the decompression chamber, and to group up with the Covendrin and AR units assigned to Blake. The total group number was 30, and there was a lot of firepower to bear down on any resistance. Yoldaris had already left with his group, as had Reese. Bothan's mixed unit was left behind to defend the waypoint. Grigor had been unusually quiet during prep and still was. Maybe he was just observing. But a part of Cal bet Grigor was disappointed that the FDF had such a low level of trust to not even be included. Zane was all smiles in his juggernaut suit, probably because there would be fighting. Ada, like Grigor, seemed quiet as well. Although she answered questions when asked, there was something off with her. Blake, as always, was as cool as ice. There was no sign of nervousness or a hint of fear. Not fearing death probably had something to do with that. It was a trait Cal had always admired about Blake. The group moved out toward the portal room. Cal shook his head at the few guards the group met. The guards were ragtag mercs who seemed like they had no idea why they were there. Half of them looked like they crapped their pants at the sight of the group. The guards were swept away with ease, which made Cal sweat a little harder. This was almost too easy. The workers who were in the way were marked for another unit under Bothan to come and pick up. Reese was vocal about not killing them, and had brought a large transport ship for the sole purpose of holding them. Blake, Bothan, and Yildaris did not seem to have an issue with killing them all if it came down to it. Cal could see both viewpoints. After 30 minutes, the group reached the portal room. Cal's eyes widened when he saw the portal. The video feed he had seen earlier did not do it justice. His skin crawled at the unnatural rippling of the portal's surface. The segmented blocks that made up its supporting structure seemed ancient. It was the black slime pouring through the bottom of the portal and then getting sucked away via tubes that made him grimace. Blake barked orders for some units to secure the place while he walked over to a wall filled with screens. Cal studied the screens. They were packed with data, ranging from which capsule a Saskarin went to the power levels across Cartana. He pointed at a screen with an overhead map.
"Are those red dots us moving around?"
Yes,
said Ada. "Then, what are the red dots that aren't moving around representing?" "They're in the hub, some in tunnels, and it seems quite a few deeper in the asteroid."
Blake chuckled. Probably the capsules. "I don't think the hub areas are the only place they're at, similar to Hadrassus."
"There's thousands," said Cal.
"Let 'em come," said Zane, tapping his hell thrower. "This could use a workout. Let's not get complacent," said Blake. "Ada, can you connect to these systems and retrieve what you can? I suspect you can get a lot more than just 5 minutes with a connector."
of course.
said Ada. She moved toward a nearby console and plugged her finger tendrils into it. "Good," said Blake. He surveyed the rest of the room. "According to the structure layout, there's another entrance to this room opposite the one we came in. It's sealed for the moment, but we've been surprised before. Zane, take the 4th unit and secure that. Cal, take the 3rd unit and secure the front. I'll have the 1st and 2nd units with me as we scour the room and figure out what to do with this portal. First, though, I need to get this reconnaissance drone going." Cal nodded. It felt good to be on a team, and he appreciated the trust to handle a unit. He approached the 3rd unit, which was made up of 6 Coventran mercs and 2 AR members. In a typical Coventran unit, the Corps was always 4 all-purpose fighters, with specialized mercs added on as necessary. In Cal's group, there was a bruiser, similar to Zane in his Juggernaut suit. There was also a smaller one with lighter armor, probably reconnaissance. Cal motioned at the entrance. "We're going to secure the room entrance and just outside of it."
"Yes, sir,"
said one of the mercs. The 3rd unit took up positions inside the entrance and right outside of it. Cal grinned at how the Coventran operated. Yildaris told them what to do, and they followed it with no questions asked. It was no wonder they were one of the most highly sought-after mercs for tough jobs. His forearm device buzzed. He tapped at it, and a communication screen for only Excelsian crew members rose to show Blake. "Yildaris and Reese are in their respective areas now. Bothan's waypoint has not met any resistance, and he has units sweeping the facility for workers, which is going well. A demolition specialty unit is being sent to each area. If things go south, then we're blowing the place. Sarah, how's everything out there?" "Nothing unusual to report. There were a few ships turned away, and one merc ship tried to break through unsuccessfully," said Sarah. Blake rubbed his chin. "That means they're probably contacting the Saskarins once they're outside our jamming range. Update us if anything happens." "Got it," said Sarah. "I know everything seems like it's going according to plan. We've been there before. I don't know what the Saskarins' response will be, but this isn't it at the moment." "We're ready for him," said Zane. "Let's hope so," said Blake. "All right. Stay on your toes." Cal exhaled slowly from his mouth. Although he should be nervous, he was confident with who was with him. This was going to be a game-changer in terms of fighting the Saskarins, and he grinned at thinking about how Fredoria would not be able to ignore all this data. That depended a lot on Gregor, who was hanging around Blake and looking around. Blake had not given Gregor anything to do. and Cal suspected that was on purpose. Gregor's report to the FDF would be very interesting to read. Chapter 25. Kane listened to the general communication channel on the Excelsian's command deck. Yildaris, Blake, and Curies had their respective teams and were on their way to their designated spots, and Bothan had set up a beefy defense at the waypoint, complete with turrets. It seemed almost too easy so far. The workers were being moved into a transport ship Curies had brought, and the few mercs who had tried to challenge were being mopped up. Although Kane was not a fighter like the others, he still worried that things could go wrong quickly. "You're worried," said Sarah. Kane shrugged. "Who wouldn't be? The Saskarins haven't shown their hand yet, and when they do, I bet that shit's gonna be nasty."
Luke chuckled. "With who we got going in, I don't think that'll be a problem."
"Yeah, I know," said Kane. The landing platform activity status on his console lit up. "That's odd. The landing platform's lowering." Luke focused on the consoles while Sarah interacted with hers. The main front screen showed Seth with a hover slab and a large container on it. He wore a medium armor suit with a striker and pushed the hover slab. "Okay, I don't remember that as part of the plan," said Sarah.
"It's not,"
said Luke. He contacted Seth, who appeared on a small window on the front screen.
"Seth, what's going on?"
"It's personal," said Seth.
"Blake wanted us to stay on the ship?"
"Then you do that." Kane's eyes narrowed. "S-Man, what you got in the container?" "Not important," said Seth. Kane glanced around. "All right, then I'll join you." "Your call," said Seth. His communication window closed. "I got a bad feeling about this," said Sarah.
"Aye, same here,"
said Luke. Kane sighed. "I'll find out whatever this is. The waypoint inside has been established, so it should be safe." He nodded at Sarah and Luke and then went to his living quarters. After getting geared out with a light armor suit and 2 FLP-40s, he grabbed a few gadgets and then rushed out to catch up to Seth. It took about 10 minutes, but he caught up to Seth outside the decompression chamber. "So you are coming," said Seth. "Can't go on a mysterious trip without me, S-Man. You know how I roll." Seth nodded, and they entered the decompression chamber. There was something definitely off with Seth. Where they were going and what they were transporting was still unknown. Kane figured he would find out on the way. They cleared the decompression chamber and walked to an intersection. Kane knew if they went forward they would reach the waypoint. His curiosity was piqued when they turned left. After another 10 minutes, they reached an elevator that looked like it was part of the wall. They boarded the elevator. As it descended, Kane glanced at Seth. "You gonna tell me where we're going? Or what's in the container?" Seth sighed. "We're going deep into the mining system. All right, one question down. Care to fill me in on the other?" Seth shrugged. "It's just explosives. If things go wrong, and the ones up top don't fire, then this one will." I'm sure Blake and the others thought of that already. Maybe they did. I don't know. I wasn't really involved in the planning and only heard what was in the general channel." "I gotcha," said Kane. "So Blake doesn't know about this?" "Nope." "He's gonna be pissed, man." Seth sighed. "Like he isn't already at me?" Kane furrowed his eyebrows. It was obvious Seth still felt guilty about Jarvis. "He's not mad at you, man. It doesn't matter at this point anymore." When the elevator stopped, they exited. The rock walls, floor, and ceiling were the first things Kane noticed. The mining tunnel was old, and the light off the hover slab provided some illumination. There were support beams spread out and exposed wiring between the beams. "I don't think anyone's been here in a while," said Kane. "Probably not." They continued in silence for 20 minutes. Kane studied the massive room they entered. Ramps that were worn down from machinery going up and down them sat off to the side. The pit ahead was deep, and looking up he saw they had apparently started mining operations at a higher level first. Seth pointed to a ramp going down. "Down there." Kane took a measured breath as they descended. "All right." After another 20 minutes, they reached the pit floor where old laser drills and transport machines were scattered about. Chains suspended metallic bins in the air. Seth pushed the hover slab to the center of the room and then interacted with its console. The slab whirred for a moment, and then its sides lowered. Kane knew what was in the container immediately.
That's the Excelsion's nuclear bomb, S-Man? Yes, it is. That thing will take out all of Cartana. That's the idea, said Seth.
Kane's eyes narrowed.
You know, if we have to leave in a hurry, they're just going to jam any communication signal, so it won't be able to be set off. I'll be here to make sure it goes off. You should go.
Kane stumbled back.
You'll be here? That thing will mess you up. Maybe it should. Suicide by bomb? Said Kane, shaking his head. This ain't you talking.
Seth's eyes misted.
I hurt people. My closest friends. Because I was weak. And now, I have to live with the horrific actions I took. Saskarin or not, I just can't handle it. I'm not strong like Blake. It could have happened to any of us.
Seth shuddered.
Jarvis trusted me and died because of that.
His eyes flared.
I'm not doing this out of self-pity. This is the right move to protect others so I don't hurt them. The Saskarins will never be able to use me again to kill others. Ever.
Kane clenched his jaw.
And did you stop for one moment to think that we're willing to take that risk? I mean, damn. What we do isn't exactly risk-free. You're right, it isn't. But I can minimize risk this way. Nah, man, fuck that, said Kane. He tapped his chest. You're talking to Kane. Your boy, S-Man. You brought me on this wild ride, and I had no illusion what I was getting into. I'll be damned if I'm just going to sit by and let you kill yourself.
He exhaled from his nose.
If I were to walk out of here now, then I would be tore up, thinking I didn't do everything I could to talk you down. It's better this way. Kane's blood boiled. Fuck that. Stop being selfish for a moment and think about how this would impact others.
Seth slumped against the hover slab and then slid down.
Not sure I want to live anymore. Not like this. Then don't, said Kane, standing in front of Seth. What? Asked Seth in a raised voice. Kane tossed a hand out. All right, you said you were weak, and that puts people in danger. The solution is simple. Don't be weak. Seth cocked his head. What are you talking about? Kane pointed at Seth's leg. You got a leg that could kick a hole in me. He pointed at Seth's eye. You can now see like an android. Just imagine what other augments could do. You know Q Reese has access to that shit and probably stuff we haven't seen before. I bet that between me and Q Reese, we can make you badass.
Seth shook his head.
Ah, man. You know you're now thinking about it. You could have an augment that makes you fart cotton candy even. We'll all be in a briefing, and all of a sudden, everyone's hungry.
Seth eyed Kane for a moment.
Then they laughed. Man, you're wild sometimes, said Seth. Kane tapped his chest. Of course. That's why I'm the most feared technician out here. He nodded at Seth. Let's do this, man. Get you hooked up with some sweet augments, and then you're strong. You know Q Reese has something that will prevent you from being slimed again. He grinned. And talk about what you could do with Ada.
Seth stared at the ground.
Blake won't like it. It's not his decision. Seth sighed. Ada would support me no matter what. Although I've been sort of a dick to her recently. Then get a dick augment and show her what's up.
They broke out into laughter again.
What do you say? Asked Kane, extending a hand.
Seth gazed at Kane's hand for a moment, then took it and stood.
All right. I'm willing to try this. All right then, said Kane. We can leave the bomb here. It might still be useful.
Seth nodded. They slapped hands and stared at each other.
You know I got you. All right, let's get the fuck out of here, said Kane.
A wave of relief swept through him. He had not expected that Seth planned suicide. Thankfully, he had changed his mind. He had not been fully committed to the act, but being alone in a dark pit might have only strengthened his resolve. Hopefully, when Blake found out, he would not go on a warpath. Yildiris's eyes narrowed as he looked around the hub. Per the layout, there were around 11 of these all chained together. The one he was in was massive, like he had seen on Hadrassus. He had already ordered the demolitions unit to begin wiring the place. His experience taught him that the Saskarins would not have such a weak defense, and that it had yet to be seen.
One of his units removed a capsule from the 4 thick iron rods that held it in place. Yildaris admired the android who had entered the console and made the capsule slide out, then horizontal. It made for much easier loading. Why Fredoria did not take advantage of the android's help was puzzling. Although Coventran were technically less advanced as a species, and they did not have androids, he could see their value. What Q Reese was doing to free other androids was honorable. Maybe with this new informal alliance, the android resistance would work with the Coventran more.
"It's out. We're taking it back now,"
said one of the Coventran mercs. Yildaris nodded.
"Make sure to get that armor that's in the wall behind the capsule."
"Yes, sir," said the merc. The unit went to work on it while others exited the room with the capsule on a hover slab. Another merc approached Yildaris.
"Charges have been set in this hub. We're moving to the next one."
Yildaris nodded at the merc, who spun around and returned to his unit. Hopefully the place would not need to be destroyed. But Yildaris was no stranger to capturing a location, securing it, grabbing what they needed, and then blowing it up. Given the adversary they faced, he hoped the grabbing what they need part was a bit longer. He tapped at his chest communications device.
"Zurinch, how's it looking out there?"
"Nothing yet,"
said Zurinch.
"There's been a pickup in chatter among the shipping lanes, but that's to be expected, indeed."
"Keep me posted," said Yildaris.
"Yes, sir."
Yildaris exhaled from his nose. He knew the Saskarin's response would probably involve a lot of ships. At least Kartana had been relatively uneventful. The sound of weapons fire and then pained cries echoed in the distance. Every merc stopped what they were doing and drew weapons. They aimed toward a hallway that led to another hub. Yildaris tapped at his communication device and used the unit leader channel.
"Report. Half my demolition unit is down. Units 13 and 14 have engaged the enemy," said the unit leader.
"What enemy?"
"Unknown. We're headed your way."
Yildaris pointed in each direction, causing the units in the room to spread out along the hub's wall. Whatever came through the entrance opposite them, that was not an android or a Coventran, would be drenched in projectiles. After a moment, the units that had been attacked surged into the room and joined the others. The demolitions unit leader rushed over to Yildaris.
"There's some type of armored mercs here. They got heavy shielding and weapons, and they can move fast."
"How many?" said Yildaris.
"Unknown. The first one caught us by surprise. The next 20 overwhelmed us."
Everyone focused on the hallway when a deep, grizzled voice rang out.
"The Coventran. Our fight is not with you. Leave now, and we'll consider forgetting your involvement here."
"Who are you?" asked Yildaris. He activated the leadership channel so Blake and Q Reese could see a video feed, but kept the channel muted.
"The Saskarins, of course."
"You don't sound like a Saskarin experiment," said Yildaris, peering ahead. The Saskarin laughed.
"Oh, we're no experiment. We've upgraded."
Yildaris shook his head.
"So this is your plan? Create soldiers who are controlled by your slime form. Oh, how delightfully simple. You are Coventran, though, so not too surprising. We know about your species."
Yildaris harumphed.
"Not well enough. You killed some of my men. If you truly, and I mean truly, knew us, you would know what the consequences were. We know what they are, but are willing to bet that you're a reasonable person. Your low intelligence is limiting, and we understand that. I was merely seeing if someone of your leadership understood a bad situation and would do the right thing for your men."
Yildaris laughed along with the other Coventran in the room.
"We don't run so easily. Why don't you show yourself instead of talking out of view?"
One of the Saskarin soldiers walked out of the hallway. Yildaris grimaced. The black heavy armor with orange highlights indicated there was probably highly rated kinetic shielding. The dual blades that angled out from the back, in addition to the large assault weapon, showed they did close-quarters combat, in addition to ranged. The helmet was lowered, showing a red-skinned head. The face looked like someone had ripped off all the skin, exposing red muscle underneath, and then placed segmented bone pieces with electronic circuitry on it. Yildaris figured this must be some type of cyborg, since the eyes glowed orange. The Saskarin pointed at Yildaris.
"Then you die here. soon to be resurrected in a more respectable way.
Yildaris looked to his men on both sides, then focused on the Saskarin.
You're talking to a Covendrin commander.
He pointed at the Saskarin.
Now you die.
He raised his weapon and opened fire.
Kill them.
The Saskarin went down in a hail of projectiles. Yildaris raised a hand, and everyone stopped firing. He felt the vibrations of something hitting the ground repeatedly. His breathing increased when a horde of Saskarin soldiers came out of the hallway. They also jumped down from above. Looking up, he realized he had not heard the capsule's opening. The Saskarin soldiers could climb walls, since they swarmed out like an infestation. They must be strong to do that in heavy armor or have some sort of power booster. Yildaris shook his fist forward. The Covendrin opened fire. He unmuted the leadership channel.
The Saskarin soldiers seem to have been awakened.
Quite a few, said Blake over comms.
Need help? We got this. I'm thinking every capsule in every hub, minus the one we took, is about to come alive, said Yildaris.
The repository room door has closed, and the hallway entrance on the other side of the room is not quiet, said Q. Reese.
On our end, Ada is still connected. We'll move out as soon as she's done, said Blake.
All clear at the waypoint still, said Bothan.
Yildaris nodded.
All right, Bothan, we're coming to you, and we'll make a stand there since it's a natural choke point. I'll see the rest of you when you get to that point.
Yildaris gritted his teeth as his units systematically moved into formations, allowing maximum firing arcs while being able to move back toward the entrance. Not all formations were successful since the Saskarin soldiers were falling from above. Another issue was the kinetic shielding on the Saskarin soldiers. Although his men were able to shred past it, the Saskarin soldiers were fast, and all it took were a few sacrifices for the horde to get into melee range. When inside the hub entrance, one unit formed a line, while another two stood behind them. Yildaris stood in the front line, and when he raised his fist, the first unit stopped firing and moved to the side. The next unit moved up after placing a hand on the unit member ahead of them. This allowed for an almost continuous hail of projectiles that were now being fired down the hallway. The Saskarin soldiers who survived the initial outpouring of projectiles paused for a moment, then swarmed into the hallway. Yildaris had to give them credit. They were fearless, but so were the Covendrin. Looking down at his company health monitoring system, he saw that he had lost 4 units, around 25 mercs. This had been a costly fight so far, and the Saskarin soldiers did not seem to be slowing down. If anything, his sensor showed that more appeared. He knew when he got to the waypoint, which had mobile defense turrets already set up from earlier, they would need to hold it with everything they had. While he figured they might be able to hold it for a while, he was not sure he could contain the thousands he knew to be coming. Whatever it took, he would make sure the Covendrin held the waypoint and make the mission successful.
Chapter 26. Ada watched as the connection to the portal room's control system initialized. She had been in contact with the other androids attacking the other systems, and it made her feel less alone to know there were others like her nearby. Although she enjoyed being around organics, Seth in particular, even if he was not himself, there was a different sense of security when among others of her kind. Blake depended on her to figure out the portal room system, and she would. The portal room's control system interface flashed for a moment. She ran a high-level command to determine the layout of the system. The immediate area around her was pure darkness, and the various systems in Cartana appeared as cubes with a multitude of smaller cubes tethered a short distance away from each surface. She had seen this configuration before, but the large orange circle on the cube's top face was new. Although she had been in a repository system before, she was unsure of what to expect in a different system. As she approached the portal system in her orb form, a dotted line shot out toward her from the cube. She enacted a fall-away shielding system that resembled multiple layers of an octagon around her. She had heard Kane remark that it was like an onion peeling off layers if attacked. The dotted line connected to one of the outermost octagonal faces. The face broke away loose, and a new one appeared in its place. The dotted line ran a detection program on the separated face. She had used this technique many times in the past, and routing a request to a dead end that was no longer attached to her allowed her to bypass many systems this way. The only concern was against aggressive detection systems that swarmed an area with dotted lines. After a moment, she attached to a side,
placing her between the control cube and a smaller cube. She emulated the same pulse as the control cube. This allowed her to be invisible. The pulse would hit her shielding and be absorbed. She would then resend it back out the other way, mimicking how it would look if she was not there. To anything observing, it would seem as if everything was normal. The important thing was she could now connect and gain access to the control cube. She initiated a connection with it. Once she connected, the environment flashed. When she could detect things again, she was on a dark road leading to a brightly lit area. The environment forced her to her humanoid form. Her mimic program allowed her to appear as her outside android form. After scanning her immediate surroundings, it became clear to her that the orange slime had created an environment that seemed to replicate a city. Major programs appeared as large buildings, roads as connections, and data transfers as lights that coursed across the ground and lit up the area. It was the massive orange beam that shot up from the center of the city to somewhere in the sky that caught her attention. She calculated that was the orange slime's effect on the portal system, and she had to shut it down. She needed to avoid the mobile programs that were small enough to exist in memory, and also those anchored to the hardware. She was unsure of what form they would take. She focused and extended her arm toward the ground, forming a hook into one of the data transfers from the external smaller cube. She took off like a flash of light into the city. When she approached the outskirts of the city, multiple programs in the form of sleek metallic discs that glowed purple flew toward her. She activated her decoy system and deployed them behind her. The programs went to investigate the decoys. She knew that would buy her some time. When she reached an intersection, she jumped data transit lines. The new line took her closer to the portal, but also through a massive tunnel that had glowing spots on the inside walls. They emitted a wave that washed over her. She knew it was a security tunnel, but her mimic shielding would show her as part of the city. After exiting the tunnel, she jumped another data transit line. It took her to just outside the portal, which was being projected out of a submerged area with orange slime around it. A metallic ring surrounded the beam that was shot into the sky. The plaza was empty except for a humanoid male being with an orange, gaseous cloud around him. His underlying form was pure black with blue electrical arcs that ran over the body. She approached him.
So you're the troublesome ghost in the system. Well, one of them,
said the being in a deep digital voice.
What did they call you?
Ada, and you're a defense system of some sort. What is your designation?
He laughed.
A defense system. I guess that's accurate. You may call me SDS.
Ada pointed at the beam.
I need to shut that down.
Oh, I don't think so. Whatever organic is controlling your program is no match for a Saskarin integration,
said SDS.
I'm stronger than any virus.
Ada tilted her head.
I'm not a virus. I'm much stronger than that.
She walked closer. SDS shot a beam of blue electricity at Ada. It hit her shield and reflected off at an angle. His rapidly moving electrical eyes intensified.
I see you have some skill.
You are in my way.
And you think you can go right past me? By yourself. We know of you since you were in our system. There's nothing you can do that we aren't prepared for already. And might I say, you performed well in our last encounter.
Ada glared at him.
That will never happen again.
She smiled.
I have had some recent enhancements.
She activated a clone program, which spawned dozens of instances of herself.
Clever,
said SDS. He reciprocated her move, making the plaza fill with copies of himself.
Is that all you got?
No,
said Ada. The copies fought with each other as security programs outside the plaza flew in. SDS launched a swarm of electrical bursts at Ada. A shield in the form of a pyramid emerged from the ground and encapsulated Ada. When the electrical bursts hit it, they spread out across the shielding and looped back on themselves.
What? What is this?
I have hijacked each request and modified them to connect to each other.
SDS growled.
You're irritating, but this ends now.
The electrical burst stopped as he morphed into a massive being standing around 30 feet tall. With 2 steps, he stood next to Ada's triangular shielding and pounded on it.
It is ending, but not for me,
said Ada, looking up through the shielding.
I have a new program.
Her triangular shielding rose into the air, pushing SDS's hand back.
It is named appropriately. You may call it Seth's Revenge.
Her triangular shielding spun rapidly, cutting into SDS's hand. SDS cried out as the shielding flew through him and hovered near the metallic ring around the massive orange beam. He crumpled to the ground and struggled to stop from collapsing completely.
I am now close enough to enact its payload. Goodbye,
said Ada as the shielding stopped spinning. The shielding morphed into a sphere and began to glow. After a moment, it shot out massive waves in every direction. Everything it touched disintegrated. SDS tried to crawl to the orange beam, but was dematerialized. Everything went black. Zane jumped into action as Ada was tossed back from the exploding console. He had been nearby, trying to figure out what she saw when she was in there. She had been connected for less than a minute, but he knew processing time was much faster than regular time. The tension in the room had risen since Yoldaris had confirmed the Saskarins had a new form. Zane knew that hub would be trouble, but he had no doubt Yoldaris would handle it. Blake had been pacing around the portal room nonstop, and when the portal dissipated, it had caught everyone's attention. Zane was glad he was there to catch Ada.
Thank you,
said Ada, looking up at him. Zane grinned. I could get used to this. Ada stood with Zane's help and tilted her head.
Catching me?
Something like that. Blake rushed over to Ada and laid a hand on her shoulder. I see you disabled the portal. That was quick. How was it in there?
Chaotic. The Saskarins know we are here, and they have a fleet coming.
Blake sighed. Then we need to be out of here when they arrive. He looked around. I wish we had more time to study this thing, but I guess we'll have to rely on the data we got. We did get some data from the drone we tossed in, but it stopped responding. At least the charges are set to blow this damn place up. The front entrance door slammed shut. Zane's eyes narrowed. The hell? Blake pointed at the opposite entrance. Something is coming. He nodded back at the sealed door. Ada, get that ready to open, but wait for my command to open it. Ada nodded and worked on the sealed door's left console. Everyone else with me, said Blake as he pulled out his striker and stood in front of the back entrance. They moved into position near him. Are all your missions like this? Asked Gregor. This one's been relatively easy so far, said Cal. Gregor's eyes widened. Zane was impressed at how quickly the Covendrin and AR members fell into position on each side of Blake. Seems Yoldaris has run into something. Check this feed out, said Blake. Zane saw Yoldaris standing up to what looked like a stout merc in black heavy armor. It was no surprise to Zane that Yoldaris would do that. Zane snapped his head forward. A Saskarin soldier entered from the hallway entrance. At 8 feet tall, he looked formidable. Zane saw it was similar to the one Yoldaris faced. It was apparent now that the Saskarins integrated modern weaponry and armor into their soldiers, as opposed to what he had seen on Hadrassus. He was surprised at how quietly the soldier had moved. Blake grinned. I see you've upgraded.
So we have,
said the Saskarin in a deep, digital voice.
We just needed time and resources.
Like the citizens of Tuka. The soldier laughed.
Ironic, isn't it? Humans seem to be the best host body because they're so pliable. They can be twisted, conformed, and merged into something better. As for Tuka, they serve their purpose.
He raised a finger.
Can you believe this body's previous host worked in a machine shop? Now this body serves a better cause.
Blake's eyes narrowed. You also used Tuka to set a trap for us. The soldier shrugged.
We allocated a minimal amount of resources, and it worked. Somewhat. Even if Seth lived.
He eyed Ada in the distance.
When this is over, we'll keep her alive.
You're going to pay for that, said Blake.
Are we now?
Asked the soldier. Zane exhaled sharply through his nose as the back entrance hallway was now filled with other Saskarin soldiers. Just one looked like it would be a fight, and now there was a small army behind the one talking to Blake. It looked like a wall of armor, shielding, and weapons, and it was about to get ugly. If Gregor did not believe up to this point, he would now.
Know this, Daedrold. We may not be able to possess you, But your investigation ends here. Fredoria will be ours,
said the soldier. Blake cast a sidelong glance at Cal and then focused on the soldier. It might blow you away to know that while you may use humans as resources, there is now a bit of humanity that will always be a part of you. The Saskarins remind me of acid, corroding everything they touch. It's no surprise we found you hiding away in a mine, and now this hallway, because hiding is something you do well. The soldier drew his head back.
Your insults are meaningless.
Zane noticed Cal fidgeting with two devices on his belt. A message appeared inside his helmet, showing that Ada was ready to open the door on Blake's command. It still amazed Zane that with just a few lines and some preparation, Blake had the situation under control. Maybe, but they do serve a purpose, said Blake. He put away his striker and pulled out his dual blades.
Your deaths will be quick. You're nothing to us but a minor pain, one we will get rid of,
said the soldier. Blake grinned and bared his fangs. In that case, now. Cal tossed an explosive mine in front of Blake, who kicked it forward. The mine landed on the soldier's chest and attached itself. Cal threw an acid mine onto the hallway's back entrance ceiling. Bye, said Blake, kicking the soldier back. The rest of the group fell back as the mine exploded on the soldier's chest, sending him sprawling into the hallway. The acid mine rained down on the other soldiers, who scrambled out in the opposite direction. Ada, door, said Blake. The front room door opened. Out, said Blake, taking off with the rest of the group behind him. Once they were outside the room, Cal tossed another acid mine at the ceiling in the middle of the room. Ada sealed the door. That should hold them for a bit, said Blake. We need to evac this place immediately. Yildiris is fighting his way back to the waypoint. Between him and Bothan's group, they'll hold it until we arrive, and we'll pick up Q Reese on the way. Q Reese's units were able to open their door, but they had to fight as they retreated and have taken casualties. Zane nodded. So we're going to run into some soldiers on our way back. Blake slapped Zane's chest. You know it. All right, then. Let's stomp some Saskarin ass. Chapter 27. Blake smelled the Saskarin soldiers ahead before they came into view. Although their armor masked a lot of the soldiers' odor, there were some gaps that allowed it to escape. It did not surprise him that the Saskarins had turned toward a cyborg approach. They probably did not want a pure robot body due to the fact it would require an orange slime to be a buffer. Having it organic allowed the black slime to fully control the body, with an orange slime helping integrate in a lesser role. The best of both worlds. The group approached a four-way intersection. Ada pointed ahead.
Q Reese is not too far away. His units are pinned down between two Saskarin groups. One of those groups is in the intersection ahead.
Blake grinned and bared his fangs. Let's relieve that group then. He tapped at his communication device. Q Reese were attacking the group between us and you. Got it, said Q Reese over comms. We're running low on ammunition and have heavy casualties. Blake growled as he waved forward. The group charged. When they reached the intersection, Zane charged into the 10 or so soldiers who were firing down one of the hallways. The 3 who were hit went sprawling. Blake jumped toward the 4 soldiers on the right who were still standing. With 2 spin moves, he decapitated 3 soldiers and kicked a 4th down. He pointed at the group on the left. Focus fire! The rest of Blake's group released a hail of projectiles and lasers, shredding the 3 soldiers. Blake stabbed the soldier on the ground in the head and then rushed over to the remaining 3 soldiers who were hit from Zane's shielding. With a shake of his head, Blake said, "Probably not going the way you thought." Huh. After beheading them, he motioned forward. We need to reinforce Q Reese, now. When they arrived at the intersection Q Reese was holed up in, the groups merged and focused their fire on the hallway the soldiers came from. There's so many, and they're never ending, said Q Reese. Then we just need to cut through them, said Blake. The waypoint is about 10 minutes away. Should be a straight shot, but there are a lot of T-junctions we'll need to secure on the way. Q Reese nodded. The group's intense focus fire cleared the hallway ahead. At the first T-junction, they had 2 units seal the perpendicular hallway and provide covering fire as the rest of the group moved past. The 2 units then provided rear defense. Blake enjoyed the rhythm they had. It ran like a well-oiled machine, and it made him appreciative of the Covendren's discipline and the AR's ability to integrate seamlessly. The second T-junction went without issue, but the third one presented a problem. When the two units had moved into place, they were slammed against the wall by two massive humanoids in heavy armor. Blake could tell their shielding was powerful to take that many hits and still reach the units. Several Covendrin died immediately from the impact, and two AR members were crushed. The massive soldiers grabbed and tossed unit members left and right. Blake pointed at one on the right nearest the perpendicular hallway entrance. "Focus on that one. The other is mine." He ran up to the large soldier on the left and sliced through its left leg armor. Although the cut was not deep enough to reach the flesh, it caught the soldier's attention. The first soldier reeled back as it came under a blizzard of projectiles. Blake dodged the second soldier's multiple attempts to grab him. A regular human would have been caught. He lured the soldier close to the wall. Once it was a few feet away, Blake placed both arms on the wall and then pushed off the ground with his legs to kick out, sending the second soldier into the projectile frenzy that had shredded the first one. Two Covendrin units moved into place and secured the T-junction. Blake took stock of the mercs who had died. This fight was costly, and it was unnerving to think this was a lightly defended research facility. If there was a bigger one, it would definitely require a much larger force and bigger weapons. Q Reese stood next to Blake. "Those big soldiers are new. They die just like the regular ones." Q Reese looked around at the dead unit members. "We won't be able to get all these to our ships." Blake looked down. They knew what they were signing up for, especially as a Covendrin merc. "Same with us," said Q Reese. They stared at each other for a moment. "All right, to the waypoint," said Blake, waving forward. Everyone followed Blake and Q Reese as they moved out. After light resistance, they reached Bothan and Yuldaris. Blake, Q Reese, and the rest of the Excelsian crew joined up with Yuldaris' unit to keep the Saskarin soldiers at bay.
"We can hold it for now, but you need to leave. Now," said Bothan. "It's been non-stop," said Yuldaris. He pointed at a large soldier. "They got some type of super soldier or something. They can go down, but it takes more ammunition to break their shielding. We're also out of grenades. You should get to the ships now. We can mine our exit." The firing stopped as the soldiers withdrew. "This can't be good," said Gregor. "Getting too hot for you?" asked Zane, slapping Gregor on the back. Blake raised a hand, silencing them.
Blake Brown, Yuldaris, Q Reese, Bothan,
said a deep, digitized voice.
"All four in one spot."
Blake looked at the others, then faced the behemoth soldier who strode into the hall. The soldier stood 1.5 feet taller than the big soldiers, and its heavy black armor seemed to be thicker. Weapons bristled all over, from laser turrets on the side of a black helmet that resembled a block of stainless steel to small projectile turrets residing on the shoulders. This was not something even an FHP-10 could shoot through. Blake stepped forward. "And who are you supposed to be?"
"Dalgorn,"
said the soldier. He focused on Yuldaris.
"A Saskarin commander."
Yuldaris scowled. "What do you want?" asked Blake. He tossed his hands out to the side. "Besides something as handsome as me." Dalgorn laughed.
"Despite you killing several of my siblings, I like you. Even in the face of death, you find humor. You'd make a good Saskarin."
"I doubt it. Now, what do you want?"
"A proposal."
"Go on." Dalgorn pointed back toward the hub where the capsule had been extracted.
"You, Yuldaris, Q Reese, and Bothan, versus me and 3 of my best. Hand-to-hand combat. No weapons. During the fight, I'll put my fleet on its way here on standby, and the rest of your allies can evacuate."
"This is a bad idea,"
said Yuldaris.
"Silence, weakling. You can prove yourself in combat,"
said Dalgorn. Blake gestured at Yuldaris. "He's not wrong. You're wearing a tank outfit and have half a ship's arsenal on you, and I'm sure your boys do too."
"It's but one layer,"
said Dalgorn, chuckling.
"We can step out of it for the fight."
"And when we win, what happens?" Dalgorn nodded.
Should you all win, my suit will send you a video feed of Seth's time in our repository. Don't worry. We know the Excelsian's general CID. We actually know quite a bit about the Excelsian in general. Nonetheless, I'm sure those memories will bring him some peace of mind. You seem like the type who would do anything to help him. A weakness for sure. Should you all lose, then we resume where we left off here. Your allies will be gone, so you have nothing to lose.
You're sure of yourself?
Of course. You can also leave one behind to record the fight.
Blake grinned. So that's it? You want to show everyone how powerful you are by taking us down?
Sometimes it's good for those fighting against us to see what happens when they fight a superior race. It will be good to show the 4 leaders of this ridiculous fight against us going down.
Blake wagged a finger. I'll admit, I never really thought of the Saskarins being media savvy. Just, let's keep your version of nude magazines off circulation.
You joke, but the offer is there. Your allies can be saved and you can get Seth's repository memories, all for the cost of taking this challenge.
I'm in, if you are, said Reese. Yildaris cracked his neck. If our allies can leave, then I'm in. Blake glanced at Yildaris and Reese, then at Dalgorn. All right. One condition, though. Ada replaces Bothan. Bothan drew his head back. Blake faced Bothan. Ada needs to be here. You need to get everyone else the fuck out of here. All right, said Bothan. Blake focused on Dalgorn. Okay. We're in as soon as I get confirmation your fleet isn't in condensed space and you accept my replacement condition. Dalgorn paused.
Done. And accepted.
Blake tapped at his communication device. Sarah, you seeing anything? Yeah. A battle fleet dropped out of condensed space about 3 light years away, she said. Dalgorn turned halfway around and motioned toward the hub. The Saskarin soldiers retreated.
Do you accept my challenge?
Blake grinned. You got yourself a fight.
Very well. Select who you want to record, and then meet us in the open area,
said Dalgorn. He pivoted and walked away. Blake exhaled from his nose. Zane, you'll record. Cal and Gregor, coordinate with Bothan to get everyone out of here. Zane lowered his helmet. You need me in that fight. You're our backup. If we win and are double-crossed, you have a hell thrower to use, said Blake. He glanced at Ada. Besides, I think Ada might be particularly interested in this. Zane looked down. Yeah, you're right. He laid a beefy gauntlet on Ada's hand. Kick the shit out of them.
I will,
said Ada. Blake looked at Yildaris and Reese. We can do this if we work as a team. These types of ritual combat are nothing new to me, and their overconfidence will be their undoing. Well, then I hope you have a plan, said Yildaris. Blake bared his fangs while tossing his hands out to the side. Of course. I'm Blake Brown. Blake surveyed the hub area. The sides were lined with chanting Saskarin soldiers, and the open area had Yildaris and Reese to his left, and Ada to his right. Dalgorn stood opposite Blake with 3 super soldiers. Zane stood near the entrance and would record the fight, and his hell thrower was primed just in case. Bothan had updated them that everyone was evacuating. Only the Excelsian and the Clastra stayed behind. Sarah and the others on the Excelsian were not keen on the fight and had urged him and the others to leave. However, this was something Blake needed to do. Allowing a majority of the fleet to leave meant they would not be slaughtered by the massive Shulan fleet coming their way. Also, if there was any chance at giving Seth some semblance of sanity for what happened when he was being controlled, then Blake would do it. It also wouldn't hurt to have the Saskarins on video being taken down. Dalgorn and his soldier suits made a whooshing sound as they stepped out of their heavy armor, revealing a lighter armor over their bodies. Blake noted Dalgorn's movement. It was obvious he was strong, but not as fast as Blake had thought. He pulled off his dual blades and other weapons and laid them on the ground while Yildaris, Reese, and Ada did the same. Hand-to-hand combat rituals were common when serving under Lord Noskov. Blake's ancient vampire master. He grinned. It was no accident he was Lord Noskov's enforcer. Blake took a vial of blood and sipped half of it. He uttered a low growl. Blood rushed to his eyes, which would appear as a slight shade of red to others. Dalgorn extended his arms.
I'm free of my heavy suit and weapons, as are all of you. So you know, we disabled and removed your explosives across Cardana. I hope you weren't counting on that.
He grinned.
Your bloodlust means nothing here. Now, are you ready to be humiliated?
Blake knew that even if they won, they wouldn't be able to destroy the asteroid. At least they got a capsule, repository data, and information on the portal, and now had an opportunity to help Seth. Blake pointed at Dalgorn. Bring it on, slime boy. The soldiers around the room hissed. Dalgorn chanted a few words along with his soldiers. After a minute, they stopped.
It is time. So you know, you're well known among the Saskarins, said Dalgorn.
Blake shrugged. There won't be any to know me when this is all over.
Your arrogance knows no bounds.
I've been known to have somewhat of an ego, said Blake. Dalgorn rolled his head around, cracking his neck.
So be it.
He charged forward and hit Blake, sending him tumbling back. The other 3 soldiers engaged Yoldaris, Curis, and Ada. Blake coughed. Dalgorn was strong, much stronger than expected. And he was fast. Blake knew he needed to avoid direct hits, but he had wanted to see how strong Dalgorn was. After standing up, Blake grinned. Now we fight. He zoomed over to Dalgorn in a blur and weaved in and out as he hit Dalgorn's body from all sides. Dalgorn lashed out, but was unable to connect with Blake. Blake checked on the others. Dalgorn took advantage and kicked Blake in the chest, sending him sprawling back. Blake shook his head as he tried to focus. Hopefully, he had bought enough time for Ada to analyze Dalgorn's strength, speed, and tactics. Ada marched forward and grabbed the first soldier's arm as it went to strike her. With a flick, she sent him flying into the second soldier, who fought with Yoldaris. Now, said Blake. Ada switched places with Blake and fought Dalgorn. Blake knew Ada's enhancements made her stronger, and although he could hardly believe the specifications he saw, it was hard to argue with their effectiveness. It was a wild card Dalgorn was unaware of.
Are you back for more pleasure?
Asked Dalgorn as he engaged Ada. Ada punched Dalgorn, sending him flying back.
Yes, I am, actually.
Blake rushed over to the first and second soldier, who scrambled to regain their footing. Yoldaris kicked the first soldier off the second one, then knelt behind the second soldier and ripped off its helmet. He put the soldier into a chokehold. Blake rushed in and bit the second soldier. After a moment, the second soldier's eyes dimmed. Blake pointed at the first soldier, who hustled back. Kill it. The second soldier jumped up, hissed, and attacked the startled first one. Blake checked to see if Ada was okay. Dalgorn was unable to hit her as she dodged and weaved. Blake and Yoldaris rushed over to help Curis, who was on the ground with a crippled arm and was struggling with the third soldier. Yoldaris bowled into the third soldier, knocking it down. He grabbed its arm. Curis crawled over and used his body and good arm to grab the soldier's other arm. Blake slid next to the third soldier's head and, when in position, ripped off its helmet and bit it in the neck. The third soldier's eyes dimmed. Blake pointed at the first soldier. Kill it. The third soldier jumped up, hissed, then charged the battered first soldier, who had taken down the second soldier. Blake, Yoldaris, and Curis joined Ada. As they fought, the first and third soldiers dropped to the ground. Blake counted on them killing themselves over being controlled. He jumped on Dalgorn's back and slipped his arm around Dalgorn's neck. Yoldaris kicked the left leg forward while Curis kicked the other. As Dalgorn fell to the ground on his back, he reached out and grabbed Yoldaris and Curis by the necks.
You cheated.
Ada grabbed Dalgorn's wrists and squeezed, breaking bones. Dalgorn cried out. Yoldaris and Curis rolled off to the side. Ada stomped Dalgorn in the stomach, then spun around and grabbed his left leg. Snap! She grabbed the other leg. Snap! Dalgorn growled. Blake released Dalgorn and scooted back. This is for Seth, you son of a bitch. He nodded at Ada. She straddled Dalgorn's chest, pinning his arms, and then placed both her hands on the sides of Dalgorn's helmet.
I hope you find this pleasurable. I have.
She twisted Dalgorn's head back and forth until he stopped moving. Blake stood and waved his finger in an arc at the soldiers lining the edge of the room. Your commander is dead, and he made a deal. Honor him. The Saskarin soldiers stood motionless. I think that's our cue to get out of here, said Q Reese. We'll see, said Blake. He tapped at his communication device. Sarah, did you get Seth's repository memories? Yep. I guess that guy is dead then, said Sarah. Yeah. Maybe the Saskarins do have some honor. We're on our way back, said Blake. Okay, we're ready to go as soon as you get here. Out. Ada hopped up and checked on Q Reese. Yildaris slapped Blake on the back.
He had quite a grip. One that would have killed me.
Nah, said Blake. He gestured at Ada, not with Ada around. Come on, let's get out of here before the soldiers change their minds. They hustled to the entrance where Zane awaited them.
Damn, that was a good fight, said Zane, focusing on one at a time, turning them, and switching opponents.
Blake slapped Zane's chest. It's about knowing your enemy. Let's roll. Chapter 28. Blake watched as the others filled the Excelsian's command center. Thankfully, all the other ships were gone, and only the Excelsian and the Claustra remained. Q Reese had gone to the med bay, and Seth had come to the command center, but he sat in the back of it. Blake sighed. We got a lot of information to sift through, but we need to destroy Kartana. The Saskarins removed our explosives. He glanced at Sarah and grinned.
But we have a nuke missile.
Sarah glanced at Seth, then back at Blake. The nuke is inside the asteroid.
What do you mean?
Asked Blake. Seth stood. I took it out of the missile, then put it inside the asteroid. Blake shook his head. And why did you do that? For this exact situation. If they took out the explosives, then we'd need something to blow it up. Blake clenched his jaw. If we had it now, we could have just fired the damn missile. He rubbed his temples. Can we access it to detonate? Luke cleared his throat. No. The bomb is too deep into the asteroid. There's something in the rock prevented us from connecting, and it needs to be set manually. Blake glared at Seth. Why would you put it there, knowing it would need to be set manually? I plan to do it, said Seth. Despair shone in Seth's eyes. He was more broken than Blake had realized. Kane talked me out of it, said Seth. Blake cast a sidelong glance at Kane. All right. Well, I'll deal with that later. I need to go in, arm it, and then set the timer. What's the closest I need to be to get past the jamming? Ada tilted her head.
50 feet with a booster.
Sarah glanced at her console. That'll take you deep into the asteroid. Maybe the Saskarin soldiers are still motionless, said Blake. Not quite, said Luke, interacting with his console. They're securing the facility, and it looks like the Shulan fleet is back in condensed space. Blake nodded at Kane. Get me the booster. I'll get in there. I should be the one setting it, said Seth. Blake scowled. I think you've done enough for the day. Seth looked away. All right, Kane, meet me at the landing platform. You got it, boss man, said Kane. Blake looked around. Okay, hold down the fort. Make sure the condensed space drives are spooled up for a quick jump to somewhere outside the fleet's range, but close enough to see if this damn bomb goes off. He went to the landing platform and waited on Kane. When Kane arrived, he handed Blake a small communications booster. It'll light up within range, and I've already configured the interface to connect to the bomb. I'd probably set the timer to 30 minutes. It can hopefully be undetected until then. Blake fidgeted with the booster. Then eyed Kane. You talked Seth out of his suicide mission? Yeah, said Kane. He looked down. I should have updated you, but I figured with the explosives being set, I could tell you after all this shit went down. We'll deal with that later, said Blake. The important thing is Seth didn't follow through. Kane nodded. Okay, time to set this shit, said Blake as he activated camouflage shielding. At least all the sensors that could detect him were destroyed. The path to get within range seemed to be devoid of soldiers for the moment. After being dropped off by the Excelsian, he re-entered Kartana. He heard the Saskarins moving around. They were probably assessing the damage. He ran up to the side hallway that Seth had gone down, and then hustled to the elevator. After entering it, he contacted Sarah for an update. The Saskarins are moving to secure the docking port, said Sarah over comms. And we'll lose communication here shortly once you go down farther. You may have to fight your way out. Added to the list of shit to deal with today, said Blake. He gritted his teeth. I'm going to set the bomb's timer for 30 minutes. If I'm not out by then, get the hell out of here. We're not leaving without you, said Sarah. If you don't, everyone aboard the Excelsior and Clastra will die, and none of what we discovered here will get out. Why not set the timer to a longer time, then? Blake shook his head. Too risky. If they discover this, they'll just toss it into space. He uttered a low growl at the awkward silence. Sarah, I'm here. Are we clear? Yes. But we don't like it. Blake licked his lips. It is what it is. Out. He could almost feel the tension over comms, but he had no intention of sticking around once the timer was set. The elevator stopped. He verified he could no longer communicate with the Excelsior, then hustled through the old mining tunnel. After a short sprint, he reached the walkway edge of a massive room. The communications booster lit up, and the bomb's interface appeared on the small screen. It took him a minute to set the timer. Nuclear bomb configuration screens were not something he did often. The interface was not too difficult to navigate. He found the timer menu and set it to 30 minutes. As it began to tick down, he spun around and ran back to the elevator. When he was in communication range, he contacted Sarah. It's set and counting down. What's the situation? The docking port has been reclaimed by the Saskarins. There's a lot of soldiers between you and the decompression chamber to get out, said Sarah. Blake grinned. Then I'll kick the shit out of them on the way out. There's too many, said Sarah. You wouldn't survive. Q. Reese here. I have an idea. Go ahead, said Blake. Your suit is spaceworthy? Asked Q. Reese. Of course. I suggest we focus both the Excelsior and Clastra fire on that side of the docking port and blow it open. That'll expose the facility to space. Then you can get tossed out, and we'll reel you in. I like that, said Blake. Am I deep enough in to avoid being vaporized? You are, said Q. Reese. However, you need to be past the first bulkhead. Great. Okay, I'll get in position, said Blake. He crept out of the hallway and ran toward the first bulkhead. As he neared it, several soldiers faced him. He figured their internal thermal detections saw him. The soldiers raised their weapons to fire. Now, said Blake. Firing now, said Sarah. Blake sprayed the soldiers with his FLP-40 as he ran and then slid forward. The focus fire from both ships hammered the decompression chamber entrance, causing the hallway in front of him to erupt in an explosion. The bulkhead slammed behind him, and he grabbed the side of the hallway. Air rushed past him. Saskarin soldiers tumbled toward the exposed hallway, or what was left of it. Once the firing stopped, he let go of the wall and allowed himself to be pulled out of the hallway and toward the breach. Soldiers tried to grab him, and he had to kick a few away. He lost his FLP-40, but he could replace that. After a few moments, he floated around inside the docking port. The Excelsior moved in close and lowered its landing platform. Seth, anchored by Ada, fired a grappling hook toward Blake. Blake navigated himself by using his striker to provide thrust. He grabbed the hook when within range. After he was reeled in, the hatchway sealed. Sarah, get us the fuck out of here, said Blake. The Excelsior and Clastra positioned themselves away from Cartana and jumped to condensed space. Blake eased back into his office chair aboard the Excelsior. They had dropped out of condensed space and, after 30 tense minutes, verified Cartana was no more. Although he was glad they escaped with what they did, his stomach churned as he thought of Seth's decision to kill himself, not once, but twice. Hopefully the repository memories would help, but Blake was unsure of how effective they would be. He wished he had been a fly on the wall when Kane talked to Seth. Whatever Kane said had resonated with Seth. The screen on his desk showed it to be about 3.5 hours since Cartana blew up. Bothan, Q. Reese, and Yoldaris prepared to leave. Blake had given everyone some time to unwind, and ships had arrived to take Bothan, Q. Reese, and Yoldaris back. Q. Reese also ensured that any slimed non-combatants from Cartana were de-slimed. The next steps would need to be determined, but Blake liked the Covendrin and AR alliance already. Bothan had also shown what one extra elite unit of Presidential Guard could do. It saddened him that it could have been the FDF leading the charge, but they had not. Reading Gregor's report would be interesting. Bothan, Q. Reese, and Yoldaris entered Blake's office and took their respective seats in front of his desk.
Quite a fight,
said Yildiris. Blake nodded. Your company took a lot of casualties. Yildiris glanced down for a moment. He looked back up. They were Covendrin and knew what that meant. Their deaths were honorable, and their sacrifices will not be in vain. Blake gestured at Q Reese. You lost some too. That's the price of war, said Q Reese. Being given the chance to change things instead of being property will always have its risks, and all AR members know that. I hear you, said Blake. He glanced at Bothan. Let it never be said the Presidential Guard can't handle its business. Bothan nodded. Damn right. I guess our next step is for each of us to go through all the data we found, then compare results. Blake glanced at Q Reese. I know it may be difficult for you to do anything while evading the FDF and other groups, so whenever you can get to it is fine. Yildiris cast a sidelong glance at Q Reese, then faced Blake. The Covendrin have offered the moon of Khalil to the AR. It is deep in our space and well protected. Blake sat up in his chair. You're giving them a homeworld. Well, a home moon, I guess. It's a big moon, said Q Reese, grinning. He raised a finger. It's not very hospitable to organic life, but that's not a concern for us. I'm impressed, said Blake. He glanced at Yildiris. How'd you get your government to agree to that? Yildiris chuckled. The AR will help advance us technologically, and in return we safeguard their new home. The Covendrin have no issues with androids, and from a cultural perspective, they are sort of looked up to. Blake drew his head back. Really? Think about it. Androids are strong, smart, fast, logical, and more importantly, they're just easier to get along with in general. If we had to pick a group to work with, it would be the AR, said Yildiris. Blake glanced at Bothan. That's what Fredoria should have done. Ah well, at least the AR can be friends with benefits with the Covendrin. Q Reese nodded. Yes, good benefits. Blake laughed. Bothan, Q Reese, and Yildiris stared at Blake. It's an Earthborn thing, said Blake. He cleared his throat. All right, let's keep in contact then. You have my CID and I have all of yours. Bothan, Q Reese, and Yildiris stood, shook Blake's hand, and then exited the office. Blake eased back into his chair. He thought he was going to have to ask Yildiris to support the AR, but it had happened naturally. Blake liked when things worked out like that. Bothan turned out to be better than expected. With more Presidential Guard units of that caliber, Fredoria would be in good hands. He sighed as he tapped at his forearm device to summon Gregor. After a few minutes, Gregor entered and took a seat. How's that report going to look? Asked Blake. There's a lot to put into it, said Gregor. He sighed. More than I expected. Fredoria is in danger. Blake nodded. Let's hope your report will motivate them to help a bit more. If we're lucky, it might also shine a different light on our past missions. Maybe. But you know how slow the government can be. I do, said Blake. He grinned. Now that you've been slimed and seen firsthand what the Saskarins are up to, you have personal knowledge of what we're up against. You've seen how the Saskarins can infiltrate, and you've had a glimpse of their power. The Covendrin have ranked them as a serious threat, and although Fredoria hasn't yet, they will soon, I hope, based on your report. Gregor nodded. I never want to be slimed again. I understand that the detection technology will need to be upgraded, and I want to ensure we get at least that set up on Fredoria. You'll have Andia Kiggs and Rakar Hojador's backing. You can bank on that. I hope so. If I don't see you again, I just wanted to say thank you for taking me on. I was impressed at your combat skills, and I see now that Andia chose well. Not just in you, but in getting an Earthborn unit. Bothan's unit performed well. Gregor grinned. It's almost like the new Fredorian Rangers. I'm not sure this could have been done with just FDF units. You'll see me again, said Blake. He raised a finger. However, I would suggest you make backup copies of your report, and also up your personal security game. You'll be a target now. Gregor nodded. I'll take the necessary precautions against the Saskarins. Blake grinned. I was referring to the FDF. As for the Saskarins, I will be able to detect if you get slimed again, even without a detector. You think the FDF will come after me? To silence me, I do. I'll be surprised if you're alive in 6 months.
Grigor drew his head back.
I can't believe that. I just can't. I've dedicated my career to the FDF.
Then I guess we'll find out. Your report is going to shine a spotlight on them, and the aftermath isn't going to be pretty. There will be payback, although I'm not sure what form it will take. All right, shoot me a copy for safekeeping when you finish your report. Grigor stood and shook Blake's hand.
I hope you're wrong, but I'll be careful.
Blake watched Grigor leave. The FDF and its allies in the government would fight the report and try to smear it. Blake hoped Grigor was ready for the scrutiny and criticism he would receive over it. At least the Presidential Guard would support Grigor, and Blake knew Andia and Rakar would do everything they could to help. Blake slumped back into his chair. One more meeting. Then he was calling it a night. He interacted with his desk console. After a few minutes, Seth and Kane walked into the office and took their seats. Blake licked his right fang as he eyed Seth.
Before we begin, I just wanted to say I'm glad you didn't off yourself.
Seth nodded. Blake slammed his hand on his desk and jumped out of his chair.
The next time you decide to do something so stupid, at least give me a heads up. I deserve that much at least.
You do. And I'm sorry for that, said Seth with a sigh. Blake sat. All right then. I've never been controlled by a Saskarin, so I can't claim to know what that's like. He clenched his jaw. Anyways, I'm just glad you're still here. He shook a finger at Kane. And the next time something like this occurs, I expect to be updated. I know you and Seth go way back, but we're a fucking team. Kane grimaced. I screwed up. It won't happen again. He tapped his chest. That's my bad. The past can't be changed. Well, at least not by us. So all we can do is from here on out, make sure this shit never happens again, said Blake. He interacted with his desk console, then flicked a finger at Seth. I'm sending you your Saskarin repository memories while you were slimed. I've seen a part of them already, and it will hopefully show you that it wasn't you doing all that bad shit. Seth's eyes widened. How'd you get those? I'll explain everything during a briefing. But in summary, we took part in some combat ritual and won, and that was one of the prizes. Seth sighed. Does Ada know about this? She was the one who kicked the shit out of the biggest Saskarin there. Even after everything, just watch it. Maybe with her, since you've been avoiding her. You owe her that much at least. I will. Blake nodded and then gestured at Kane. There is a metric shit ton of information on these new Saskarins. I'll need your analysis on what we're dealing with, any weaknesses, and the best way to deal with them. Got it, said Kane. All right. It's been a long day. Take the rest of it off and remember what was said here, said Blake. He stood and slapped hands with both of them. Kane left first, but as Seth was about to leave, he turned halfway around. I understand if this damaged our friendship. Blake waved a hand in the air. That shit's in the past, and I don't live there. We adjust and move on. We're good. Seth licked his lips and nodded, then exited the room. Blake massaged his temples. A lot was going on, and it would take some time for everything to get back to some semblance of normal. Jarvis was gone. Seth was broken. Kane had put the team on the back burner, and Ada was hurt. These were internal issues that needed to be dealt with in addition to a new Saskarin threat. He sighed as he sat back down. All these problems needed to be resolved in some manner before the next mission. Although he did not realize it until after Seth and Kane had left, the stress of everything going on had gotten to Blake a bit. Seth's attempt at suicide had been devastating, especially after the loss of Jarvis. Blake shook his head at how much easier things were on Earth, where he just had a target to eliminate. He exhaled from his nose as he thought about the coming days. Chapter 29. Seth stood in his room in the ambassadorial compound. It had taken 2 days to reach Fredoria, and he was glad to be back. His nerves were still frayed from when he tried to off himself, but a new desire had arisen from it. Getting back to what he used to deem normal seemed out of reach, and he had plans to change into something new. Something more effective, and more importantly, something tougher. The video feed of his repository memories had helped him see that he was still in charge and not the monster that killed Jarvis, but a part of him still felt guilty for being weak and unprepared. That would change, and to that end, He had called Kane, Ada, and Q Reese to his room. Q Reese had to take additional steps to come since the AR was not welcome on Fredoria. Seth was not sure Q Reese and Ada would be on board with his proposal, but he had to try. 3 knocks rang out from the door. "It's your boy, Kane." Seth opened the door and slapped hands with Kane. "Glad you could come. You have the list of augments we discussed?" "Yep, there's a lot of them, but mostly ones I'm aware of." Seth nodded. "Cool. Now we just wait for Q Reese and Ada." Kane eyed Seth. "You still want to do this?" "Yeah, I do. I have to. Besides, you're the one who suggested it." "All right, man. You know I got your back in whatever you decide, although I'd suggest telling Blake about it at some point. I got that covered," said Seth. Someone knocked on the door. Seth checked the console and saw it was Ada and Q Reese. He opened the door and invited them in. Ada gave Seth a brief hug. "I'm glad you could both come," said Seth, gesturing toward 2 perpendicular couches. "Of course," said Q Reese. Ada and Seth sat on one couch while Kane and Q Reese took the other. "I appreciate everyone coming. I know this was short notice. And Q Reese, I know you have some new developments to deal with on top of avoiding Fredorian law enforcement," said Seth. "It's okay," said Q Reese. "I needed to visit Fredoria to drop off the de-slimed Cartana people." Seth nodded. He glanced around at everyone. "All right. The purpose of this meeting is for me to ask about being upgraded." Ada tilted her head.
In what way?
Seth dipped his head toward Kane. "Right, that's me," said Kane. He interacted with his forearm device. "You should all see the enhancement proposal now." Q Reese paused. "Interesting choice of augments. That's quite a few. You'll be almost 39.4% synthetic. A cyborg." Seth shrugged. "I already got a leg and an eye, and your engineers and surgeons are the best by far."
Are you sure you want to do this?
asked Ada. "Yeah, I am," said Seth, licking his lips. "I'm tired of being a piñata. I've come this far already. Why not take it a bit further?" Q Reese nodded. "I understand your desire to enhance yourself. We actually have a few experimental augments that are more advanced than the ones on this list, and also new procedures that make the augments stronger." "Damn, maybe I should get some too," said Kane, laughing. Q Reese glanced at Kane, then back at Seth. "This is a big commitment. There is no going back once you commit. Have you talked with Blake about this?" Seth snorted. "I let him know my plans. He said to do whatever I need to do." Q Reese eyed Seth. "I see. Although this would be cost prohibitive for any one person, and we typically would not do it, at least not at this level, we can waive the cost and perform it due to recent events." "It's appreciated. I guess my recovery time will be dependent then on the augments used and the procedures." "It will. Some of these augments, like synthetic muscle enhancement, take time for your body to integrate with it." Ada squeezed Seth's hand.
You won't be able to be slimed with microbots inside of you.
Seth sighed. "Yep." Kane wagged a finger. "I was serious about getting a few minor enhancements myself." Q Reese grinned. "We can do whatever you need. When did you want to schedule it?" "Now," said Seth. "I'm ready to go." He ran his thumb over Ada's hand. "I'll have Ada with me. That's all I need. All I ever need." Ada smiled. "Okay then," said Q Reese. He glanced at Kane. "You're ready to go too?" "Hell yeah, son," said Kane. They all stood. Q Reese's eyes narrowed. "So you know. We'll finalize all your choices on the way to where we'll do it, but even with anesthesia, you're going to be in some pain. Both of you." Seth and Kane looked at each other, and then Seth said, "All good, man. It'll be good to focus on physical pain instead of mental pain." "All right, then. I'll be leaving tomorrow at 8:00 a.m. Meet me at the Clastra." "Will do, and thank you," said Seth, shaking Q Reese's hand. "Not a problem," said Q Reese. He shook Kane's hand and then went to the door. "I'll see you all tomorrow." He exited the room. Kane smiled big. "Sweet. I got a few neural enhancements I'd like." He pointed at Ada. "Watch out. I might be able to process things like you." Ada returned the smile.
It will be interesting.
"All right, I'm a bounce. I'll see you two tomorrow. I need to finalize what I want," said Kane. He slapped hands with Seth, hugged Ada, then left the room. Seth and Ada sat on the couch, facing each other. I wanted to apologize for being distant and... You know, said Seth, holding both of her hands in his. Ada nodded.
It's okay. I knew you wanted space, but I'm glad you chose to stick around.
Seth placed his hand on her left cheek and kissed her deeply. Just touching her made everything seem all right. Ada slid into his embrace. After a moment, they pulled back. Seth grinned. That's definitely worth sticking around for. His gaze roamed the room. We do have some time before we have to go. Sarah relaxed as she dried her hair. She was glad to be back at the ambassadorial compound on Fredoria, and she suspected the rest of the crew was too. Blake had her contact Andia and Rakar, and the briefing was to be the next day. The mood on the ship had been tense, and it seemed everyone just wanted to be by themselves for a while. Seth and Ada were talking at least, while Zane was off visiting Mara and Tillian. Cal, Kane, Luke, and even Blake were all in their respective rooms at the compound. Grigor had gone to debrief the FDF and had submitted his report to Blake. Although she had not read it yet, it was on her list of things to do. After getting dressed, she decided to visit Blake. He never ceased to surprise her with how tough he was. Wading into battle with Saskarin soldiers was just another day for him. She knew he was hurting, even if he had the tough guy exterior thing going on. Although her blood bond experience had been a while back, she could still sense him to some degree. 10 minutes later, she arrived at Blake's room. She knocked on the door. "Come in, Sarah," said Blake. She grinned at him, knowing it was her. Definitely a vampire thing. She opened the door and surveyed the room. Blake was shirtless on his bed and looked like he was contemplating life. She walked to the end of the bed and smiled. "You look deep in thought." Blake nodded. "I'm just going over everything. There's a lot to go over." "Yeah, and now Seth is going to get upgraded into a cyborg." Sarah took a seat next to the bed. "He is?" Blake shook his head. "He's somewhere else mentally at the moment. But this is what he wants." "Oh, do you know what enhancements or augments he's getting?" Blake shrugged. "I don't think my opinion on his upgrades carries much weight at the moment." Sarah sighed. "And then there's this mission and, of course, Jarvis." She wagged a finger at him. "You know, I can still feel you. You're stressed even if you don't show it on the outside." "I can't show it. Others depend on me to be a leader. Besides, I've dealt with much more than this before. Remember, I am over 400 years old." "Yeah, I remember. What about you?" "I sense you're stressed as well." She looked down. "This last mission made me realize more than the other ones how fleeting life can be. One moment here, the next not." "Mortality. What a pain in the ass sometimes," he said. He sighed. "Oh well. Life moves on, and you just deal with the next load of shit tossed your way, like a debriefing with Andia and Rakar tomorrow." Blake nodded. "There's a lot to cover. And with all this new data, I just hope we find something. We do know a lot more than we did, so there's that." "I'll be there," said Sarah. She pumped her fist. "Moral support?" Blake rolled his head to the side. "You think I need moral support?" "No, I was just saying." He grinned. "You know, even without a blood bond, I know when someone is excited to see me." She gulped. "Huh?" He tapped the side of the bed. "Sit here." She complied. "Now, lie next to me for a moment." Her heartbeat shot up as she lay beside him. A part of her was glad he had excellent senses. Everything seemed easier around him. "Your heartbeat is ramped up, and your breathing is shallow. The fact you haven't left yet leads me to think you're okay with what's going on." She rolled on her side to face him. "What if I am?" "You might get bit." She smiled. "I'm not afraid of being bit." He turned his head and, using his hand, brought hers close to share a deep kiss. Although he had not bit her, it was as if a jolt of lightning went through her. After she pulled back, she gasped for breath. He guided her to straddle him, then pulled her down so their faces were inches apart. He whispered in her ear, "Are you sure you can handle this?" She nodded emphatically. He bared his fangs and sank them into her soft neck. The blood injected into her felt like pure energy. Her legs went weak, and her mind tried to cope with the waves of pleasure sweeping through her. After a moment, he placed one hand on her back and pressed down. She felt his excitement. He used his other hand to grab the back of her hair and then pulled her head back slowly. While grinning and baring his fangs, he said, "Now, let's get rid of this stress." She had given herself completely over to whatever was in store for the next few hours. All the time she had wondered about it ran through her mind. This felt right. She did not even feel her clothes being removed. His hands were a blur, and her skin tingled. She smiled at what would come next, and she was glad it was with Blake. Blake inhaled deeply as he waited for everyone to arrive at the debriefing room. He had arrived a bit early and felt renewed. The previous day with Sarah had recharged him in many ways. It had been a while since he had let loose like that, and Sarah had been more than happy to indulge him. If she had her way, he would still be chained to the bed for the next 4 days. He knew there would be some downtime until the next mission, so he looked forward to spending it with her. Andia and Rakar were the first to arrive.
"Blake,"
said Rakar, shaking hands with Blake.
"it's good to see you're still around."
"I try," said Blake. He nodded at Andia and shook her hand.
"It'll take a bit more than hundreds of Saskarin soldiers to slow me down."
They enjoyed a moment of laughter. Luke, Cal, and Zane entered the room and took their respective seats. Blake eyed the entrance.
"You looking for someone?"
asked Rakar, eyeing Blake. "Nah, I'm good. Seth, Theta, and Kane won't be here today." Rakar nodded. Sarah arrived and smiled coyly at Blake as she took her seat. Blake uttered a low growl and bared his fangs, then looked away while clearing his throat. When Doc appeared in his main robot form, Andia drew her head back a bit. "Don't worry. It's just Doc," said Blake. Andia nodded at Doc. "Good to see you."
"It's good to see both you and Rakar,"
said Doc, bowing slightly. After everyone was seated, Blake stood in the center of the room and interacted with his forearm device. "Let's begin." The main screen behind them activated, showing Killikin. "So we started off this mission to investigate the disappearance of Tuka residents. I checked with the local information broker spot, and it said to meet an informant at Cordon's on Killikin, so that's where we went. It was an interesting meeting, but I learned that Janaris wasn't the only Rimworld hit. While I was doing that, the others went to the local black market dealer and had a fight. That's when we learned the bounties on us had been jacked up."
"Making friends everywhere," said Rakar. "I'm guessing the backers were anonymous?"
"Yeah, they were. Nonetheless, we dealt with that and then docked on the Galantis for our inspection," said Blake. He gestured at Rakar and Andia. "You both will now have intelligence on the slimes we ran into on the Galantis and the scope of their infiltration. We also picked up Lieutenant Grigor Berdolenstein, an FDF investigator who accompanied us on our mission." "You were okay with that?" asked Andia. "Not initially, but I figured we could try it out. If he acted detrimentally, then they would find him spaced and drained of blood," said Blake, grinning. Andia eyed Blake. "I was kidding." "Sorta. Back to the Galantis. They did try to keep us there with some trumped-up charge against Cal, but we got past that." Cal smirked. "Yeah, the inspector grabbed my crotch." Rakar raised an eyebrow.
"Your crotch?"
"He knew I'd hit him, and I did, but it all worked out in the end."
"I see,"
said Rakar. He motioned at Blake.
"Continue."
The screen changed to an overhead layout of Tuka and the surrounding areas. We went to Tuka next and split up. 2 outposts outside Tuka lit up. I went to the 2 outposts to get information. Zane, Cal, Kane, and Grigor went to scour the city and ended up with Grigor and Cal getting slimed. Zane and Kane were able to capture Cal, but Grigor was on the loose. When I got back from the outposts, I retrieved Grigor and came to an understanding with the Vizarians. Andia sat up in her chair. "The Rimworld Daedrald group." Blake nodded. "They're known as Riskarians on Earth." "And what understanding did you come to?" "It's best I just mention it to you so you're aware. Details are not important." Andia studied Blake. "Okay." Blake crooked a thumb at the screen. Seth and Ada also went out into the city, and they got slimed. While Ada was rescued by Q Reese and the AR, Seth Well, we know what happened. Thankfully, Bothan was able to stop it from being worse.
Jarvis will be missed,
said Rakar. Blake and Rakar nodded at each other. That he will, said Blake. Seth was broken, but at least he now has his repository memories. Where is Seth now? Asked Andia. He's dealing with everything. Andia nodded. After Tuka, we came back to Fredoria, where the Excelsior was hijacked. Thankfully, Sarah and Luke weren't injured, but we had an ace in the hole.
That was me,
said Doc, raising a finger. Blake chuckled. Yes, it was, and Doc proved to be a bit too much for them. Rakar nodded at Doc. They were Grosadian marks, said Sarah. Luke grinned.
Aye, they were. Ugly buggers.
The group laughed. Kane was also kidnapped by a bounty hunter named Gordoba, but we got him back.
It sounds like your visit back was full of trouble,
said Rakar. It was, but we're Earthborn. We handle our business, said Blake. Damn right, said Kane. Gordoba won't be messing with us anytime soon, and he'll spread the word. Blake nodded. After all that, we learned of Jarvis's fate, picked him and Seth up from Tuka, and then came back to Fredoria for Jarvis's funeral, as you know. He bared his fangs, at least for what was left of him. Rakar grimaced. From that, we went to Gurdiwara to check out one of Cal's contacts for information on Shulan involvement. Since they had mercs involved with Jarvis, and the broker mentioned that the Shulan were involved, we figured that was the next logical step. When we got to Gurdiwara, we were ambushed at Cal's contact's warehouse, but we handled that, said Blake. He raised a finger. More importantly, we learned of an asteroid with a refinery and mining system in it called Kartana. Shulan involvement seems unusual, said Andia. Yeah, and from what the broker told me, they're all but compromised at this point. Andia glanced at Rakar. We'll need to factor that in when we talk with the FDF.
Definitely,
said Rakar. The screen changed to show Kartana. Blake gestured at the screen. The next step was to perform reconnaissance, which we did. After that, we attacked with help from the Covendrin, AR, and Bothan's unit. All the data collected is in your hands now. I looked it over prior to coming here, said Andia. She tilted her head. The portal is interesting. Rakar cracked his neck.
Yes. Kriegans and portals have some history. I look forward to seeing the portal data and what you retrieved from the drone.
Blake nodded. Also, the Covendrin have offered safe haven to the AR. I know Fredoria classifies AR as a terrorist organization, but the Covendrin don't really care about that. It's not like we have normal relations with the Covendrin as it is, said Andia. That will not go over well with the FDF. Blake shrugged. Fredoria is about to learn how much they messed up in screwing androids. Andia sighed. Probably. I would expect the Covendrin to rapidly advance technologically, said Blake.
They'll be even deadlier than they already are,
said Rakar. Zane snorted.
The Covendrin had my back, and the AR has proven themselves, whereas the FDF has been more like an enemy.
Hopefully we'll all come to some understanding, said Andia. This report that Grigor submitted will go a long way towards that.
I hope so, said Zane.
Blake grinned and bared his fangs at Andia. I'm sure you'll want to spend more time going through everything, so I guess we're in a holding pattern. Also, for the record, Bothan and his unit are to be commended for their help. They held a waypoint on Kartana against overwhelming odds. Andia nodded. Of course. We may see more units come online. The next step is more of a political one, as we determine what can be used and what can't. Then I need to present it in a manner that has maximum impact. Until then, take some downtime.
Politics. Definitely your arena, said Rakar.
He glanced at Blake.
We should take some time to do a ranger ritual with our trusted friends.
I'm down for that, said Blake. He cast a sidelong glance at Sarah. Let's table that for a few days, though.
All right,
said Rakar. He glanced around the room.
Enjoy your downtime, and we'll contact you with your next mission when we have it.
Blake watched as everyone dispersed. Although he felt good thanks to his time with Sarah, talking about Jarvis brought up painful memories. The mood in the room was not as it had been in the first mission debriefing, but this recent mission had taken its toll. He looked forward to having a ranger ritual with Rakar. Blake wished the Seth of old was present, but he knew everything would be different now. Hopefully not too different. A part of Blake wanted to go with Seth. Blake would make sure to contact Ada in a few days and see how everything was going. For now, he would enjoy the next few days and, as always, deal with whatever came his way. The end. This has been Rimworlds, Book 3 of the Earthborn. Written by Adair Hart. Narrated by Michael Wolfe. Copyright 2019 by Quantum Edge Publishing. Production copyright by Quantum Edge Publishing.